Chapter 2201. Damn you, Fang Yuan. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable had expended his own theft path down marks to refine this Gamble Gu. Gamble Gu gave random results that could not be influenced by anyone. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was special. He was an otherworldly demon who possessed otherworldly down marks. Thieving heaven's space was founded on the basis of his otherworldly down marks. Meanwhile, Gamble Gu was refined with his otherworldly theft path down marks. Gamble Gu did not have any offensive power by itself. It was powerless no matter what the result was. But the luck gamble killer move that used it as the core was extremely dangerous. Whether it succeeded or failed, there was no way to predict it. But it was because of this characteristic, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck could not interfere with it. The probability of winning the luck gamble was equal for both Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Qin Ding Ling won the previous time. Now, it was Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's win. However, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not feel any joy, because whether she lost or won, Qin Ding Ling would only profit. The reason? It was due to the profundity of luck path. Luck was essentially categorized into two types, good luck and bad luck. The size of luck varied from person to person. In general, the higher the cultivation, the larger the luck. Comparing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's and Qin Ding Ling's luck. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck was extremely vast. It was at Tao Lord level. There was little bad luck, while good luck occupied the majority of it. And Qin Ding Ling? Qin Ding Ling's luck was far smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's. Bad luck occupied most of it, while good luck was little. Qin Ding Ling was only a rank 8 expert. Her luck would naturally be smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's. Luck was a variable. She was against a powerful enemy like Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, with the luck of all living beings influencing each other. Even if she had good luck, it would be affected and turned into bad luck. Thus, firstly, Qin Ding Ling's luck was far smaller than her opponent's. She was basically gambling with a smaller chip. This was a huge advantage in itself. Secondly, Qin Ding Ling had a lot of bad luck. When it was transferred to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, it would contaminate his luck as well. The basis of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's combat system was positive and powerful luck. This had two crucial points. One was he needed to have vast luck. The other was that his luck needed to be positive, which meant the more good luck he had, the better. If Qin Ding Ling won more and lost less in the luck gamble, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck would greatly decrease. If Qin Ding Ling won less and lost more, even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would obtain her luck, it would mostly contain bad luck. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fell into a dilemma. He had many methods to transform his bad luck into good luck. But this process would spend immortal essence and mental energy. He would be sacrificing many opportunities when he battled Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again. Even worse was that once he turned his bad luck into good luck, and he lost to Qin Ding Ling in the next luck gamble, what would he do? Would he not be reinforcing the enemy? Bam bam bam. There was a chain of self-detonations. Over 30 truthful floating ice pieces were destroyed. There was only 10% or so remaining of the Crazed Demon Formation. The Crazed Demon Formation's power continued to weaken. There was also only about 40% remaining of the Great World in the 8th layer. Everything was used to nurture the central truthful floating ice piece. The three crazed demon eccentrics continued to carve the truthful floating ice, their expressions becoming fanatic. The strength of limitless countermeasures originated from the Crazed Demon Formation. If not for this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would have already destroyed the source of limitless countermeasures. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable had deliberately arranged it as one whole to make others hold themselves back if they wanted to obtain eternal life research results. They had to accept the threat and be indistinctly restricted by the countermeasures. As the Crazed Demon Formation continued to disappear, the upper limits of strength in the Gu Immortals fight continued to rise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used more powerful methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable similarly raised the strength of her skills. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was being hindered by Qin Ding Ling. He unavoidably fell into a disadvantage. We must kill Qin Ding Ling. This became a general consensus. Not only Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, other pseudo-venerables also attacked. But this was Star Constellation chessboard formation. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking scheme against Immortal Zombie Giant Sun succeeded, how could she let Qin Ding Ling be attacked easily? The situation is not good. We need to reinforce Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. If we want to support Giant Sun, we need to kill Qin Ding Ling. At worst, we need to disturb and break her killer move. But Star Constellation chessboard formation can transfer her anywhere instantly, so we still need to destroy this formation first. After back and forth discussions, it still returned to the starting point. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Stars shot forward one after the other, destroying the protective golden light and forcing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun to retreat. Guh. He coughed out cold, dark corpse blood. Starlight shone on his chest. No matter how his golden light spread, the starlight was still shining brightly. His injuries were very heavy. Because of Qin Ding Ling impeding him, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's battle strength had fallen sharply. He was actually showing signs of defeat in the battle with star constellation Immortal Venerable. Looking at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun coughing blood, the expressions of Lu Wei-yin and the others changed. Was Immortal Zombie Giant Sun going to lose in the battle of two Venerables? The previous battle situation already proved that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the strongest battle strength in the Allied forces. Second was Fang Yuan. If Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were to be defeated, that would mean the Allied forces lost. However, no matter how unwilling Lu Wei-yin and the rest were, they were aware that it was normal for star constellation Immortal Venerable to have such an advantage. There were many factors that influenced a fight between Gu Immortals. One was cultivation level and number of Dao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were equal in this. Second was Immortal Essence and Immortal Gu. Both sides were about the same. Third was battle experience. It was a draw between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Fourth was external environment, whether it could be used or not. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable exceeded Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in this aspect. At least, it was true for the moment. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Savage Wilderness Great World. He then allied with Fang Yuan, deliberately destroyed Primordial Domain, then allied with Fang Yuan again to explore the Crazed Demon Formation and the Door of Life and Death. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought many battles using the strength of Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, Crazed Demon Formation, Immortal Graveyard, Door of Life and Death, Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable, Green Lotus Great World, Star Constellation Chessboard, and Limitless countermeasures. Fifth were combat methods. Gu formations, battlefield killer moves, Gu houses, and all kinds of killer moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were both excellent beyond doubt in this aspect. It was hard to tell who was better. Sixth was combat system. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system contained extremely powerful potential for later, but it was miraculously cracked by Qin Ding Ling. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also possessed an exceptional combat system, which she had been using all along. This combat system was the combined combat systems of Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Feng Ya. In the offensive aspect, the main method was Fairy Ming Hao's Flying Star killer move. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals often used exquisite killer moves because of the superiority of their path. These killer moves usually contained many Gu worms and had complicated procedures for activation. This was why the calculation ability of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals was extraordinary. Only then could they control their killer moves properly. But in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system, the Flying Star method was almost the only method in the offensive aspect. It could be said to be extremely lacking and unvaried. Was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally throwing away the obvious advantage of Wisdom Path? That was not the case. First of all, the killer move Flying Star looked simple, but that was not true. If it was used repeatedly one after the other, every move would be a consecutive move. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was hit by so many stars that by now, the injuries caused by the stars had reached the point of inflicting serious injuries. Secondly, the deficiency in the offensive aspect was exactly Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's ingenuity. Looking at the whole combat system, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took out the calculation requirement from the offense aspect and transferred it onto herself, letting her have an immense grasp over the battle situation at all times. It was because of this grasp over the situation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could use all the surrounding resources to the limit. Even as the weak side, she could win against the strong alliance army that had high numbers. She actually led Heavenly Court to the height of victory. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system could use the environment to suppress enemies and use emotions to affect them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was one of the victims. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were equal in many aspects. However, in this deadlock, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system was obstructed, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to maintain her combat system and her advantages. These advantages were insignificant alone, but they stacked together until Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fell into the danger of losing. Fang Yuan, it is time to stake our lives and fight. What are you still hesitating for? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly shot towards the Azure Sphere. Luck Path killer moves erupted like a rainstorm, attempting to break the sphere and release Fang Yuan. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already guarded against this. She immediately attacked. Star shadows flickered. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suffered a heavy attack again. His killer move was also destroyed halfway. We must help Fang Yuan. He will reinforce Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin called out. Paradise Earth sighed. Sigh. If my tomb had not been destroyed, I would have Venerable cultivation level now and be able to resolve this predicament. These damned fodder. Zhan Budu waved his punch, killing another Heavenly Court member. However, these Heavenly Court Gu Immortals would revive shortly afterwards. There was no way to kill them completely. What's more, there was still Chi Si Ancestor behind Zhan Budu. Half of the Limitless chains on Chi Si Ancestor had already disappeared. On one hand, other Gu Immortals were helping him. On the other hand, the crazed demon formation itself was shrinking. The upper limit of strength in the Gu Immortals' fights was continuously increasing. There was now a much higher tolerance for the killer move, Hu Elevation. However, Chi Si Ancestor still did not have the strength to protect himself. He required Zhan Budu's constant protection. Everyone, protect me. Paradise Earth shouted, retreating to the center of the group. The other Immortals protected him and gave Paradise Earth precious time to use his killer move. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary, Earthly Norm. A mysterious aura spread from his body and charged towards the azure sphere like an airwave. This killer move was extremely profound. It could restore heaven and earth to its normal state. It was the nemesis of battlefield killer moves. It was perfect to break the encirclement. The azure sphere was already enduring the pressure from Fang Yuan. Now that the killer move Heavenly Summary, Earthly Norm hit, it immediately collapsed. Fang Yuan gave a loud shout as he flew out like a tiger let out of its cage. Paradise Earth, I hope you can lend me a hand again. Fang Yuan sent out a multicolored rainbow, taking Paradise Earth as he charged towards Qin Dingling. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary, Earthly Norm. Paradise Earth took in a deep breath. After using the killer move, his orifices started bleeding. His face became pale as paper. Formless air currents moved forward. Everywhere they went, starry paths broke down, turning into nothingness. Without the starry paths, it was difficult for star constellation Immortal Venerable to move Qin Dingling. Her eyes flickered with cold light. She immediately gave up on rescuing Qin Dingling and fiercely attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun instead. Damn you, Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun roared. His chest was torn from the attack and his soul was heavily injured. At this time, Qin Dingling was killed by Fang Yuan. However, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not turn the situation around. Thousands of stardust shot towards him. He destroyed most of them, but several hundreds still struck his body. So much starlight accumulated in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's injuries that they were already intense, like fire. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was close to death. Star constellation Immortal Venerable continued to attack him ruthlessly. The final fatal attack. Chapter 2202. Chu Dus Danger Northern Plains. Chu Tribe Headquarters. First Supreme Elder is still in closed cultivation. Today is the day of the battle. Chou Lao Wu continued to rub his hands together. He was thin with a slightly humped back. His naturally sad face looked even more depressed right now. Relax, since First Supreme Elder agreed to Black Moon's challenge. Why would he retreat just before the fight? We just need to wait patiently. Hao Zhen was leaning on a wall with arms crossed in front of him. He showed a composed expression. He was a middle-aged bearded man. He was tall and muscular. He and Chou Lao Wu were good friends. The two could activate a signature killer move called Wind Thunder Roar together. Because of this, Chou Lao Wu and Hao Zhen were called the Wind and Lightning Demons. After siding with Chu Du, they became second only to Chu Du as the strongest battle strength of Chu Tribe. Actually, avoiding the battle is also an option. In another direction, Immortal Wong suddenly said softly. He had a short stature, he had a red nose and small triangular eyes. He was a transformation path Gu Immortal who was proficient in transforming into dog breeds. What did you say? Hao Zhen was infuriated. He quickly approached Immortal Wong, staring at him with furious eyes. Is First Supreme Elder someone who avoids a battle? He is the mighty Chu Du. Are you trying to defame First Supreme Elder? Hao Zhen held Immortal Wong by his shirt and raised him to the air. Immortal Wong was immediately furious, shouting, "Let go! You brute! If you don't let go, don't blame me for attacking you." Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Chou Lao Wu quickly pulled Hao Zhen away, while Li Si Chun held Immortal Wong. Li Si Chun had a square face with thick eyebrows and huge eyes. His nose bridge was very tall. His chest had thick black hair that was exposed. He was a man, but he wore a flowery skirt. He tapped his fingers together and said in a feminine voice, "Come on, don't argue, okay? I am already agitated. If we have an internal fight now, then our Chu tribe will really face a crisis." Immortal Wong snorted coldly, flinging away Li Si Chun's hand. "This is Chu tribe's crisis. We should deal with it cautiously. If First Supreme Elder was still a lone force, it would not matter to us if he battled or not. But he is not. He is our Chu tribe's First Supreme Elder. Do you know what the consequences will be if he loses? You brute. Haotian snorted, not saying a word. Because he knew Immortal Wang was not wrong. Chu Du established a sect called Chu Sect. He used his connections and methods to invite many immortals to go against Heavenly Lord Baizu. But he allied with Heavenly Lord Baizu later and forced these Gu immortals into joining him to form Chu Sect. His actions turned the situation around. After establishing Chu Sect, Chu Du used his charisma and tricks to subdue the people's hearts. But good times did not last long. Under the pressure of Longevity Heaven and the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du was forced to change Chu Sect into Chu Tribe. Thus, Chu Du took in his trained strength path Gu immortals as his adopted children, removing the sect system and using the tribe system to rule. Even so, Chu Tribe was still being doubted and pressured because Chu Du had no children of his own. Thereupon, Chu Du took the initiative to participate in the Fate War. This decision helped to stabilize Chu Tribe's status. The situation changed again now. Fate Gu was destroyed. The rumors of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's revival kept on growing larger. Longevity Heaven sent a command to Northern Plains' righteous path to subdue lone and demonic immortals, attempting to unite Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Lone and demonic immortals were extremely resistant towards this. They felt disgusted towards the Huangjin tribes. Because of this, Baizu tribe and Chu tribe became much more attractive to join. Many of the lone and demonic immortals were solitary. They would rather choose to join Chu tribe and Baizu tribe than join the Huangjin tribes. Chu Du was of lone cultivator origin. Baizu tribe's heavenly lord Baizu was too. These two tribes benefited from this and expanded quite a lot. As a result, they were being watched secretly by Longevity Heaven. Sigh, where did this fairy Black Moon come from? Her origin is mysterious. It is like she came out of a rock. We cannot investigate her background at all. Northern Plains is such a large region. There are many hidden experts. What is so strange about fairy Black Moon? But she actually challenged First Supreme Elder. She is just asking for humiliation. Not necessarily. Objectively speaking, this person is extremely strong. After she appeared, she continuously challenged many experts, but has yet to face a defeat. In the most recent challenge, she even defeated Lu Chang. Fairy Black Moon revealed new methods in almost every battle. Her totem killer move is her trump card, and she is even rumored to be an inheritor of Reckless Savage. Chou Lao Wu and the group discussed. Currently, He Lu Lan had a huge reputation. She won repeatedly, displaying peak rank 7 battle strength that was comparable to rank 8 strength. And also because of the rumors of being Reckless Savage's inheritor, her overall prestige suppressed Chu Du. I can already see Fairy Black Moon's aims. She has huge ambitions. She gathered so many people around her, challenging people to gain reputation. Right now, she has already become a symbol and banner of the demonic path and lone cultivators. It was an inevitable matter for her to challenge Lord Chu Du. Even if she did not challenge him now, she would have to challenge sooner or later. Because once she wins, her reputation will double at least, and she will have authority to lead Northern Plains lone and demonic immortals. Haotian analyzed. Under the pressure, lone and demonic immortals who were willing to surrender to the righteous path had already surrendered. The remaining ones were recalcitrants, and these recalcitrants had a few tricks up their sleeves. After all, without strength, they had no qualifications to be stubborn. And to these recalcitrants, Chu Du, who had established a righteous path tribe and worked with the Huangjin tribes, even having participated in the Fate War, was clearly Longevity Heaven's dog. To them, he was even more hateful than the Huangjin tribes. If Fairy Black Moon defeated Chu Du, she would definitely win their hearts. Her gains would no doubt be much more remarkable than when she defeated Lu Chang. On the contrary, Chu tribe was already being suppressed by Longevity Heaven. It had to fully rely on Chu Du. Chu tribe was not tied together using blood relationship. The master-disciple system also could not be openly established. The tribe was mostly maintained by Chu Du's charisma alone. Chu Du was the spiritual banner of Chu tribe. Should this banner collapse, Chu tribe would definitely suffer heavily. Their progress would be severely obstructed. They would lose their grasp of the people's hearts. They would start to decline rapidly. People like Chou Lao Wu were worried. Right now, they had already become Chu tribe's core members who enjoyed the benefits. They did not want Chu tribe to decline. Sigh, if we could ask for darling Lord Fang Yuan's help, that would be great. Li Sichun sighed. Immortal Wang shook his head. No, that is too risky. Lord Fang Yuan's demonic might is indeed awe-inspiring. Maybe even Longevity Heaven will show restraint. But what if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revives in the future? Although Fang Yuan is strong, he is not a match for a Venerable. If we do this, it will just be a short-term pleasure. But it is actually a stupid way to isolate ourselves from Northern Plains' righteous path. Keep quiet. They are here. Chou Lao was suddenly reminded. More than 10 Gu immortals came this time. Half were Chu Du's adopted sons. They cultivated strength path, and had ordinary cultivation level. The rest were those lone and demonic immortals that Chu tribe had recruited recently. Although their strength was higher than the adopted sons, their loyalty was unable to be verified for the moment, so it was rather troublesome to use them. External elders, where is Lord Father? First Supreme Elder? It is already the appointed time. Why has First Supreme Elder not appeared yet? These people asked all kinds of questions. Who allowed you to come? Hao Zhen walked forward. Chou Lao Wu, Immortal Wang, and Li Si Chun stood behind him, coldly watching these newcomers. At this moment, the four immortals restrained their internal conflict and stood up as one. External elders, please don't blame us. We are really concerned about our adopted father's safety. Yes, since we joined Chu tribe, Lord Chu Du is our leader. Is it wrong for us to feel concerned? It became noisy again. Their anxiety was clear as day. Hao Zhen was just about to berate them when an aura spread, which made the immortals turn around. The closed bronze door of the secret room opened. Chu Du walked out slowly with an indifferent expression. First Supreme Elder. Lord Father. Chu Du nodded slightly, smiling as he looked around. Since you are here, hold the line for me. Chu Du's mood was heavy. The actual situation was much more serious than what Li Si Chun and the rest discussed. These recently recruited lone and demonic immortals were opportunists. There might even be spies among them. The adopted sons looked respectful and humble, but in fact, they already held resentment towards Chu Du. On one hand, they blamed Chu Du for cultivating them into strength path that had uncertain prospects. On the other hand, when they underwent immortal ascension, Chu Du used them to absorb Reckless Savage's true meaning, causing them to suffer huge losses. Chu Du was aware. Chu tribe seemed to be united, but it was already at the juncture of declining. If he could win against Fairy Black Moon, Chu Du could still maintain the original state. If he were to be defeated, Chu tribe would definitely decline, and it would likely be a disastrous decline. People would look down on them. No one would join. They would keep on growing weaker until Chu tribe members became cannon fodder in the 5 regions chaotic war. Lord, with so many people leaving, what about our territory's defense? Chou Lao Wu asked. Chu Du waved his sleeve, saying with a carefree tone, it doesn't matter. How many resource points do we have that are truly valuable? As for the headquarters, Gu immortals need to be stationed, draw sticks to settle it. Although Chu tribe was established, they had few resource points and were of poor quality. It could be said they were lacking resources to develop. Like this, a few unlucky Gu immortals were selected to guard the headquarters. Chu Du took almost all the Chu tribe Gu immortals towards the appointed battlefield. Chu Du was not even a little panicked, moving leisurely. On the way, Gu immortals of the Huang Jin tribes appeared and joined Chu Du's group. These Gu immortals might exclude Chu tribe and Baizu tribe secretly during normal times, but they naturally stood beside Chu Du when facing an outsider like Fairy Black Moon. When they were halfway through the journey, Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared. Only then did Chu Du truly let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 2203. Blood Sea Clone. It was only Heavenly Lord Baizu's clone, but it was still at rank 8. The immortals quickly paid their respects. Chu Du was satisfied. Although Heavenly Lord Baizu did not personally come to back him up, Chu Du knew Heavenly Lord Baizu had an exquisite method that could let the clone and main body switch places instantly. Thus, with this clone here, it was no different from Heavenly Lord Baizu personally being here. At this crucial moment, Heavenly Lord Baizu was a reliable partner for Chu Du. Heavenly Lord Baizu had been paying a lot of attention to the impending battle of Chu Du and Fairy Black Moon. After all, with longevity heaven above them and the unity of the Huang Jin tribes, Baizu tribe and Chu tribe had to stay allied and endure the immense pressure together. It was just that he had a really urgent mission at this time. The only one that could summon him was naturally longevity heaven. Currently, Heavenly Lord Baizu was in longevity heaven. Beside him was the current generation South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang. Seeing Heavenly Lord Baizu slightly out of sorts, Yao Huang understood inwardly, smiling. Baizu, who do you think will win in the fight between Chu Du and Black Moon? Heavenly Lord Baizu retracted his consciousness, smiling bitterly. From my angle, I naturally hope Chu Du can win. However, Fairy Black Moon is no small character. Her strength is hard to estimate. This will definitely be a fierce battle. Lord Baizu is correct. Both cultivate strength path. One has been renowned for a long time, while the other's reputation is rising rapidly. It is indeed hard to tell who is stronger. Only the fight will determine the winner and the loser. That Fairy Black Moon seems to have inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Her strength path attainment cannot be underestimated. In my view, Chu Du still has a higher chance of winning. After all, he is a legendary person who had once pressured the whole of Lu tribe. The moment these words came out, Lu tribe Gu immortals snorted coldly with displeased expressions. A large group of Gu immortals had gathered around Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang. They were all from Huangjin tribes. As the Gu Immortals were discussing, 5 Elements Grandmaster suddenly flew over. All right, the formation is set. Please enter the formation. A large formation was set up in front of the Immortals. Beautiful blood-red lines were all over the formation. The Huangjin tribe's Gu Immortals stopped talking as they entered the formation. Among them was Heavenly Lord Baizu, who brought He tribe's Gu Immortals. Soon, only Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang remained at the periphery of the formation. Yao Huang looked at the formation, saying suddenly, "It is good if Chu Du wins, but if he fails, Black Moon might really rise to power." "Did you secretly help Chu Du?" Heavenly Lord Baizu shook his head. "I won't lie to you. I had suggested this to him, but it was rejected. He only wants to use his strength path attainment to fight this battle. To him, this strength path battle holds extraordinary significance." Yao Huang thought to himself, smiling inwardly. Chu Du will lose, and it is a certain loss. He Lulan was nurtured by our ancestor. Her strength is beyond her peers, and with effort Gu helping her, her cultivation level, killer moves, and other aspects are progressing rapidly. Meanwhile, He Lulan already knows the information regarding Chu Du. With this win, He Lulan will become a leading character in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Later on, she will be able to lead lone and demonic immortals with her every action. Right at this time, the sky of Longevity Heaven suddenly changed. Warning alarms started ringing. This was the arranged signal. How could it be so early? Yao Huang's expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Quickly activate the formation." Even without his reminder, 5 Elements Grandmaster, who was in charge of the formation, was already activating it. The formation buzzed loudly as blood-red light bloomed. This formation was actually a rank 8 Blood Path Immortal formation. The Blood Path formation produced a mysterious strength that quickly disappeared from the formation and transferred to a mysterious place. At this time, Crazed Demon Cave, 9th layer, in Star Constellation Chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made the fatal move. Whoosh! Suddenly, the near-dead immortal zombie giant sun's body burned with blood-red flames. Countless goo worms shone and flew around inside immortal zombie giant sun's aperture, forming a killer move that drew in the blood path divine power from Longevity Heaven. Among them, Familial Emotion Gu was the first core. Next to Familial Emotion Gu was Imitation Gu. This time, Imitation Gu had already transformed into Blood Relation Gu, which was the second core. The blood path divine power quickly spread throughout immortal zombie giant sun's body. His ice-cold immortal zombie black blood burned intensely like boiling water. Golden rays shot out from the black blood and spread rapidly like water. After a few breaths of time, all the blood in immortal zombie giant sun turned into the color of gold. His dry black skin, like that of a withered tree, became filled with vitality as it regained a white luster. Thorn-like hair quickly grew and draped down to his shoulders. His eyes that were dark and dim earlier started shining in golden light now. His entire body began to grow taller. He had a slightly hunched back earlier, but was now standing tall with bulging muscles. He became a middle-aged man of over 9 feet in height. Boom! Blood-colored radiance spread, causing winds and clouds to stir. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had completely revived. The whole revival process was extremely short. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found that she was not able to break the blood-red barrier of light around immortal zombie giant sun, and even sensed hints of a trap around immortal zombie giant sun, so she watched from the side. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was deep. As I expected, Blood Sea Ancestor was your clone. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled, showing his white teeth. Star Constellation, you cultivate Wisdom Path primarily with Star Path as your secondary path. Genesis Lotus cultivates Wood Path and Painting Path. Thieving Heaven cultivates Theft Path primarily with Space Path as the secondary path. With one main and one specialty path, us Venerables can compete with each other on equal grounds. And in my case, I chose Blood Path. It is just that the timing was not right when I was alive. Only after countless years past my death was there enough foundation for my Blood Sea clone to create Blood Path. And talents emerged in Heavenly Court as well. Their first were Gu Immortal Fei Shuang and Ning Shui, this master and disciple pair who hunted down my Blood Sea clone. Later, Refinement Path Great Grandmaster Lian Shun Ku refined Blood Relation Immortal Gu, which almost destroyed my plan. Fortunately, I had backup methods. Heavenly Court had already felt something strange about Blood Sea Ancestor. Thus, they constructed Demon Judgment Board to suppress Blood Path. Although Immortal Zombie Giant Sun succeeded in reviving, the progress of Blood Path was seriously impeded. It did not develop into a mainstream path, and was always treated like a detestable path. Even though super forces researched it, they only did it behind closed doors. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's original plan was to keep Luck Path a secret while borrowing the strength of the world to perfect Blood Path, but Blood Path ended up being obstructed. If Blood Path had been prosperous, the current Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would have risen much more. Forget it. How can everything go as one wishes? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh, his gaze moving past star constellation Immortal Venerable, past the formation, towards the distance. There were only a few truthful floating ice pieces left in the crazed demon formation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable solemnly gathered her concentration. In front of her was a fully revived Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with no trace of injuries, and although his strength had not been restored to the peak state, it was similar to star constellation Immortal Venerables. And Qin Dingling was still in the process of revival. Luck Gamble was already used before and would be difficult to use again with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable already on guard against it. Star Constellation and Giant Sun's fight was definitely going to be an uncontrollable battle of life and death. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt troubled if she had to fight without any considerations. The current situation was not simple. She had various misgivings. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly sighed. Star Constellation, the Eternal Life research results are right before our eyes. Let's hold off our fight for the moment. How about we join hands and get rid of these irrelevant people first? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was dazed for a bit before nodding with a smile. That is appropriate. We should do that. These two Venerables were still fighting a life and death battle earlier, but they were actually working together now. This was undoubtedly a wise move. It would be a shame if bystanders got benefits when two tigers fought. Thereupon, the sensible Star Constellation and Giant Sun were naturally going to get rid of the weak ones first. Boom. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable directly charged towards Fang Yuan. Countless golden light rays shot at Fang Yuan like spears or swords. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable showing his sincerity to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan was with Paradise Earth, and he had killed Qin Dingling not long ago. You defend while I attack, Fang Yuan said to Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth hesitated for a bit before nodding. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Milky white light web appeared once again. The heavenly web was pure without any dust. There were large gaps, but they did not allow anything in. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden light rays were completely blocked by the heavenly web. This was the void. There were no outside world's luck path down marks to amplify Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. On the contrary, they were also under the threat of limitless countermeasures. It was not like in the Door of Life and Death, where Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained amplification from countless soul path down marks and could also use his full strength without any restraints. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. Fang Yuan attacked from afar. 5 colored smoke spread rapidly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not slow down. He kept on charging closer. Golden light constantly flowed around his body. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable entered the 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, the 5 colored smoke flowed away from him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable closed in on Fang Yuan and used a killer move. A golden hand quickly flew out and grabbed at Fang Yuan's head. The giant hand was about to pluck Fang Yuan's luck, but at the next moment, cooking luck pot showed itself. It shook fiercely as it blocked the giant hand. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used another move. The golden hand was reinforced and strengthened greatly. But as it tried to pluck with more force, cooking luck pot's retaliation became even stronger, even directly flicking away the giant hand. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable already knew Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot and that it was quite strong. But this attempt still shocked him. How many rank 8 Immortal Gu did he use to raise cooking luck pot to this level? Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was feeling troubled right now. With the protection of such a strong cooking luck pot, most of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path methods were useless against Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, the reason Gu Immortals could hardly fight Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was because it was difficult for them to guard against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path methods. Once Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked their luck, they had few methods to block it, and there was furthermore a low chance of blocking it. But Fang Yuan's situation was different. Chapter 2204. 2 Venerables vs. Fang Yuan. Double chapter. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks were blocked. Fang Yuan took the chance to counterattack, but at this time, a ray of starlight landed on Fang Yuan's forehead with an incredible speed. Fang Yuan's head leaned back slightly from the attack. Seeing his defensive methods weakened by 30%, he quickly moved away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew over and coordinated with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to pincer attack Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan was facing the attacks of 2 Venerables. All the Immortals were tongue-tied. No matter how strong Fang Yuan was and how much reputation he had, Was he worthy of being targeted by two Venerables? But thinking about it carefully, the Immortals understood why. After all, among all the pseudo-Venerables, Fang Yuan possessed the greatest threat. Besides Fang Yuan's main body, Qi Si ancestor and Zhan Budu were also Fang Yuan's clones. Thus, he also had the largest force here. And the seemingly lone demon Immortal Qi Ju had already made a secret deal with Fang Yuan back during the pursuit battle against him. They had cooperated for a long time. With the sharp increase in pressure, Fang Yuan prioritized on evading. He defended against the two Venerables' attacks while shouting to Paradise Earth and the other Immortals, "We must join hands and unite. Otherwise, with the eternal life research results right in front of us, the two Venerables will not let you gain benefits easily. They will definitely kill us first." Without much hesitation, Shun Shang, Paradise Earth, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and others agreed, attacking one after the other. It was just that their efforts could not lift the pressure off Fang Yuan. In star constellation chessboard formation, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals tied down the pseudo-Venerables even if they had to sacrifice their lives. Fang Yuan was beginning to flee everywhere, falling into a passive state. Star constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly mobilized star constellation chessboard formation to slow down Fang Yuan's flying speed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took the chance to attack. A ray of golden light shot out from his hand. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time and was illuminated by the golden light. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to activate his renowned defensive method. A long robe appeared on him. This long robe had wide sleeves. It was white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there was slow-flowing water. It was the same appearance as Reverse Flow River earlier. Not just that, the surface of the long robe had faint mist surrounding it. There was also a strip of light that was deep azure. It was curvy and wavy, resembling a long sash. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arms, the back of his neck, and around his waist again. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was outstanding. It immediately reflected Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden light and the flying stars that followed closely behind. Fang Yuan finally gained a slight respite, but he did not dare to relax. His hands opened wide. His left hand released 5 colored smoke. It was 5 restriction profound light chi. His right hand pressed down towards the starry paths, activating a sinister and baleful compound killer move, Rotting Poisonous Dark Ash. This move contained the profundity of Wood Path, Poison Path, Dark Path, and Fire Path. It could corrode everything and destroy their internal structure. As time passes, its damage would become even fiercer. Even when this killer move was cancelled, there would still be continuous corrosion, but the corrosion would become weaker. Fang Yuan had once tried this move on an immemorial year beast. He had stopped this killer move in just a few breaths of time. But the struck immemorial year beast cried miserably for 3 days and 3 nights before it finally turned into a pile of rotten gray ash. Fang Yuan blew it away with just a light breath. Fang Yuan was not using this move to target star constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He was targeting this star constellation chessboard formation. He must first destroy this formation. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary, Earthly Norm. On the other side, Paradise Earth activated his killer move again. He had the same intention as Fang Yuan. Great minds thought alike. He wanted to first dismantle this formation as well. The Heaven Path Killer Move's power was beyond ordinary. Everywhere it went, starry paths vanished, and starlight dissipated, restoring it to the original void. Paradise Earth, star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned as she threw out numerous stars. Most of them still targeted Fang Yuan, but a small portion attacked Paradise Earth. Even though Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation, he had converted to Heaven Path. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was unable to ascertain his methods for the moment, so she had to be on alert against him. Star constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the whole situation and was always calm. As long as there was something odd, she would suppress it immediately. With star constellation Immortal Venerable targeting him, Paradise Earth also had to be on guard. This reverse flow protection seal is indeed difficult to deal with, but Fang Yuan, how long can you hold on for? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used powerful killer moves one after the other. These killer moves were all reflected back, but Reverse Flow River's water level also fell sharply. Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was renowned all over the world. It was not that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had not prepared for it. It was just that he had not personally dealt with Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and after Fang Yuan modified it later, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could only choose the method of consuming it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. With a shift of her mind, starry paths shook. A grand rank 8 Immortal Gu house followed the starry paths and entered the battlefield. It was Divine Emperor City. Inside Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus was solemn as he activated a method that he had prepared for a long while. Painting Path Killer Move, Scenic Portrait. Instantly, Fang Yuan's portrait appeared inside Divine Emperor City's painting world. Fang Yuan's portrait stood in front of Genesis Lotus Will. He was motionless with his eyes closed. He had no expressions. After Genesis Lotus Will used this killer move, his form began to turn unstable. He clenched his teeth as he activated another Painting Path killer move called Ink Slicing Thread. Thin lines of ink suddenly flew out of the hands of Genesis Lotus Will. They started slicing the cheeks of Fang Yuan's portrait. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan, who was fighting Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, suddenly shook. His left cheek was cut. The injury was a thin line from which black ink flowed out from. What's going on? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and almost immediately, his sharp gaze fell on Divine Emperor City. This is a painting path method. It is definitely Divine Emperor City's doing, and very likely involves Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. He was right. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned before taking action. Since she could prepare the killer move Luck Gamble against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she would not neglect Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan had not used Reverse Flow Protection Seal for a long time, it did not mean he had no way of using it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan would never forget Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The killer move Scenic Portrait was already created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Later, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable worked together with Genesis Lotus Will to modify it, to target Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan had just stabilized his footing with the help of Reverse Flow Protection Seal when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this method. Reverse Flow River could essentially reflect everything. However, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was created by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had almost no understanding of Painting Path. His attainment level in it was blank. Fang Yuan was aware of this flaw, so he had already gathered some Painting Path Mortal Gu. However, it was far out of its depth against a Painting Path method at this level. As such, Fang Yuan was hit by the killer move Scenic Portrait. This was also the reason why most Venerables cultivated two paths. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path and Painting Path. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable cultivated Luck Path and Blood Path. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Earth Path and Heaven Path. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable cultivated Transformation Path and Strength Path. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable cultivated Theft Path and Space Path. Venerables often cultivated one main path and one specialty path. The first path would be the primary one, which could be widely spread. The other path would be kept secretive and mysterious. Information about it would be sealed tight. For instance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path as the primary, with Star Path as her specialty. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path as the primary, with Painting Path as his specialty. Fang Yuan's current situation showed the advantage of doing this. Fang Yuan could reflect Wood Path methods, but he was a stranger to Painting Path, so Painting Path methods were effective on him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable situation was slightly special. He had planned to take Blood Path as the primary, and Luck Path as his specialty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created Luck Path when he was alive. He was the only one to possess Luck Path. Thus, he kept Luck Path a secret, but to help Fang Yuan and his ambitions, he left a portion of the Luck Path True Inheritance in 88 True Yang Building and with Langya Land Spirit. After he died, he tried all ways to use his clone to create Blood Path. He had planned to make Blood Path the most common path. Thus the Blood Sea clone spread Blood Path everywhere. He wanted to get the help of others to help him perfect and promote Blood Path. Inside Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus Will used another Painting Path killer move, Brush Stroke. A painting brush swept past Fang Yuan's portrait, leaving ink traces wherever it brushed. At the same time, ink black injuries appeared on Fang Yuan's body. The injuries deepened quickly. Compound killer move, Man as before. Fang Yuan activated a killer move again to heal himself constantly. But with this, he had no choice but to cancel the rotting poisonous dark ash killer move, which only left 5 restriction profound light chi for his counterattack. Simultaneously activating multiple killer moves did not surpass Fang Yuan's wisdom path limits. But Fang Yuan had to leave some capacity for thinking to deal with any sudden event. Otherwise, once an unexpected situation occurred, and Fang Yuan's reaction was slightly late, it would give the enemy an opportunity. After all, his enemies were Venerables. They were not the likes of Qin Ding Ling and Bing Sai Chuan. Moreover, these two Venerables had allied. Pressure, immense pressure that was like a mountain pressed down endlessly on Fang Yuan. It would not stop until it killed him. Fang Yuan was in a disadvantage all along. His situation continued to be more troublesome. This was the hardest battle of his life. Comparatively, the battle in the Fate War was not so heated. Fang Yuan is in danger. Paradise Earth and the others wanted to help, but were always blocked by star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The two Venerables' attacks were concentrated on Fang Yuan. They only used the remaining small portion of energy to block the other pseudo-Venerables. Finally, Fang Yuan's reverse flow river was expended. He had no choice but to cancel this move. Without the obstruction of this move, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed as he activated an already prepared killer move. The killer move was formless. Fang Yuan was instantly hit. Sovereign Immortal Aperture shook violently. Lightning flashed as tribulation clouds gathered. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. Fang Yuan, the core of this move is Calamity Luck Alter. It can change fortune to misfortune. Your Sovereign Immortal Aperture has too many resources, and it has developed extremely well. How large of a tribulation will form once such a deep fortune turns into calamity? Fang Yuan's expression changed. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, many northern plains, Sacred Eagle City, tribulation clouds billowed. At the previous moment, it was still a scene of blue skies and white clouds. Now the world had turned dark. What's going on? The residents of the city looked at the sky. Shortly afterwards, noisy sounds rose from Sacred Eagle City. Tribulation clouds. There are tribulation clouds again. What is happening? Quick, go ask the city lord for help. The city residents were terrified and panicked as they ran towards the city lord manor. Sacred Eagle City's residents were mostly humans who came from the former Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In this life, Fang Yuan had secretly accelerated Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's calamities and tribulations to subdue it. This caused tribulation clouds to cover the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, creating a huge number of casualties. These residents had such a painful experience, so when they saw the tribulation clouds that was almost the same as in their memory, they immediately acted like spooked cats, screaming and fleeing madly. Inside the City Lord Manor, a transformation path rank 7 Gu Immortal looked at the sky. A bitter expression was on his face too. He was the recently promoted Sacred Eagle City Lord. He was originally only at rank 6, but he received Fang Yuan's help, and his cultivation advanced to rank 7. After accepting a mission, he became this Sacred Eagle City's City Lord. This tribulation is so huge, Sacred Eagle City only has 3 Gu Immortals. We might not be able to stop it. It is better to ask for reinforcements from Triple Sacred Mountain. Sacred Eagle City Lord immediately sent a request for reinforcements. Triple Sacred Mountain was the center of many northern plains. It was the gathering area of snowmen, and was the most developed area. It was looked after by Fang Yuan's fiancée, Shui. Different from the 5 regions, humans lived peacefully with other variant humans the inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture, helping each other without any discrimination. Sacred Eagle City's residents were very isolated and ignorant. When they first moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, they were helped extensively by Shui and the snowmen, so they had good feelings towards the snowmen. As for Sacred Eagle City's Gu Immortals, who came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, these Gu Immortals were also vastly different from the 5 regions' Gu Immortals in regards to their philosophy of life. They took the duty of protecting mortals as their glory. Adding on Fang Yuan's rule and management, all the races in Sovereign Immortal Aperture lived unitedly. The human Sacred Eagle City Lord did not have any mental barrier in asking for reinforcements from the snowmen. At the same time, he had a lot of faith in Fairy Shui's help. Many Western Desert. An enormous pitch-black city was standing in the depths of the desert. It was Inkman City. Inkman City Lord Mo Tansang's cultivation had also advanced to rank 7. He had around 8 Gu Immortals under him, but they were just rank 6. The scale of this tribulation is so huge, its power will definitely be unprecedented. Mo Tansang's expression was solemn. He felt heavy pressure. He reacted almost immediately and sent out commands. 2 Gu Immortals were dispatched to maintain the security and prevent the residents from taking vicious actions, like rioting or stampeding. Additionally, 4 Gu Immortals were dispatched out of the city to look after White Steel Bowl Valley, Rotten Swamp, hibiscus trees, and other resource points. If the situation became urgent, these Gu Immortals could immediately retrieve as many of these resources as possible and temporarily place them in Inkman City's storage. Mo Tansang's status was similar to Shui's. He was almost like the person in charge of many Western Desert. He governed not only Inkman City, but also many other locations. Many Blue Heaven. A grand city was on a continent above cloud soil. In the heart of the city was a mountain-like hall made from a star snail. This hall was in uproar at this moment. A rank 8 elderly man was sitting inside solemnly as he listened to the reports from various Gu Immortals. He was the old combat beast king. He was appointed as Star Collection City Lord by Fang Yuan and was in charge of overseeing the internal affairs of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This tribulation is too sudden. It is even more terrifying than the one in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It is much larger and covers the whole sovereign immortal aperture. City Lord, what should we do? Master has taken away almost all the rank 8 Gu Immortals and the strong rank 7s for the fight at this time. Although most of them have revived, they are at Gu Master level. Our manpower is too few. How do we deal with such a tribulation? Even if there were no casualties, could we deal with such a tribulation by combining our strength? That is impossible. Only an existence like Master can protect our home from such a tribulation. Combat Beast King raised his hand. The hall gradually quietened. Master is wise and mighty. He will definitely make a move when he should. But right now, we should remember our responsibility to protect our home. Even if we die, it cannot crumble our will. Everyone, this is a difficult test. Master is watching us. Our clansmen are watching us. As Gu Immortals, if we cannot protect them, if we are afraid of dying, how can we raise our heads in pride later on? We are willing to fight with all our strength. The Gu Immortals shouted together with surging morale. Death was not terrifying. Even if they died, they could revive through human sea. The terrifying thing was escaping in the face of danger and leaving a bad impression on Fang Yuan. There was no doubt that Fang Yuan's will was paramount in the sovereign immortal aperture. He ruled everything. In Crazed Demon Cave, dazzling and vast golden light flowed like a sea wave. Fang Yuan retreated rapidly with a solemn expression. He no longer had reverse flow protection seal. Facing the two Venerables, his situation was perilous, almost like walking on a steel rope between cliffs. What was even worse was the trouble in the sovereign immortal aperture. This is a method of all living beings' luck. Fang Yuan looked at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with a malevolent killing intent. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's gaze was eerie. He observed the tribulation aura on Fang Yuan's body becoming denser before he put his mind at rest. Fang Yuan possessed Cooking Luck Pod, which could indeed stop most of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path methods. However, Fang Yuan still could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in terms of luck path foundation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed lightly. Fang Yuan, you have such talent and aptitude. I really don't want to kill you. It is such a pity that your character determined your outcome. I have to get rid of you. If you are really allowed to keep on developing, there will be a day when you comprehend all living beings' luck and heaven and earth luck through the self-luck true inheritance. It is much easier to get rid of you now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable appreciated Fang Yuan's talent, but was even more wary of him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable continued to attack while speaking. Fang Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. Although he had cooperated with Fang Yuan time and again, when they truly fought, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable seemed to be even happier than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to get rid of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. His eyes shone sharply as he kept silent. He continuously activated all kinds of compound killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had never heard of or seen these killer moves before. Because of this, it was rather troublesome for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to deal with them. Fang Yuan relied on this to barely maintain his footing. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. I am getting more and more amazed by you. Such brilliant and numerous compound killer moves have really broadened my horizons. A pity. It is a pity that these killer moves are unsystematic. You still don't have your own combat system. But this is not your fault. I used close to 1,000 years to perfect my current combat system back then. Moreover, making a combat system is not just about time. It also needs plenty of worthy opponents to be created successfully. Fang Yuan, how many years have you lived even after adding up all your lives? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. While speaking, he inflicted another deep injury on Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan did not speak. Comparing foundation, he was indeed inferior to Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a smile on his face as he saw Fang Yuan's tribulation aura increasing by double in just a short while. You already felt it, right? The greatest profundity of my move lies in the number of calamities and tribulations. As many resource points, Immortal Gu, Gu Immortals, Desolate Beasts, and so on as are there in the sovereign immortal aperture, there will be an equivalent number of calamities and tribulations. Those who are struck by this move need to resolve countless calamities and tribulations at the same time. Difficult. This is extremely difficult. Fang Yuan, I won't give you an opportunity to save yourself. Saying so, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked once again. His attacks were unceasing and majestic. Fang Yuan could only block them, and was unable to do anything to the sovereign immortal aperture. It was a scene of an abyss in the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Central Continent. Flower Mist Extreme Marsh. Large meteorites dragged long tails as they smashed on the ground. Bam bam bam. The meteorites erupted and flames spread, burning the mist, marsh, and extreme marsh flowers around them. Only dry land was left behind. From the inferno, tall flame monsters stood up. As the flame monsters wreaked havoc, a Gu Immortal streaked across the sky. It was Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone, Wu Shuai. With a thought from Wu Shuai, ant groups flew out and fought with the flame monsters. Mini southern border. There was a downpour on the whole dark inkstone mine. The corrosive rain inflicted heavy damage on the dark inkstones. A Rockman Gu Immortal was stationed here. He used all his strength to activate his killer moves, but could only protect a small part of the mine. Star Collection City was in chaos. Every resource point in the Mini 5 regions and Mini 9 heavens is being attacked by different types and scales of calamities and tribulations. The Gu Immortals on Firebird Mountain are requesting for reinforcements. Ghost Fire is burning Pin Tree Snowfield. If we don't stop it on time, the Ghost Fire will destroy the whole snowfield. The Hairy Man continent is being bombarded by lightning. One of the cities is already drowned by a tsunami. A terrifying beast calamity has appeared in Mini Black Heaven. Thousands of green claw ghost-winged lions are hunting down soul beasts. Bad news came one after the other. Combat Beast King subconsciously clenched his fists. Despite already being prepared mentally, when the calamities and tribulations really broke out, the severity of the losses made him unable to maintain his calm for some time. But from start to finish, he maintained his solemn expression. At this time, when all the Gu Immortals were panicking, as their backbone, he could not panic. He sent out various commands. Star Collection City began to operate frantically. Manpower and resources were dispatched to every place as they began to deal with the calamities and tribulations. But there were too many calamities and tribulations. Not only was their range huge, they were of various types. Every calamity and tribulation needed to be dealt with using different methods. This was an extremely difficult challenge to the Gu Immortals stationed in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Chapter 2205. Blackfire news of the first Gu Immortal to be heavily injured and near death arrived. Combat Beast King's heart immediately tensed. So quickly, his mood became even heavier. The more casualties the Gu Immortals suffered, the lower the resistance the Sovereign Immortal Aperture could put up. If this continued until a certain extent, the situation would be irredeemable, like an unstoppable avalanche. Combat Beast King gritted his teeth. Send the orders. Mini Black Heaven does not need to be saved. Give up on rescuing any desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. We will protect the large cities first. Second are the important resource points. How are the results of the Wisdom Path Gu Immortals deductions? Star Collection City naturally had Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. We have not even deduced half of them. There are too many calamities and tribulations. A Wisdom Path Gu Immortal said with sweat all over his head. Take out whatever results you have to deal with this situation first. Combat Beast King almost stamped his foot. The results were soon obtained. Combat Beast King made the decision on the spot. Star Collection City began to mobilize Gu Immortals. Oh, Wu Shuai was the first to receive this command. A strange expression flashed by his face before he slowly retreated. In the short while of his fight with the flame monsters, Flower Mist Extreme Marsh was already completely destroyed, while the majority of the flame monsters still remained. There were too many of them. Even though Wu Shuai used all his strength, he could only eradicate a small portion of them. These flame monsters' target was already destroyed, so their hostility gathered on Wu Shuai. Seeing Wu Shuai retreat, the flame monsters immediately chased after him. Wu Shuai led them to the west and met another Gu Immortal midway. A group of Qi monsters were chasing after this Gu Immortal. The two Gu Immortals were in the center, but the flame monsters and Qi monsters fought with each other. It is feasible indeed. These calamities and tribulations are not formed naturally, but were created because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move. Since they are only formed through luck path and is not controlled by heaven's will, they are like an army without a leader. We can use calamities and tribulations to deal with calamities and tribulations. Wu Shuai was slightly happy. This was the deduction result of the Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Some Gu Immortals gathered acidic rain, while some Gu Immortals directed the heavenly river towards the desert. Under such operations, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture situation finally eased. We have stabilized the situation. Combat Beast King let out a breath of air. In just a short period of time, his face was covered with sweat. Calamities and tribulations came too fiercely. If their reaction had been slightly slow, it might have resulted in destruction. Fortunately, they used every moment, seized the initiative, and stabilized the situation. But this was far from enough. Calamities and tribulations were still playing out in many places. Those that could consume each other were only a small portion. The whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture was still being destroyed by calamities and tribulations. Losses increased at every breath of time. The tribulation clouds above the Flower Mist Extreme Marsh have disappeared completely. Most of the tribulation clouds above the Pin Tree Snowfield have dissipated. The Darking Stone mine is completely destroyed, but the tribulation clouds are also destroyed. Something is wrong. There is an abnormal situation. Reporting. Over 20 tribulation clouds all over the mini-5 regions are showing identical changes. This is the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation. Combat Beast King had just relaxed when he heard the devastating news. This is bad. His expression turned pale. From combining the information in the map of the mini-5 regions in his mind, earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations were appearing in crucial areas. Bam bam bam. Yellowish-brown pillars of light shot out from tribulation clouds. The light pillars struck the ground and continued to pierce down into the ground. A large amount of tribulation clouds swarmed into the yellowish-brown light pillars. They suddenly lit up, and this light flowed down the light pillars into the depths of the ground. Boom. Explosions rang. The earth shook fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shaking light pillars in the mini-5 regions were continuing to exert power. Earthquakes were becoming even more intense. Terrifying shockwaves continued to expand. Everywhere they passed by, earth shook, mountains crumbled, rivers changed courses, and seas roared. This luck path method targets the resources in the immortal aperture. Now that those resource points are destroyed or damaged heavily, earth veins became the conspicuous target. That's why there are so many earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations. They just happen to cover all the earth vein nodes and are seeking to destroy them. Wu Shuai's face was cold as ice. Although these calamities and tribulations triggered by Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable did not have heaven's will to control the overall situation, there would be this kind of change at the later part. It greatly made up for the lack of commands. However, you think the earth veins we constructed painstakingly can be destroyed so easily? Wu Shuai sneered, activating a formation. Earth vein formation was activated. Thick and grand aura spread rapidly. The powerful tremors underground were forcefully suppressed. Next, the Gu Immortals dispatched by Star Collection City reached the tribulation areas and began attacking earth-shaking heavenly light pillars. The huge heavenly light pillars began to break down one after the other. The sovereign immortal apertures Gu Immortals coordinated to get past this difficulty. The tribulation clouds changed again. This time, they formed beast calamities in various areas. Immemorial desolate beast-level golden steel earth rats emerged from everywhere and besieged the earth vein nodes. 7 to 8 earth vein nodes were destroyed before these golden steel earth rats were eradicated. A small portion of the earth rats were enslaved by Wu Shuai. Tribulation clouds changed again, but they were still targeting earth veins. The immortals defended the earth veins strongly using all their strength. They cooperated tightly. Although earth vein nodes continued to decrease in number, the situation was turning for the better. The calamities and tribulations were of all kinds, but their targets were still earth veins. This was a controllable factor, which brought a lot of convenience to the immortals. Over 10 or so calamities and tribulations targeted earth veins, but after they were repelled by the immortals, the tribulation clouds that covered the whole sovereign immortal aperture had mostly disappeared. However, when the immortals thought the tribulations had finally passed, an aura that made the hearts of all living beings in the sovereign immortal aperture shake appeared all of a sudden. At first, this aura was extremely small, but soon, the aura grew rapidly in the deepest part of the tribulation clouds. Amidst the immortals' puzzled and terrified gazes, a fire burned in the depths of the tribulation clouds. The fire was black. The black fire had just appeared when it burned all the remaining stubborn tribulation clouds. The black fire grew rapidly and started falling down. Wherever it passed by, be it ground or the air, they were all burned into nothingness. The immortals breathed in sharply. The power of the black fire was horrifying. It was like the nemesis of all existences. Isn't this black fire like the one in the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven? It actually appeared here. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is truly formidable. Wu Shuai's heart jumped. Even an expert like him felt extreme threat from the black fire. There was nothing else to say. The immortals used their methods to defend against the black fire. However, all the methods were of no use. Even when Fairy Meow Een and Lady White Rabbit used all their strength, they could only extinguish a little of the black fire. Moreover, once the black fire was destroyed to a certain extent, it would change form, transforming into black water, black lightning, and so on, killing many Gu immortals who were caught off guard. At the crucial moment, He Chun-Shio took action. Don't panic. The main body also expected this scene and taught me a countermeasure. He Chun-Shio said as he activated a human path formation. The human path formation had the thousand-wish tree and also the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. Bam bam bam. Lumps of white light flew out from the formation. These lumps of light were extremely large. They flew everywhere in the mini-5 regions. As long as the black fire spread, the white light would pounce on it. The black fire was quickly dissipating, it changed its form again. But no matter what form it took, it was still continuing to be extinguished by the white light. The white light's effect was excellent, but the black fire continued to gather and grow. It will be really dangerous if this continues. Human path killer moves are effective, but they cannot compare to the black fire's growth. What should we do? The Immortals panicked. Oh no, black fire has appeared on Danghun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley. The earth vein formation is also being burned. The situation worsened rapidly. He Chun Chiu, Wu Shui, and the rest were pale. The situation was out of control. The human path formation left behind by Fang Yuan was also implicated. What to do? These Gu Immortals had already tried their best, but they could do nothing. They could only depend on Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body was continuing to dodge. His whole body was bathed in blood, his hair were disheveled, and his arm was broken. He was in a miserable state. He simply could not counterattack and gain any initiative against the two Venerables. 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi was forced to stop. One phrase could be used to describe the current Fang Yuan, hanging onto his last breath. Giant Sun Immortal Venerables' methods were truly terrifying and dealt with Fang Yuan's methods by destroying their foundation. The Gu Immortals left behind to guard the sovereign immortal aperture could do nothing more. Their only hope lay with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not have such an opportunity. The two Venerables attacked like a storm, arriving one after another, not giving him the chance to catch a breather. I must resolve the black fire. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth. If he ignored the black fire, his sovereign immortal aperture would be as good as destroyed. Immortal killer move, Hu elevation. Suddenly, a Chi path killer move descended, temporarily blocking a Venerable. Chi Si clone had made his move. He was finally freed from the shackles. Here I come. Zhan Budu roared. He was freed from the responsibility of protecting Chi Si. He rampaged and fought his way to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's main body took the chance to retreat. Immortal killer move, Humanly Flame Smoke. He activated his method to save the human path formation first. Then, he coordinated with the human path formation to deal with the black fire that was scattered everywhere. Burning white flames shrouded the black fire and started tearing it apart. The main body's abilities were indeed extraordinary. The black fire's growth was immediately impeded. However, Zhan Budu and Chi Si Ancestor were being beaten back. Paradise Earth. Fang Yuan retreated towards Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth took a deep breath as he activated Heavenly Web Protection Veil once again. With his help, Fang Yuan obtained a brief respite. When the two Venerables broke the Heavenly Web, Zhan Budu and Chi Si Ancestor arrived to reinforce him. The battle had lasted until now, but the two Venerables were unable to take Fang Yuan's life. Both frowned. Crazed demon formation was shrinking rapidly. The limit on the Venerables was being released. Their attacks became increasingly terrifying. Fang Yuan could only flee miserably. Immortal Gu House. Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress. Fang Yuan hid inside the Immortal Gu House and activated a killer move. This move used ability Gu as the core. It had the effect of absorbing the black fire. The deadlock inside the sovereign immortal aperture finally began turning for the better. Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress protected Fang Yuan for a while before it was broken by the combined strength of the two Venerables. Die. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly used a vicious killer move. Protect me. Fang Yuan cried out in alarm. He was unable to dodge in time. At the crucial moment, Zhan Budu flew over and used his body to block the killer move. Boom. A huge explosion rang. Zhan Budu was torn into pieces, dying immediately. Chapter 2206. Fighting over eternal life. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. The other pseudo-Venerables' hearts sank heavily. On the contrary, the morale of Heavenly Court's immortals surged. Fang Yuan lost Zhan Budu, one of his main clones. Zhan Budu's immortal aperture was also quickly absorbed by the crazed demon formation. But fortunately, under the control of Zhan Budu's will, his various immortal Gu were sent in time to treasure Yellow Heaven. However, black fire was still wreaking havoc in the sovereign immortal aperture. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked once again. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth as he ordered the Chi Si clone to block the calamity. Chi Si clone did not have tough body like Zhan Budu. His death was certain against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attack. But Fang Yuan could only choose to sacrifice this clone to protect himself. However, at the next moment, starry paths shook and twisted, forming an azure sphere that trapped Chi Si Ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was caught unprepared. His killer move bombarded the starry path sphere and destroyed it instantly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable turned around to look at star constellation Immortal Venerable. The latter heaved a sigh. Lu Wei-yin and the rest spirits shook. This was the first lapse in the cooperation of the two Venerables. This was really fortunate. Chi Si clone managed to escape death, he continued to protect Fang Yuan by his side. The situation in the sovereign immortal aperture had only turned slightly better. As long as Fang Yuan let go of his control by even a slight bit, the situation would erupt again, and the whole immortal aperture would face destruction. A huge sound rang as the void shook. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer disappeared completely. The final merged great world turned into nothingness, and countless living beings became sacrificial offerings. The door of life and death with the immortal graveyard flew away. They were stored by star constellation Immortal Venerable in her immortal aperture. Crazed Demon Cave had a total of 9 layers. The first 7 layers were swept clean by Fang Yuan. The 8th layer was completely gone. Only the final 9th layer remained. And in the Crazed Demon formation in the center of the 9th layer, only the final truthful floating ice piece remained. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were on the floating ice. They were activating practice Gu together, like they were carving the final part. Seeing this scene, the immortals felt their minds shake, while Fang Yuan silently let out a sigh of relief. The danger had passed. He had finally passed the most difficult time. Indeed, like Fang Yuan expected, star constellation Immortal Venerable and giant sun Immortal Venerable did not attack him anymore. Both stopped on their spots, looking at each other. The atmosphere changed subtly. The 2 Venerables had allied to get rid of the pseudo-Venerables. But Fang Yuan used every method he could to hold on to his last breath. The Venerables' plan had failed. Right now, the eternal life research results were already close to completion. The most important thing now was to seize these results. Whoever tangled with those pseudo-Venerables would be giving the other Venerable a chance. Success, we succeeded. The 3 eccentrics slumped on the ground, shouting hoarsely and excitedly. Immortal killer move, luck gamble. The 2 Venerables' stalemate lasted for a while. When Qin Dingling came out of the starry paths, she used the killer move once again, targeting giant sun Immortal Venerable. Almost at the same time, Golden Hooped Great Immortal appeared again, using his golden hoop to trap giant sun Immortal Venerable. Compared to giant sun Immortal Venerable, star constellation Immortal Venerable clearly held the upper hand. As long as giant sun Immortal Venerable was struck by these methods, his combat system's foundation would be hit, and he would fall into a disadvantage. Even if he were to not be hit, he would have to slow down for a while to deal with Qin Dingling and Golden Hooped Great Immortal. With just those few minutes of advantage, star constellation Immortal Venerable might be able to last until the end and seize the eternal life research results. However, right at this time, giant sun Immortal Venerable smiled. Star constellation, you have good methods, but you seem to have forgotten something? At the next moment, a rank 8 Immortal Gu house suddenly shone brightly. Most of the void in the 9th layer was filled with this light. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. This Immortal Gu house was already placed in the Crazed Demon formation by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used this to break out of the trap. Fang Yuan and others had also escaped alongside him. From that moment onwards, this Immortal Gu house had been comprehending the Crazed Demon formation's workings until it was shaken off. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not a piece of truthful floating ice after all. After it was thrown out, it hid deeply, and even star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have failed to sense it. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not simple. It had comprehended Crazed Demon formation's workings and was compatible with this world. Right now, it was activated by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It immediately affected the Crazed Demon formation and caused unrest in Limitless chains. The star constellation chessboard formation that star constellation Immortal Venerable arranged had forcefully merged with Limitless chains and also restrained the various pseudo-Venerables, including Fang Yuan. It was already at its limits. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly made his move, allowing the chains of Limitless to break free from the starry paths, thus causing the whole star constellation chessboard formation to collapse. GUH. Star constellation Immortal Venerable coughed out blood. She had suffered a terrifying backlash. Using this chance, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable rushed forward, rapidly closing the distance between him and the Crazed Demon formation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not have time to heal her injuries. She took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth once again. This secluded domain was like a lantern and also like a bird cage. Star constellation Immortal Venerable aimed the lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's back and shook it lightly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was immediately disturbed by immense emotions. His speed fell sharply. Starlight specks shot out around star constellation Immortal Venerable as she gave chase. Bam bam bam. The 2 Venerables fought. Storms blew from the aftershock. The world shook intensely. Fortunately, this was the void. Otherwise, nothing would be left. The 2 Venerables held each other back. reaching that final mountain-like large, truthful, floating ice at almost the same time. The two Venerables suddenly stopped. Their expressions were strange. Pang Shan of the three eccentrics woke up at this time. He was extremely fat before, but was now skinny, as if all his essence had been drained. What happened? Why are there still no eternal life results? We were just a little short. But we don't have any strength left. Pang Shan's gaze was dim. He was not in the right condition. He seemed to have become crazy, murmuring to himself. His voice awakened the other two immortals. Secret Schemer's expression was unsightly. He was slumped on the ground and was barely able to cup his fists towards the two Venerables. Venerables, the eternal life research results are just lacking a step. No, half a step. As long as either of you activate practice Gu for a little while, this truthful floating ice will be carved successfully. The two Venerables were silent. This final truthful floating ice was not a small matter. Whoever went in would not be able to come out for some time. If they wanted to come out, they needed to completely carve this truthful floating ice. But, was it that easy? The 8th layer was destroyed. There were no more great worlds to provide fuel and clues to the crazed demon formation. That was to say, they needed to contribute their own strength to carve this truthful floating ice. The contribution amount was very crucial. If they needed to contribute too much, even if the Venerable who entered the truthful floating ice held the lead, their battle strength would fall. Finally, they might play into the hands of the other Venerable who was in a perfect state. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they both had scruples. They stood silently for some time. On the other side, the fight between the pseudo-Venerables and Heavenly Court Gu Immortals was still continuing. Duke Tong, don't you like stopping me? Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled fiercely as he pointed with his finger. Boom, boom, boom. Chi spheres burst. Duke Tong exploded into pieces with not even a bone remaining. Endless spears. Che Wei shouted. Countless spears shot out from around him like a dense forest. Lu Weiyin charged through the spear forest and grabbed. A yellowish-brown giant hand flew out and grabbed Che Wei. Without Star Constellation chessboard formation, even if you have unparalleled talent, how can you block me? Lu Weiyin sighed. The yellowish-brown giant hand clenched, forcefully pressing Che Wei into meat paste. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were inferior to the pseudo-Venerables after all. Previously, even inside Star Constellation chessboard formation, these Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were hard-pressed to block the pseudo-Venerables. They died constantly on the battlefield. They relied on the Immortal Graveyard to revive and participate in the battle again, balancing their weak battle strength. Now, without Star Constellation chessboard formation and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to control the overall situation, these Heavenly Court Gu Immortals immediately got outmatched. They were slaughtered one after the other, unable to block the pseudo-Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly when she saw this, immediately making a move to help. How could Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let go of this chance? He immediately acted to block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The two Venerables fought once again. Both Venerables had equal strength. Using the brief respite, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable opened his immortal aperture and let out Calamity Luck Altar. At the same time, he transmitted his voice. Bing Sai Chuan, go. Calamity Luck Altar quickly charged towards the truthful floating ice. Bing Sai Chuan received Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's command and flew into it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted as she shook the lantern again. Calamity Luck Altar's movement stopped immediately. Bing Sai Chuan, who was in charge of Calamity Luck Altar, suddenly grasped his chest. He knelt down and started crying. He blamed himself endlessly, sobbing. It is all my fault. It is all my fault. I am wrong. I am to blame. If I was slightly stronger, I could have assisted Master in defeating Heavenly Court and obtaining the eternal life research results. What is the point of my life? I have let down Master. Sob, sob, sob. I should just die. Saying so, Bing Sai Chuan actually activated a killer move to kill himself. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. He endured Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks while summoning Calamity Luck Altar to his side. Golden light flowed and entered Bing Sai Chuan's body and mind. With Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's help, Bing Sai Chuan broke free from the guilty emotions. His head was covered in cold sweat. He felt lingering fear. If not for Master, I would have killed myself. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method? Master has been enduring such terrifying emotional torture all along. As he thought of this, fear rose in Bing Sai Chuan's heart. His face was pale as he slumped on the ground, his body shivering intensely. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily, but still felt suffocation. His heart was filled with fear. He was scaring himself to death. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took action and saved Bing Sai Chuan once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. She got a hold of Giant Son Immortal Venerable's weakness. She also bullied him for not having an excellent method to revive his subordinates. Giant Son Immortal Venerable had to avoid colliding with her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable opened her immortal aperture, letting out Qin Ding Ling and the other immortals. These Gu immortals were killed by Lu Wei Yin's group, but had revived shortly after in the immortal graveyard. The moment these people exited Star Constellation's immortal aperture, they spread out and flew towards the truthful floating ice. Chapter 22:07 Limitless Revival. Giant Son Immortal Venerable coldly activated various methods and killed all these heavenly court members. The two Venerables held each other back, exchanging moves one after the other, not letting the other's subordinates enter the truthful floating ice. The situation was at a deadlock once again. While the battle continued, a figure suddenly closed in on the truthful floating ice. It was Xinshang. Seeking death, Giant Son Immortal Venerable shouted, golden light shooting out of his eyes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also attacked Xinshang at the same time. Xinshang shouted and quickly retreated. Paradise Earth and Lu Wei Yin used all their strength to protect him. The two Venerables' attacks broke past layers of defense and reached Xinshang. Xinshang cried out, fainting immediately from the attacks. His injuries were so terrifying that he was only lingering on a single breath. After fighting for so long, the two Venerables were filled with anger and also knew the limits of the strength they could use now. Xinshang's attempt triggered the two Venerables' nerves. He was immediately attacked by both Venerables. Xinshang's miserable state caused the pseudo-Venerables to feel their hearts shaking. The two Venerables used action to tell them that if they wanted to fish for profits right under their eyes, this would be their outcome. The situation continued to be at a deadlock. The two Venerables held each other back, their attention focused on each other, letting the pseudo-Venerables watch from the sidelines. And it was an extravagant wish for the pseudo-Venerables to try to charge into the truthful floating ice. Once they showed any movements, they would be attacked by both Venerables. After Xinshang's attempt, Paradise Earth, Qi Ju, and others tried to grab onto opportunities during the fight between the Venerables, but it was all in vain. Lu Wei Yin was heavily injured, while Paradise Earth was lightly injured and was panting heavily. Soon, Xinshang woke up. His injuries were severe and were difficult to heal in a short period of time. When Demon Immortal Qi Ju noticed something wrong, he immediately retreated and gave up on the chance. Thus, his condition was quite good. As for Fang Yuan, he did not make many moves. He just observed the fight while saving his aperture. He had finally resolved the black fire, but he paid an astronomical price. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, every large and small resource point was damaged. Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley were burned by black fire. They were in a ruined state. Many immortal Gu were also destroyed by the black fire. Even more Gu immortals died. 60% of the Gu immortals were dead, including the old combat beast king. Fang Yuan was almost back to his original state due to this tribulation. His foundation had fallen by 70 to 80%. Only 20% of my immortal essence is remaining. Fang Yuan inwardly calculated. He had time path methods to accelerate the immortal essence production as well as the help of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. But his expenditure was too huge. Let alone the immortal essence expenditure when constructing resource points and refining immortal Gu. Just the repeated large battles caused the immortal essence reserves to fall sharply. Fang Yuan's calculations were of no use. He had no room to save them. Using just 20% of his immortal essence to face the two Venerables who were in their optimum states was extremely dangerous. Boom, boom, boom. The two Venerables attacked. The power of their killer moves continued to increase, surpassing the previous limit. The crazed demon formation was continuing to operate. Limitless chains emerged out of thin air and shot towards the two Venerables. The two Venerables blocked Limitless chains, while attacking even more fiercely. At first, the two Venerables were rather restrained. But as the stalemate continued, Giant Son Immortal Venerable broke the limit and triggered Limitless chains. He defended against the chains while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly gaining the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to raise the power of her killer move as well to deal with Giant Son Immortal Venerable. Like this, she also provoked the attacks of Limitless chains. The situation was gradually going out of control. The two Venerables fought and competed fiercely with each other, gradually using stronger killer moves. At first, there were only hundreds of chains, but soon, the number increased by several times as they mixed into the Venerables' fight. The pseudo-Venerables had to retreat again and again, almost forced to the edge of the 9th layer. The two Venerables are really going all out. No, more accurately speaking, they have no way to hold back. Even though they are aware that this is not optimal, they cannot do anything about it. The vicious competition has already started. What should we do? We won't be able to hold on for long if this continues. So this is a Venerable's true strength. Us pseudo-Venerables don't even have the qualifications to observe the battle closely. These pseudo-Venerables conversed. Paradise Earth looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, do you have a good plan? Fang Yuan's face was pale, his aura was extremely weak. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, a change occurred right at this moment. The two Venerables' killer moves collided and exploded, but the leftover power of the moves hit the truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was heavily damaged. Crack, crack, countless cracks appeared on the floating ice. The three eccentrics were also heavily injured. Pang Shan even died immediately. Floating ice, the floating ice. Secret Schemer coughed blood, but was still shouting in worry. His face was twisted. There was not even a slight bearing of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. What are you doing? You idiots. These are the eternal life research results. We just need a person to continue activating practice Gu. But you are actually destroying it. Not Immortal hit his chest and stamped his foot, scolding and pointing at the two Venerables. He had fallen into a hysterical frenzy. The pseudo-Venerables' expressions looked unsightly, but the two Venerables did not listen. The damage to the eternal life research results shook their hearts. But they could not stop. By now, the battle had come to such a state that whoever stopped would be suppressed by the other side. They would suffer a huge loss. The two Venerables had equal strength. Once one side suffered a huge loss, it would influence victory and defeat. The victory and defeat here was not just about eternal life research results, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions. Be it Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the winner would influence longevity heavens and heavenly court's prestige, even determining who the 5 regions would come under. Naturally, retreating might be an option too, but if one retreated, the other side would quickly interfere and obtain the eternal life research results. They could just send someone to complete the final step and obtain the eternal life research results. Thus, they could not retreat. Although some of the eternal life research results were destroyed, the main part was still there. But if they continued to fight like this without anyone willing to retreat, if they were unable to determine victory or defeat, the eternal life research results might really be completely destroyed. The two Venerables were naturally aware of this, but they could not step back. Even if everything was destroyed in the end and no one obtained it, it was still better than letting the enemy obtain it. Fang Yuan. Under such a situation, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly shouted, "Heavenly Court is our common enemy. Lend me a hand. I will split the eternal life research results with you, just like Primordial Domain." The Immortals were astonished. Not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been trying to kill Fang Yuan, but now he actually took the initiative to request for an alliance. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was actually so shameless? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reacted immediately, shouting, "Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court always had the intention of recruiting you. We had tried to recruit you in the past. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, why can't our sides join hands?" All the Immortals were astonished once again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable acted like this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did the same. Did all Venerables behave like this? But soon, the Immortals accepted this seemingly absurd fact. A Venerable's strength surpassed pseudo-Venerables, but Fang Yuan was different. Not long ago, the two Venerables had joined hands to attack him, but he held on to his last breath. Currently, the two Venerables were in a stalemate. Fang Yuan had enough strength to participate. Whichever side he joined, the other side would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. Just based on the current situation, a slight disadvantage might be enough to decide victory and defeat. Even if the Venerables still had spare strength and safety nets, if they could recruit Fang Yuan to get rid of the other side's trump cards, there would be no loss. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Venerables, you both have good plans. It is not impossible to get my help, but can you pay the price?" Fang Yuan had no fear. His aura had fallen to rock bottom. The tribulations had ruined his sovereign immortal aperture, but the situation was already different. No Venerable was foolish enough to find trouble with him, because it was not worth it. Even if the two Venerables joined hands again, Fang Yuan was not tied down by the Black Fire Tribulation. He could hold on for some time. What's more, it was impossible for the two Venerables to join hands anymore. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fell out with Fang Yuan, but he took the initiative to make up for it. It was because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was strong, and Fang Yuan was weak. The similar reason applied to the relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. Despite Fang Yuan's and Heavenly Court's deep enmity, with the eternal life research results right in front, they could work together indeed. Why not? Fang Yuan was never a person who was blinded by emotions. But the falling out between the two Venerables could not be easily patched. They were extremely wary of each other. They would only work together if an even stronger force appeared, in which they believed it was more advantageous to do so. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. Fang Yuan, I can give you all of my primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable bid right after. I can also give all of my primordial domain to you. We can also transact my wisdom path true inheritance and Genesis Lotus would path true inheritance. Not only you, Fang Yuan. This invitation goes to Paradise Earth, Lu Wei-yin, Shun Shang, Qi Ju, and everyone as well. My heavenly court's bearing is known to all. I am willing to swear in the name of Star Constellation. Crack crack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had yet to finish speaking when everyone heard a crisp sound. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal stared at the truthful floating ice with wide eyes. Cracks spread and filled the truthful floating ice. Did that attack from earlier completely destroy this truthful floating ice? Not Immortal shouted while holding his head. The Immortals stared at the truthful floating ice. If the truthful floating ice broke down completely, what would they be fighting for? Bam! At the next moment, a soft sound rang. The truthful floating ice completely broke down. The crystal fragments flew everywhere before gradually dissipating. Only a human-shaped ice was left in the middle. The form and outline of this human-shaped ice were very vague at first, but in just a few breaths of time, it became lifelike, and in another few breaths of time, it was filled with flesh and blood. Finally, under the Immortal's stupefied gaze, the human-shaped ice turned into a Gu Immortal. Forever been the Tao-seeking crazed demon, looking up towards life, death, and the universe. Through a million years of planning and accumulation, on this day, Limitless achieves true eternal life. This Immortal recited and slowly opened his eyes. His expression was plain, but it shocked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth. Limitless. Paradise Earth could not believe it. Limitless. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned tightly. Limitless Demon Venerable, how could you revive? This is impossible. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cried out involuntarily. Chapter 2208. True Eternal Life. The most shocked person was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She had penetrated incredibly deeply into Crazed Demon Cave and Limitless Formation. Even after countless investigations, she did not notice that Limitless revival method was in this Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the same investigation results as her. Precisely so, the two Venerables fought so intensely earlier. But the truth was in front of them. Limitless Demon Venerable had actually managed to revive. Don't tell me. When the final piece of truthful floating ice was successfully carved, Limitless Demon Venerable revived and attained eternal life in one step. Fang Yuan was also shaken. Fang Yuan could also sense acutely that the current Limitless Demon Venerable's aura far surpassed the other two Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could feel this difference even more deeply. Facing Limitless Demon Venerable, they seemed to be up against towering mountains and vast oceans. This is not in line with historical records. Did Limitless Demon Venerable really surpass the Venerables and attain eternal life? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes flickered with golden light. His current condition is extremely strange. His aura is so strong that even Master cannot compare to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked and suspicious. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other and moved at the same time, attacking Limitless Demon Venerable with fierce methods. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled lightly. Chains flew around in a spiral, easily resolving the methods of the two Venerables. The two Venerables were shocked internally, but their fighting spirit soared. They launched even stronger killer moves in response. Limitless Demon Venerable only defended instead of attacking. Even after a few rounds of barraging, they did not manage to harm a hair of Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless let out a soft sound as he waved his hands. At once, space rippled. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated immediately. Paradise Earth and Fang Yuan did not dare to linger either. They quickly dodged. At once, around 1,000 steps of Limitless Demon Venerable, other than Not Immortal and Secret Schemer, there was nobody else. Giant Sun had a grim expression. Star Constellation had a deep gaze that flickered with starlight. She seemed to be making deductions with her full strength. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. I do not wish to be enemies with all of you. The fruit of eternal life has been obtained after 1,000,000 years, but I have not truly tested it yet. How do you want to test it? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked. Watch. Limitless Demon Venerable turned around slightly. All the Immortals stared fixedly. At the original spot that Limitless Demon Venerable was in, a tiny hole appeared. Through this hole, the Gu Immortals could see a vast sea of chaos. It seemed like black, yet it was not black. It seemed like white, yet it was not white. If one said it was light, it would be light. If one said it was darkness, it would be darkness. Almost no descriptive word in the world could accurately describe it. Because chaos was just chaos after all. Chaos was the greatest calamity. You lunatic, you actually broke the world boundary again. Aren't you afraid that the entire world will be destroyed? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable called out. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also added in with a solemn tone. Limitless, I know about your aspiration. But if you intend to go ahead with this and destroy the 5 regions and 2 heavens, even if I have to sacrifice my life alongside Heavenly Court, we will exterminate you. Both of you calm down. The hole is not big. I merely want to test the result of this eternal life. Us Venerables are invincible in the world, yet we are plagued by tribulations that originate from this. Chaos. Of the Venerables here, who has not gotten injured from the chaos? Who has not suffered an ordeal because of it? Crazed Demon Cave has been active for 1,000,000 years. There is one most clear indicator if we want to know if the eternal life obtained is successful. Saying this, Limitless Demon Venerable extended his arm into the hole. The other Venerables and the various Gu Immortals held their breaths subconsciously, staring at him fixedly. Limitless Demon Venerable did not activate any killer move. He was using his own body to do this experiment. He was simply too daring. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would never attempt this. Even though they could last for some time in the chaos, that was the result of them using their full strength to defend their bodies. If they acted like Limitless Demon Venerable, who did not put up any defense, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be completely obliterated with just a slight touch of the chaos. Unless they managed to cut off the body part in time. Limitless Demon Venerable placed his arm in simply like this. After a while, he pulled back his arm. His arm was pitch black. It seemed like charcoal created after a tree was completely burnt. But when he clenched his arm, the black charcoal on the surface instantly vanished into thin air, exposing a slightly smaller arm. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's mouth was wide open as he said dejectedly, "Is this the true realm of eternal life?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. "I understand why I did not deduce it now. When you created Crazed Demon Cave, you had constantly been making use of the chaos outside the world. You lunatic. Back then, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable nearly destroyed the world. The reason was that he created a huge hole. And at the deepest part of Limitless formation, he broke the world boundary and created a tiny hole. If there was a commotion in the Crazed Demon formation and this tiny hole became larger, it would be trouble. The entire Gu world might be destroyed as a result." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable called Limitless a lunatic. She was not wrong at all. For the last 1,000,000 years, the world had been on the brink of destruction. And the reason for this was Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at his arm and sighed softly, replying Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. "In my previous life, I had already reached the end of the road. Even when I asked the Heavenly Tao, there was no possibility of eternal life. I was pitifully restrained by Fate Gu. After searching long and hard, through laborious planning, I designed this Crazed Demon Cave. I simply had no other choice but to use this method. But to play safe, I involved Heavenly Court in this. With you guys around, even if a problem occurred in the Crazed Demon formation and the hole got larger, you would do your best to fix it." Hearing this, how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression possibly be amicable? She realized now that the reason why Limitless Demon Venerable drew her into the gamble was not just because he needed her wisdom path attainment or Heavenly Court strength to derive new Heaven Path research results. The deeper intention was to bring in Heavenly Court's involvement as an assurance. If Crazed Demon Cave became a problem, Heavenly Court would have to clean up after Limitless Demon Venerable. But because of Heavenly Court's perspective, they would spare no expense in repairing it. They would be willing to do so in fact. But, Limitless Demon Venerable added, "This is still not at the level of eternal life. Don't you think so too, Paradise Earth?" Paradise Earth nodded slowly and expressionlessly. Fang Yuan had some sort of realization. The true realm of eternal life would be complete indestructibility against the chaos. Limitless Demon Venerable had clearly not reached that stage yet. "Just a bit more, I am lacking by just a bit." Limitless Demon Venerable continued to shake his head, sighing deeply. He turned his gaze towards Demon Immortal Gu. Gu, can you lend me a hand?" Demon Immortal Gu snorted coldly. "Why must I help you?" Limitless Demon Venerable took out Practice Gu, smiling. "This Immortal Gu was prepared for you to begin with, Gu. For this moment, I have already waited for you for over 1,000,000 years." Demon Immortal Gu laughed loudly until tears flowed out. "So my revival was really part of your schemes. Ha ha ha. Too laughable, simply too laughable. This is so disappointing, so disappointing." He was not mocking Limitless Demon Venerable. He was laughing at himself. He had always felt resentful and unresigned after losing to Limitless Demon Venerable. After revival, he had always wanted to take revenge. But at this moment, he finally understood the huge gap between him and Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable was quiet as he watched Demon Immortal Gu cry and laugh. Afterwards, he tossed Practice Gu to the ladder. Demon Immortal Gu had a complex expression at this moment. He recalled the scene of the deepest memory he had. Limitless, you want to become a Venerable, but did you ask me? With me around, you can dream on about becoming a Venerable. Demon Immortal Gu sneak attacked Limitless Demon Venerable and succeeded. Because he knew that once Limitless became a Venerable, he would no longer have a chance of winning. This battle lasted 9 days and nights. Thereafter, Demon Immortal Gu lost. His eyes were blood red as he called out to Limitless Demon Venerable. You have passed the tribulation long ago and became a Venerable already. Why did you seal your own cultivation level to fight to the death with me? Limitless Demon Venerable was bathed in blood. He had struggled at death's doors several times during the intense battle. He smiled lightly. Because you are my Tao Guardian, only when I am at the brink of death can I understand the true relationship between a Venerable and their Tao Guardian. And the truth has been proven. My guess was not wrong after all. I have already comprehended the secret behind the Tao Guardian. Demon Immortal Gu stared with wide eyes. To prove such a guess, you even disregarded your own life? Even though you had already become a Venerable, even though you are already invincible in the world. Limitless Demon Venerable replied plainly. Even though I became a Venerable, this is merely another cultivation level. Compared to this, I would prefer to pursue the great Tao. Limitless, oh Limitless. Even 1,000,000 years cannot change your nature. You are still that Limitless I know. Demon Immortal Gu pointed at Demon Immortal Gu and shouted. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. Like how I am still limitless, you are also still that Demon Immortal Gu, right? Demon Immortal Gu gritted his teeth. He seemed to have become too helpless to rage. He grabbed Practice Gu and flew towards Limitless Demon Venerable. You are right. I am still me. Then let's do it. Bright light flashed in Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes. Good. You are my Tao Guardian. Our destinies are intertwined. According to my deduction, only with the help of the Tao Guardian can a Venerable go one step further to break through the realm of Venerable and attain eternal life. Demon Immortal Gu gritted his teeth. Then let me see what is true eternity. Saying so, he activated Practice Gu. The light of Practice Gu enveloped Limitless Demon Venerable's entire body. Limitless Demon Venerable's body expanded rapidly. He went from a normal person's size to a 10-foot giant. In contrast, Demon Immortal Gu became weaker and weaker. His aura fell to rock bottom. He had no choice but to stop using Practice Gu. As for Limitless Demon Venerable's aura, it was completely concealed, no different from an ordinary mortal. But anyone could tell that the current Limitless Demon Venerable had become powerful to a point which nobody could fathom. Because even against the investigative killer moves of the various Immortals, he was no different than a common man. The Immortals could not see through him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth, and the others did not move. They watched in anticipation. Even if they wanted to stop him, it would be too difficult. Limitless Demon Venerable took in a deep breath before stretching his arm into the hole of the world boundary again. A moment later, he pulled back his arm. It was completely intact. Chapter 2209, Limitless Death. Everyone was silent. Even for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, after seeing Limitless Demon Venerable's intact arm, they fell into extreme shock. After a Gu cultivator became an immortal, they would face earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, and myriad tribulations. After becoming rank 9, the calamities and tribulations would become even more terrifying. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. This chaotic disaster originated from the chaos outside the world boundary. Each time it arrived, the Venerables' life would be in danger. They had to use their full strength to fight for a chance of survival. Ordinary Gu Immortals did not know this, but all the past Venerables had gone through these terrifying chaotic disasters. They knew about the terror of this tribulation. And now, Limitless Demon Venerable tested it with his own body. Without even using any defensive methods, he resisted the chaos and returned unharmed. This scene was a huge shock to the present Venerables. As for people like Fang Yuan who knew the details while not having experienced them personally, his shock was not as great as the Venerables. You did it. A while later, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply and said, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable remained silent. No, he hasn't. This is not true eternal life yet. Paradise Earth suddenly spoke. He had a tone and expression of certainty. Everyone looked towards him. Indeed, I have not. This is not considered eternal life. At the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable agreed with the words as he showed an expression of dejectedness. Next, he made a shocking move. He opened his mouth towards the hole of the world boundary and started to suck in. A large amount of chaos was sucked into Limitless Demon Venerable's stomach. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable watched with contracted pupils. They could not help but take in a deep breath. If a Venerable was considered a child, the chaos would be fire. Earlier, when Limitless Demon Venerable placed his hand into the chaos, he was roasting his flesh with the fire. But now, he was even more daring. He was swallowing fire. After Limitless Demon Venerable sucked in a large amount of chaos, he sat down in a cross-legged fashion. At the same time, chaos seeped out of the hole and rushed towards his head, shoulders, and body like a flowing river. Limitless Demon Venerable activated his killer move for the first time. An immensely strong aura burst out and shook the minds of all the immortals present. Everyone watched silently. They knew that Limitless Demon Venerable was currently giving it a try. This was an advancement. He was trying to advance to the true realm of eternal life. Ever since he was a child, he had maintained a heart of curiosity. He was like an innocent child who was filled with desire to explore the unknown. He wanted to know everything. He wanted to know the truth. He did not pursue fame or fortune. The status of a venerable did not make him feel any pride or arrogance. He had once reached the peak of the world, the end of heaven and earth. But he still wanted to continue moving. Yet, there was no road ahead of him. Thus, he planned meticulously and worked with Star Constellation, dragging the entire Gu cultivation world along with his dangerous plan of creating the crazed demon formation. He prepared for 1,000,000 years just for this moment. All of it was to pursue the truth. No road remained ahead of him. Thus, he moved his legs and exerted all his strength to step into the boundless darkness. He wanted to carve out his own road. This was the final push. Limitless was doing his best. A long time passed, but it felt like an instant. Whoosh! Black fire started to spew out of Limitless Demon Venerable's nose and ears. The immortal's heart shook. Next, Limitless Demon Venerable opened his eyes slowly and looked at the immortals, saying plainly, "I failed. No, I am still around." Demon Immortal Chi Ju shouted and made his move, using all his strength to activate Practice Gu. A wave of profound light shot towards Limitless Demon Venerable's body from Demon Immortal Chi Ju. The black fire on Limitless Demon Venerable was quickly extinguished. Limitless Demon Venerable gained some time to rest. He laughed loudly and shook his head. "Chi Ju, you can stop now. How can we determine the result before putting in all our effort?" Demon Immortal Chi Ju rebuked in anger. "Are you willing to give up like this? The true eternal life. I want to see it too." Demon Venerable sighed. A complex expression could be seen on his face. "I failed even after 1,000,000 years of accumulation. Don't you get it? Eternal life does not exist." At the next moment, bam! Limitless Demon Venerable shattered abruptly, turning back into countless fragments of truthful floating ice. "No!" Secret Schemer and Not Immortal screamed in unison, grieving like they had lost their loved one. Limitless Demon Venerable failed. Because Demon Immortal Chi Ju had too close of a connection with him, the chaos instantly approached him. As it swept past him, he vanished without a trace. The great pseudo-venerable did not even manage to last 3 breaths of time. The power of the terrifying chaotic disaster was evident with one glance. The immortals were still in a daze. This battle in Crazed Demon Cave that took 1,000,000 years of accumulation, and also all the Venerables planning ended like this? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also revived. Paradise Earth changed to Cultivating Heaven Path, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his reasoning. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable suppressed everyone in strength, but he still failed to succeed. He died. He died on the road of exploration. Eternal life? It was a mere dream. There was nothing. It did not exist. How could he fail? How could he fail? Not Immortal shouted. Secret Schemer held his head and muttered dejectedly. "There is no eternal life. Hee. There is no eternal life. Hee." He had gone insane. Does eternal life really not exist in this world? Venerable is the limit. There is no road ahead. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered to herself. She had asked the question that all the immortals were wondering, but nobody could answer it. Limitless Demon Venerable might be the most qualified in this aspect, since he had already surpassed everyone else by a huge margin. But he had died. It failed. He died from the chaotic disaster. Using his life, it seemed like he exposed a cruel truth to the immortals. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the sound of wind could be heard. Fang Yuan suddenly made his move, snatching a piece of the truthful floating ice. The immortals were instantly jolted awake. Limitless Demon Venerable died and turned into pieces of truthful floating ice. Most of the truthful floating ice had been destroyed in the chaos, but a small portion remained. The chaos could not do anything to them. They were the eternal life results derived by Limitless crazed demon formation. They were definitely the essence of his hard work. Limitless demon Venerable died, but his million years of hard work had not gone down the drain. He left behind abundant results. Snatch them. There was nothing else to say. After the Immortals reacted, they attacked almost at the same time. Rumble. A large number of killer moves were activated, colliding into each other and exploding loudly. Heaven shook and the earth cracked. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer did not even manage to make a sound before they died on the spot. But the remaining pieces of the truthful floating ice were intact and still shining radiantly. This was expected. Even the chaotic disaster could do nothing to them. Venerables and pseudo-venerables were also unable to damage them with their killer moves. Rumble. The scene was chaotic. Killer moves influenced each other as the Immortals restrained one another. Get lost. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted angrily. Golden light surged in the sky, exploding fiercely like a crashing tsunami. Everywhere it went, nothing could stop it. Fang Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables quickly dodged. The golden aurora light suddenly turned into a spiral that sucked in a piece of the truthful floating ice. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly and scattered some flying stars. Hundreds or thousands of them radiated with starlight and crashed into the golden aurora, getting mutually destroyed. As Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not succeed, the truthful floating ice that was taken by the golden aurora was free again. It floated freely in the void. This was the largest truthful floating ice. All of the remaining truthful floating ice fragments were merely its size after being added up. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was attempting to take away half of this eternal life result that took 1,000,000 years to nurture. How could that happen? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not allow him to succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Giant Sun Immortal Venerables' gazes were locked onto each other. Right at this time, Lu Weiyin suddenly made a move, targeting the small truthful floating ice fragment that was closest to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move, but starlight appeared out of nowhere, sending Lu Weiyin flying. At almost the same time, Fang Yuan was also stopped by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He wanted to target the other truthful floating ices, but golden light shot down like needles, almost piercing his body. The two Venerables opposed each other, but they held the same attitude towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they were very domineering. They did not want the truthful floating ice to end up with anyone else. Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan were obstructed. At this time, the pseudo-venerables had to prepare and wait for another moment to arise when the two Venerables fought again. The hole was gradually expanding. Limitless Demon Venerable had already died. Before he died, he was able to suppress the tiny hole. But after his death, the power he left behind was weakening. Even though chaos did not seep out of the hole in the world boundary anymore, that was going to happen soon. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took a look at the hole in the world boundary. He spoke calmly to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation, why don't we have a ceasefire again and deal with these pseudo-venerables first? We can then fix the world boundary's hole and split the truthful floating ice between ourselves. How's that? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded and replied to him with her direct actions. Immediately, starlight danced around and shot everywhere, launching fatal attacks towards Fang Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move soon followed. Fang Yuan and the rest had to dodge everywhere. They escaped in distress. Limitless Demon Venerable died, and the crazed demon formation was destroyed. Without Limitless retaliation method, the two Venerables were free to attack. Of course, they did not use their full strength, even in the current situation. The reason was that they were guarding against each other. Even so, Fang Yuan and the rest were in dangerous situations. They were often struggling in the face of death. I can't continue resisting these two Venerables' power. Everyone, I'm leaving first. Fang Yuan shouted and dragged Qi-Si Ancestor along, wanting to leave the 9th layer. Paradise Earth frowned immediately. Crazed Demon Cave only had the 9th layer left now. If Fang Yuan left, the two Venerables would not have the opportunity to chase him, because anyone who left would be giving the other Venerable a chance. It meant giving up the snatching of the truthful floating ice. Because next, as long as either Venerable made a move to seal the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, the pseudo-Venerables would have trouble trying to come in again after they leave. As long as they stalled for some time, the two Venerables would be able to keep away the truthful floating ice. After that, they would be able to easily deal with the pseudo-Venerables. But right at this moment, the two Venerables snorted coldly together. Others can leave, but you, Fang Yuan, cannot. Please leave behind the truthful floating ice that you snatched away earlier. You cannot bring this away with you. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable spoke one sentence each, expressing their honest attitude. Among the Gu immortals, Fang Yuan was the first to get a piece. Everyone else, including the two Venerables, had not obtained anything yet. And Fang Yuan's piece was quite big too. It was at least 10% of the entire truthful floating ice. At this moment, the two Venerables cooperated again, dealing with Fang Yuan together. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Earlier, the two Venerables worked together to deal with him, but the pressure now was incomparable to before. Soon, Fang Yuan was forced to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal again. Reverse Flow River was nearly depleted earlier, but after it was replenished during this period of time, the river water had risen slightly in Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer moves were quickly reflected back to them. However, for these two Venerables, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was only a slight bother. It was a mere obstacle. As long as they used skillful methods, they would be able to resolve it in some time. Chapter 22:10, Paradise Earth's Death. Paradise Earth. I am willing to share my truthful floating ice with you. Right now, we cannot afford to leave each other in the lurch. We must be united and work together. Fang Yuan shouted. Paradise Earth nodded. Fang Yuan, you are right. Saying so, he made his move. But he disregarded Fang Yuan. He targeted a piece of truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was quickly kept in Paradise Earth's immortal aperture. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable targeted that largest truthful floating ice again. As long as he obtained this, he would be the biggest winner in this crazed demon cave situation. The two Venerables were unable to defeat each other. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to leave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop him. Don't think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold gaze. Bam! Killer moves collided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to repel Giant Sun Immortal Venerable again, but she could not stop Paradise Earth in time. Heaven Path Method. The Heaven Path method that Paradise Earth used to take the truthful floating ice was very profound. His aura was initially concealed to the limit. Even the two Venerables could not detect it. After activation, the move was extremely fast. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop it in time, allowing Paradise Earth to succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. She took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain of heaven and earth looked like a lantern. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her killer move, she lifted the lantern and shined it on all the Gu immortals. At the next moment, a tsunami made of endless emotions surged into the immortals' hearts. Their expressions changed abruptly. They resisted with difficulty. Fang Yuan activated Fortitude Gu, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable instilled Immortal Essence into Familial Emotion Gu. Paradise Earth activated the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth instead to resolve it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snickered. She took out Book Mountain again. Book Mountain shined with dazzling light. All sorts of killer moves were replicated and unleashed on the Gu immortals. There was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method, Chi Si Ancestors and Demon Immortal Chi Ju's killer moves, Paradise Earth's killer move, and even Limitless Demon Venerable's method. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally unleashed her full strength, using the two killer moves with these two secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores to suppress everyone that was currently present. Her expression paled immediately. The starlight specks around her dimmed. She had consumed over 10 billion thoughts to do this. They were nearly fully expended. Using this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated Book Mountain. Limitless chains flew out to grab the truthful floating ice and send it into her immortal aperture. This truthful floating ice was not the biggest one, but it contained an immortal Gu. Nobody noticed this immortal Gu except Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Precisely because of it, she was willing to temporarily give up the largest truthful floating ice piece and grab this smaller piece first. After collecting the immortal Gu, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately stopped her killer move. She stored away Book Mountain and focused on defense. Her action was very wise. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could no longer control himself. At the next moment, he shouted loudly. Golden light shot out fiercely with his retaliation. Attacks rained down harshly, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to retreat continuously. She was like a helpless floating duckweed in the storm. Using this opportunity, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took a piece of the truthful floating ice as well. This was not the largest truthful floating ice piece, but it was the one closest to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Because he knew that he could only suppress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for a few breaths of time, There was no time to take the largest truthful floating ice. As expected, at the next moment, star constellation Immortal Venerable recovered and attacked giant sun Immortal Venerable again. The two Venerables fought intensely. Because they were using their full strength while trying to get the truthful floating ice pieces, they did not have the time or energy to spend on other matters. This gave the pseudo-Venerables a good chance. Fang Yuan and Paradise Earth took 3 or 4 pieces each. Lu Wei-yin, Xinshang, and Qi also obtained 1 or 2 pieces. Not long after, the truthful floating ice fragments were all taken except for that final largest piece. The two Venerables had considerable injuries now. Their attempts to take it were all thwarted by the other party. The two Venerables raced against time, attacking the pseudo-Venerables again. This time, they fought with more motivation. After all, the pseudo-Venerables all had some truthful floating ice pieces on them. Oh, while the two Venerables suppressed the pseudo-Venerables, they started to feel a little surprised. Because Paradise Earth was displaying greater battle strength than before. Almost every breath of time, his strength grew by some extent. His aura was already inching closer to the level of a rank 9 Venerable now. Star constellation Immortal Venerables' eyes shined with bright light. So that's it. Paradise Earth, because you converted to cultivating Heaven Path, and because this truthful floating ice is closely related to Heaven Path, you can draw strength from it to raise your cultivation level. This is a brilliant method. Star constellation Immortal Venerable spoke with a tone of admiration, but her killing intent surged correspondingly as well. Earlier, when Fang Yuan asked for help, Paradise Earth ignored him to snatch that truthful floating ice. So this was the reason. Evidently, as long as he could get sufficient truthful floating ice pieces, Paradise Earth would be able to alleviate the flaw of being prematurely revived and become a Venerable again. And this time, he would not be an Earth Path Venerable, but most uniquely, a Heaven Path Venerable. Once Paradise Earth became a Heaven Path Venerable, his strength would likely rise up to the top of the world. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and giant sun Immortal Venerable were not going to sit around and watch this happen. Fate Gu had been destroyed. The entire world was pretty much ruled by them. Nobody would want to see the return of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, especially when this Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable would have far greater strength than them. There was no communication. The two Venerables worked together for the third time. This time, they gave up on Fang Yuan, focusing on Paradise Earth instead. Paradise Earth activated Heaven Path Killer moves consecutively to block the two Venerables' attacks, but soon, he showed signs of being unable to continue. Even though the Heaven Path methods were vast and profound, the two Venerables had greater strength now. Paradise Earth fell into a life-and-death crisis. He shouted at the rest, "Please lend me a hand." Lu Wei-yin and Xinshang hesitated for a moment before tossing their truthful floating ice pieces into Treasure Yellow Heaven at almost the same time. Paradise Earth took the truthful floating ices from Treasure Yellow Heaven and quickly used them to raise his cultivation level. His aura grew once more. He was only inches away from reaching Venerable level. "I am only one step away, Fang Yuan." Paradise Earth transmitted urgently. Fang Yuan snickered. "I can give you the truthful floating ice, but Paradise Earth, can you pay a sufficient price that will satisfy me?" Paradise Earth gritted his teeth. He immediately sent the Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance into Treasure Yellow Heaven, along with all sorts of Heaven Path Killer moves and his own Heaven Path cultivation experiences. Of course, the most important thing was the alliance agreement. To get the most crucial truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth made a huge concession. Fang Yuan placed a small piece of the truthful floating ice into Treasure Yellow Heaven. The two quickly made the transaction. "Haha, Paradise Earth, you can have the final truthful floating ice pieces too." After the transaction was done, Fang Yuan shouted loudly. Paradise Earth's heart shook. Indeed, at the next moment, both Venerables erupted with killer moves surrounding Paradise Earth, barraging him with attacks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable raised the lantern high up. Endless emotions assaulted his heart. Giant sun Immortal Venerable grabbed with his hands continuously, attacking Paradise Earth's luck. Paradise Earth was covered in terrifying injuries. He was like a mortal hanging on a cliff, moments away from dying. Xinshang, Lu Wei-yin, and even Fang Yuan and Qi ancestor attacked from afar, using killer moves to try to help out Paradise Earth. But it was no use. Paradise Earth gritted his teeth, struggling desperately. The truthful floating ice melted gradually, helping him to push to the level of a Venerable once again. But at the crucial moment, Paradise Earth's killer move had a peculiar mistake. The killer move failed and the backlash triggered. Paradise Earth's cultivation level was stuck at the final step. The two Venerables' attacks arrived and instantly engulfed Paradise Earth. "Quickly save him," Lu Wei-yin shouted and was the first to move. The other pseudo-Venerables' hearts jumped too as they took action. The two Venerables were not willing to see Paradise Earth getting saved. They chased after him too. The pseudo-Venerables used all their strengths and disregarded their own danger, managing to block Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks with great difficulty. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's starlight still hit Paradise Earth's body. Paradise Earth shouted loudly. Veins bulged on his face as he used all his strength to activate a killer move. With his defensive killer move broken, his body became covered in countless holes that were ravaged by the starlight. But his healing method was still effective. Paradise Earth was forcefully holding onto his last breath. At this time, Chi-Si made a move, shielding Fang Yuan, who quickly got closer to Paradise Earth's side. Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin, and Shun Shang jolted. The light of hope shined in their eyes. The two Venerables' expressions sank slightly. Right as Fang Yuan was about to save Paradise Earth. Boom! Fang Yuan's palm slammed onto Paradise Earth's back and penetrated his chest. Paradise Earth was already at his last breath. Fang Yuan's attack was the fatal blow that he could not endure. At the moment before his death, Paradise Earth's eyes stared wide as he grabbed Fang Yuan's hand. Paradise Earth, rest in peace. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. At the next moment, Paradise Earth's dwindling aura dissipated entirely. He died with eyes wide open. The entire scene shook. The two Venerables looked at Fang Yuan with peculiar expressions. Lu Wei-yin's lips were trembling. He broke the silence and shouted in a hoarse voice. Fang Yuan, what have you done? Fang Yuan, this, Xin Shang's eyeballs were almost going to pop out. Chi-Si ancestor stopped beside Fang Yuan's main body, showing a strange expression as well. Everyone knew that in this situation with two unrivaled Venerables, Paradise Earth was their only hope of resisting them. But the one who killed this hope was not the two Venerables, but Fang Yuan himself. Was Fang Yuan crazy? He actually did something like this. It was too absurd. Something's not right. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable muttered to himself. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly as well, but did not speak. The two Venerables saw that Fang Yuan was keeping away Paradise Earth's corpse into Sovereign Immortal. Aperture so calmly, they sensed a slight change in the atmosphere. Fang Yuan, how are we going to get out of this? Xin Shang asked anxiously. Without Lord Paradise Earth, how can we resist the two Venerables? Lu Wei-yin was stomping his feet and staring at Fang Yuan angrily. Fang Yuan smiled plainly. It is simple. Wouldn't it be fine if I am a Venerable? Saying so, he no longer concealed his aura, exposing it at this moment. Rank 9 cultivation level. At once, the entire battlefield went silent. Mere tricks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Starlight flowed like water as it surged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan breathed out lightly. A chi tide poured out and blocked all the starlight. At the other end, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also tried to probe. Golden needles shot down like a torrential rain. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Red aurora filled the sky, incinerating all of the golden needles. The pupils of the two Venerables shrank. Lu Wei-yin, Xin Shang, and even Fang Yuan's clone, Chi-Si ancestor, were tongue-tied. Even against the attacks of the two Venerables, Fang Yuan blocked them perfectly. He displayed genuine rank 9 cultivation level. Did he really become a Venerable? Chapter 22:11. Fang Yuan becomes Venerable. Rumble. Fang Yuan's killer moves shot out, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to retreat. What in the world is going on? Since when did Fang Yuan become a Venerable? Lu Wei-yin and Xin Shang watched as Fang Yuan fought the two Venerables. They had complex emotions and asked Chi-Si ancestor urgently. Chi-Si ancestor was also confused. He smiled bitterly. I had no clue either. Lu Wei-yin and Xin Shang were speechless. Fang Yuan had hid this so deeply that he even deceived his own clone. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable remained silent, because they found that Fang Yuan's strength had vaguely surpassed either of them. He was still a rank 8 pseudo-Venerable earlier. How did he turn into a genuine rank 9 so suddenly? The two Venerables were very confused and suspicious. Strange, very strange. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked fiercely. Golden light rained down with imposing might. Fang Yuan responded with a shout. His prepared method was activated, forcefully suppressing the overwhelming golden light. The Tao marks on his body far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Seeing this, Lu Wei-yin and the rest felt their hearts jumping. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took in a deep breath of cold air secretly. He focused his eyes and activated a method. At the next moment, his vision changed. He started to observe the luck above Fang Yuan's head. Initially, Fang Yuan's luck was completely hidden. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could only see Cooking Luck Pot. But soon, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable intensified the force of this move and golden blood flowed out of his eyes, he finally got through Cooking Luck Pot's defense and saw Fang Yuan's true luck. He saw a silver pillar of light that connected heaven and earth. It was grand and condensed. At the base of the silvery pillar, there was a brown grave. It had mostly dissipated now. Only a small part was left. Seeing this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a thought. He sighed to himself. This is Paradise Earth's luck, on one hand. It can stabilize the foundation of the silver light pillar, but on the other hand, it is also digging away and replacing Fang Yuan's foundation. It was the biggest threat to Fang Yuan's luck initially. Now that he killed Paradise Earth, this threat has been removed. This remaining part of the grave is the foundation of Paradise Earth that Fang Yuan has yet to devour completely. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable raised his head again, looking at the top of the silver light pillar. Earlier when they joined forces, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had observed Fang Yuan's luck. Compared to then, Fang Yuan's silver light pillar was no longer blocked by 3 clouds at the top. It shot right through them, truly looking like it was holding up the heavens and supporting the earth. The 3 clouds could only revolve around the top part of the silver pillar. This meant that the 3 Venerables could no longer hold Fang Yuan down. Among the 3 clouds, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's cloud had turned into a golden blood-colored cloud. It was at the top. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Spectral Soul Demon Venerables clouds were below his. They seemed to have the trend of tearing apart. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was moved again. Is this hinting that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is quickly breaking free from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not surprised. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was someone on the same level as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was already an incredibly shocking achievement that she could control him. But it was unrealistic to try fully controlling a Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escapes from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control later, what will happen? No matter what, in terms of luck alone, Fang Yuan has truly become a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable believed in his own luck path methods. He was finally convinced at this moment. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked towards Fang Yuan with some rage in his eyes. How did Fang Yuan become a Venerable in the blink of an eye? Looking at his expression and attitude, it seemed like he held indifference towards rank 9 cultivation level. What did he take this Venerable status as? If rank 9 Venerables could appear so easily, then what would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable amount to? What would the past Venerables amount to? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also considering rapidly. Fang Yuan has rank 9 cultivation level indeed. I underestimated his craftiness and shrewdness. When did he become a Venerable? Did he have this cultivation level from the start? All the signs do not point to that possibility. He had secretly become a Venerable during a certain moment in the crazed Demon Cave battle. But he clearly lacked attainment level. In the contest in Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable ganged up on Fang Yuan and destroyed the Refinement Path portion of the Primordial Domain. Wait! Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly turned his head, retreating as he looked at Fang Yuan, asking, "Did the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance contain Refinement Path true meaning? So you had the necessary Refinement Path attainment level long ago." Fang Yuan smiled, but his attacks became even fiercer. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was sent flying by consecutive attacks. Using this timing, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shot out countless flying stars that flew like lightning, landing on Fang Yuan's back one after another. Fang Yuan staggered from the hit. He almost lost his balance and fell forward. But immediately after, he straightened his back and wiped it with his hand. Starlight specks were shining intensely on his back. They were the Dao marks left behind by the flying stars. But after Fang Yuan wiped them, all of these Dao marks were refined into his own. The power of rank 9 Refinement Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. It was terrible to her that Fang Yuan had such a method. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system did not excel in powerful individual offensive methods. She mainly relied on consecutive hits. And the key to these consecutive hits were the Dao marks that the flying stars left behind. With these Dao marks, the following flying stars would be able to deal increasingly greater damage to the enemy. But Fang Yuan refined these Dao marks into his own. The flying star consecutive move was easily broken. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to use this move, she would not be fighting Fang Yuan, but funding him instead. Fang Yuan easily got rid of the flying star consecutive move and launched his own counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not deal with him head-on. She had to temporarily retreat. He is very proficient with this Refinement Path killer move. It shows that Fang Yuan came prepared. But he held back the entire time, waiting for the final moment of this crazed Demon Cave fight, and after he became rank 9 to utilize this trump card. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally understood the true extent of Fang Yuan's craftiness. The killer move was prepared long ago, Otherwise, it could not be used so quickly after Fang Yuan became rank 9. If he used it earlier, the effect would be great too, but he refused to activate it, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to assume that he was helpless against the Flying Star Killer move. At the final battle, he used it and caught Star Constellation Immortal Venerable off guard immediately. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She realized a portion of the truth at this moment as she spoke. Fang Yuan, well done. You purposely did that during the Primordial Domain contest. You purposely held back and gave up on competing for Primordial Domain. Thus Giant Sun and I destroyed the Refinement Path part of the Primordial Domain. You were purposely pretending to be weak so that we would look down on and put less attention on you. Hearing these words, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's heart lit up. He could not help but feel more anger towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan remained smiling as he said plainly, Star Constellation, you are thinking too highly of me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, don't think of deceiving us anymore. Regardless of whether thieving heaven's true inheritance had refinement path true meaning, before you entered Primordial Domain, you were already extremely close to Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. After entering Primordial Domain, you realized that even if you gave up a portion of the Refinement Path Primordial Domain, you could still become a Refinement Path Supreme Grandmaster by yourself. Thus, you purposely held back and let Giant Sun and I seemingly ruin your chances of becoming a Venerable. There were many benefits in this. Firstly, becoming a Venerable would mean breaking through the Heavenly Tao blockade. You would need to undergo tribulation and it carries many risks. You have to find the right timing to do so. Once you become a Supreme Grandmaster openly, we would be on guard against you. Secondly, even if you became a Venerable quickly, before the three worlds united, Limitless eternal life result was still far away from us. Everyone needed to wait. Furthermore, because of Limitless retaliation, even if you became a Venerable, you could not use your strength. Thirdly, if you were not a Venerable, we would subconsciously ignore you. In our minds, even if Paradise Earth was just a pseudo-Venerable, he was still more threatening than you. Finally, everyone was holding back during the Crazed Demon Cave battle. A lot of trump cards were not revealed. For example, you did not know how much I had infiltrated the Crazed Demon formation. Thus, you concealed your methods and waited for the situation to become clearer after we went through our methods, before trying to claim victory. While defending against Fang Yuan's attacks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable analyzed and exposed Fang Yuan's schemes to everyone. Be they Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they did not want a third Venerable contesting with them. Paradise Earth was the best example. He was trying to become a Venerable under the attention of the two Venerables. In the end, he got heavily injured because of them. As Giant Sun Immortal Venerable listened to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's explanation, his mind became increasingly clear. With a loud howling sound, he stepped on a giant golden aurora and charged at Fang Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also pincer attacked Fang Yuan from another direction. Chapter 22:12. Refine Gu, Refine Human, and Refine Heaven. Seeing the fierce attacks of the enemies, Fang Yuan quickly dodged for the time being. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pursued relentlessly as he shouted. Back then, when I fought my way into the door of life and death, I wanted to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trump card and learn of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current condition. But you also went inside. It was truly a great scheme. If you remained in the outside world, you would need to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who went out. But if you followed me, you would be able to see the strength of Heavenly Court and my longevity heaven. At that time, because of Heavenly Court's arrangements, the door of life and death was tightly connected to the Immortal Graveyard. It could not be destroyed forcefully in a short period of time. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable secretly inspected their lucks. After learning of this peculiar change in Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Spectral Soul Demon Venerables' lucks, he wanted to find out the reason. If possible, he wanted to ruin this intimate relationship between them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had hidden cards too, but he went inside the door of life and death regardless, because he had his own trump cards. When he used the blood path method to revive, no matter how severe his injuries got, he would be fully healed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been trying to make the best use of this trump card. He tried always possible to probe more of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. From Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's perspective, this was the first time he was fighting against a Venerable. Venerables had immense foundation. He needed to probe carefully. To destroy the Immortal Graveyard, he had to target the door of life and death. By going inside, he could inspect if there was really a relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If possible, he he would destroy that connection and save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before working together. Or if possible, he could even try to take the door of life and death for himself. With all these intentions, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to find out Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method involving emotions on this trip. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left the door of life and death, did Giant Sun Immortal Venerable really not have any way of stopping her? That was not the case. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was happy to see Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leave. Firstly, the eternal life results still needed some time to nurture. He had already left behind his investigative method in the crazed demon formation. That was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Secondly, 3 parties were contesting in Crazed Demon Cave then. Other than Green Lotus Great World's Heavenly Court and Savage Wilderness Great World's Longevity Heaven, there was also Yellow Earth Great World's Paradise Earth. In the end, through this contest, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable forced Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to revive prematurely, causing him to only have pseudo-venerable cultivation level. When Paradise Earth went into the door of life and death, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not use his biggest trump card before leaving. Even though he did not save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he managed to ally with Paradise Earth. Boom. As Fang Yuan retaliated, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move was broken. He was forced back again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable yelled, "Fang Yuan, I am sure you wanted to see Paradise Earth's premature resurrection as well." Such great acting, truly great acting skills. After leaving the door of life and death, I was hit by Qin Dingling's method and fell into a disadvantage. I needed you to take action, but you were trapped by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. That was your intentional excuse. You purposely made the Qi-Si clone activate Hu elevation. That way, the Qi-Si clone would be restrained again, while Zhanbu Du was unable to get away. You managed to watch openly as our 2 sides fought and expended each other's strength. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable said while gritting his teeth. Back then, he still had an immortal zombie body. He was suppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and schemed against by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. His combat system's foundation was uprooted. Even though the situation was dangerous, Giant Sun was not flustered. Because he still had the greatest trump card unused. Giant Sun held back and waited because he wanted to see the trump cards of these other people. In the end, Paradise Earth made his move. Paradise Earth did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Instead, he tried to help Giant Sun. After failing, he immediately saved Fang Yuan. This showed that Paradise Earth's intentions were not simple either. However, after Fang Yuan was saved, he still refused to help out Giant Sun. Instead, he went to kill the unimportant Qin Dingling. This way, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to use his Blood Path trump card, reviving completely. Fang Yuan succeeded in killing Qin Dingling. But how could he deceive Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with such superficial actions? Giant Sun was very clear of it in his heart. Since he exposed his true strength, he immediately changed his position and joined up with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Fang Yuan. Because of this, Fang Yuan was attacked by 2 Venerables. He had to expend Reverse Flow River, but still got hit in the end. His immortal aperture suffered calamities and tribulations. Wait. Thinking of this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable realized and called out. During that time, you used the opportunity of your immortal aperture getting hit to obscure the aura and used the chance to break through the Heavenly Tao blockade. By stacking tribulation with tribulation, you deceived everyone and got past the final tribulation, becoming a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable finally understood everything. Back then, he thought that he had succeeded when he inspected Fang Yuan's falling luck and the aura of calamities and tribulations in his aperture. But to think that Fang Yuan was making use of this to secretly tackle the Heavenly Tao blockade and break through an even stronger tribulation. With just Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method, he could definitely not create black fire in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The black fire was the remnant product of the chaotic disaster. Fang Yuan did not speak. He attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable resisted with difficulty. He stared at Fang Yuan and continued to speak. Through that method, you became a Venerable without anyone noticing. I originally thought that you were not skilled in aura concealment methods, but to think that your attainment in this aspect is shocking. You have been concealing your aura the entire time. You actually deceived me, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and wait, even Paradise Earth was deceived. Fang Yuan was the greatest liar. He lied until the very end. All of these Venerables were toyed around by him. Lu Wei-yin and Xun Shang looked at each other, feeling the shock in each other's hearts. The fight between the Venerables was getting more intense. They started using their full strength, causing the rest to be pushed away to the boundaries of the void, along with the Qi-Si clone. Looking at Fang Yuan, who was holding the upper hand, Lu Wei-yin and Xun Shang had complex emotions. On one hand, they were shocked and in admiration that Fang Yuan broke through successfully to become a venerable. He was even suppressing two noble existences who were famous in history. But on the other hand, Lu Weiyin and Xinshang were furious. They had a close connection to Paradise Earth, while a large part of his death was attributed to Fang Yuan's scheme. In the end, Paradise Earth had no choice but to expose his great secret. He could absorb truthful floating ice to raise his cultivation level. Fang Yuan purposely made a transaction with Paradise Earth and shouted so loudly, triggering the two Venerables to use their full strength on him. In the end, the attacks of the two Venerables helped out Fang Yuan. He managed to kill Paradise Earth. Crafty, scheming, evil. Such words revolved around the hearts of Lu Weiyin and Xinshang. They could not help but describe Fang Yuan as such. Rumble. As the golden light faded and starlight dimmed, Fang Yuan was incredibly domineering. His aura was surging like a rising tiger over 10,000 Li star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were feeling bitter internally. After so long, they had already expended many of their trump cards in combat. Their injuries were still lingering. There was simply no time to heal them. In contrast, Fang Yuan had been staying low profile and hiding his strength. His schemes were simply too deep. Boom. The three Venerables clashed again. Fang Yuan held the upper hand once more. The two Venerables were forced back. They spat out blood together, their injuries becoming more severe. Fang Yuan wore a snow-white robe. His hair was long and fluttering. He dominated the battlefield, with his aura surmounting mountains and rivers. He firmly grasped the upper hand as he suddenly recited, "In my youth, I knew the hardships of the world, yet I still aspired to soar above the clouds. A journey of cold winds and uncertainty. A lone traveler experiences a life of ups and downs. A heart of steel forged from countless setbacks, a lifetime of effort to forge one sword. Today my sword aims beyond the clouds, refine Gu, refine human, refine heaven." Fang Yuan's attacks were like a surging tide, enveloping all the surrounding battlefield, approaching from all directions of the world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist them. They retreated time and time again. Fang Yuan grabbed with his hand. The final truthful floating ice went towards him. "Don't think about it." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She had to toss out the door of life and death at the final crucial moment. The door of life and death erupted with an immense suction force, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked at the same time, his killer move landing on Fang Yuan. In order to take the truthful floating ice, Fang Yuan exposed a weakness and was sent into the door of life and death by the two Venerables. Our tactic succeeded. The two Venerables looked at each other, having expressions of joy flashing at the same time. But at the next moment, Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Po Valley, and Reverse Flow River. A killer move with all three secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores was activated by Fang Yuan. A road of life was suddenly formed, extending out of the door of life and death. Fang Yuan instantly returned to the battlefield, leaving Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was extremely furious and agitated behind in the door of life and death. The two Venerables stared with wide eyes. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyelids were twitching intensely. This was the move that he wanted Fang Yuan to conceptualize when he was trapped in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan kept delaying it and showed an expression of helplessness, eventually failing in his deduction. But now, seeing that Fang Yuan was using it so proficiently, it was clear that he had already practiced it many times. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan already had this killer move, but he still used Dang Hun Luo Pasil to make an excuse for Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable, and the rest. Seeing that the door of life and death could not trap Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a soft sigh. At the next moment, the door of life and death opened. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable flew out immediately. He was still in an agitated state. His mind was not clear. He did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but furiously targeted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. Using this chance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to snatch the truthful floating ice. The scene became very chaotic. Immortal killer move, Dang Hun Luo Pasil. With one attack by Fang Yuan, 1,000 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms severed. After Fang Yuan became venerable and passed the Black Fire Tribulation, his down marks had already exceeded Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan roared and made a push, eventually taking that final truthful floating ice for himself. Star Constellation, I've already done my best. From within Spectral Soul's belly, Verdant Great Sun's voice could be heard sighing. Next, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed, becoming blank. His roaring and emotions of hatred vanished. He ignored Fang Yuan and Giant Sun as he charged towards the hole expressionlessly. Bam! With a loud sound, spectral soul demon Venerable had actually used his own body to block the whole of the world boundary. The Immortals were shocked. The entire scene became silent again. Chapter 22:13. Chu Du versus He Lulan. This was a nameless grassland. The ground was dry and desolate. There was barely any vegetation except yellowish wilting wild grass. The sky was gray and hazy. No sunlight could be seen. A cold and dark wind blew on the faces of the Immortals. At this ordinary location, tens of Gu Immortals were gathered. All of their attention was placed on two people. The male Immortal wore a yellowish-brown leather robe unique to Northern Plains. He had a red and thick leather belt, as well as pitch-black leather shoes. The loose robe could not conceal his muscular body. While his face was nothing extraordinary, he looked very plain. But nobody present could ignore him despite that, because his name was Chu Du the Domination Immortal. And opposing him, there was a female Immortal. The female Immortal wore a half-mask covering her nose, mouth, and cheeks, only revealing the upper half of her face, which showed her strong contours, sharp and long brows, bright eyes, and a bold aura. She was Fairy Black Moon, a powerful expert who challenged countless people and had never suffered a loss since her rise in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. As for her true identity as He Lulan, few Gu Immortals knew. Not long ago, He Lulan defeated one of the most prominent members of Lu tribe, rank 7 Gu Immortal expert Lu Chong. She challenged Chu Du thereafter. Chu Du did not back down. He directly agreed. Once news of this battle was spread, the tension of Northern Plains Gu Immortals rose. They paid huge attention to it. Right now, the time for the two Immortals' fight had arrived. Chu Du, you have finally arrived. Battle intent surged in He Lulan's eyes, blazing like flames. The contest of strength path. I have been looking forward to this. Chu Du replied happily. Regardless of the outcome today, Fairy, I would like to invite you to my Chu tribe as a guest. We can exchange our experiences in cultivating strength path. He Lulan snorted coldly. Chu Du, I've heard of your great name since long ago. But if you want to exchange pointers, we will have to see if you're qualified. Chu Du smiled. Please have the first move. He Lulan did not stand on ceremony. Her body flew out like lightning, rising up and flying towards the upper clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of human figures descended from the clouds, crashing towards Chu Du like meteors. Chu Du raised his head and immediately retreated upon seeing this. He was very fast. After pulling some distance, he used his killer move as he pushed with both palms. Boom. A surge of great strength burst out. Air currents were generated. He Lulan's strength path phantoms shattered like bursting bubbles against this powerful attack. Chu Du pushed with his palms again, clearing out the dark clouds in the sky, exposing the clear skies and radiant sunlight. He Lulan, who had hidden herself in the cloud layer, was also exposed as a result. He Lulan had a serious expression. After the concealment of the dark clouds, her killer move was already prepared. At the next moment, her hands clenched into fists, raising them above her head before slamming them down towards Chu Du's direction. With a thunderous sound, air was squeezed and distorted as the fist shadows instantly arrived in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised both arms, blocking the attack. Bam! There was a loud collision as he was forced back by 100 steps. But soon, he stopped in the air, shrugging his shoulders. A layer of dust fell from his sleeves. He was completely unharmed. He Lulan was not surprised at all. She continued to rain down a flurry of unceasing attacks. Chu Du blocked her attacks time and time again while retaliating in response. Both sides were separated by some distance. They attacked with long-ranged methods that caused incredible commotions. The observing Immortals were all staring at the two of them with fixed gazes. So exciting to think that Strength Path Gu Immortals would have so many outstanding long-ranged methods. Currently, it seems that Fairy Black Moon and Chu Du are evenly matched. Humph. Now is too early to make that conclusion. Cho Lao Wu snorted coldly. Strength Path Gu Immortals are strongest at close combat. They are still using long-ranged methods to probe each other now. Chu Du was firm as a mountain while He Lulan displayed many outstanding long-ranged methods. After more than 10 rounds of combat, the two sides suddenly charged and clashed in the center. With that loud sound, all of the Immortals jolted. They are fighting seriously now. This is an extremely rare contest of Strength Path. Whoever wins this will be the #1 Strength Path cultivator in the current world. In the current 5 regions, there were very few Strength Path Gu Immortals. After all, Strength Path had been declining for a long time, far beyond half a century worth of degradation. Before He Lulan appeared, Chu Du was publicly recognized as a Strength Path expert in the 5 regions. He had quite the reputation. With the sudden appearance of He Lulan, most Gu Immortals were shocked by her path. To think that another anomaly would arise in Strength Path. Under everyone's gaze, the two continued to rain down punches and kicks at each other. It was an intense fight. Attacks and defenses were unleashed and put up continually. Each move had an incredible amount of strength in them. Be they Chu Du or He Lu Lan, neither had the intention to retreat. They fought strength with strength, ferocity with ferocity. The battle between Strength Path Gu Immortals could be said to be plain and simple. It was not as glamorous as other paths. But in the hearts of many Gu Immortals present, a chill started to form. Even though Strength Path is declining, Strength Path Gu Immortals are not to be underestimated. If I had to fight against either Chu Du or Fairy Black Moon, the outcome would be disastrous. Each attack by Chu Du or He Lu Lan would cause a thunderous sound that twisted and distorted the air. Air currents surged as wind continued to form from their impacts. Compared to long-ranged methods, Strength Path excelled more at close combat. A Gu Immortal with superb cultivation and Strength Path would be threatening in their every punch and kick. Their advantage in close combat was regarding the aspect of attack frequency. He Lu Lan and Chu Du fought quicker and quicker. The observing Gu Immortals tried to imagine themselves as either party and felt cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. In the future, if I meet any Strength Path Gu Immortal, I must not let them get close to me. The punches and kicks are unleashed too frequently. There is no time to prepare killer moves in such a fight. Without killer moves, how can anyone defend against such intense attacks? More than 10 rounds passed again. Chu Du gradually gained the upper hand. Even though He Lu Lan was strong and had many methods, her combat experience still paled in comparison to Chu Du. Her cultivation time was far less than Chu Du. Chu Du accumulated his advantage through his immensely rich combat experience. After adding up all these advantages, he started to suppress He Lu Lan. Chen Cheng, In Wu Kei, and the rest had grim expressions. This cannot go on. I need to take a risk. He Lu Lan's gaze turned sharp as a blade, flashing for an instant. She knew that if she did not change her fighting style now, if this went on, she would definitely lose. At the next moment, He Lu Lan shouted loudly as she rained punches and kicks on Chu Du with rapid intensity. Chu Du was like a reef by the sea. No matter how intense the waves were, he remained motionless. He Lu Lan was not surprised. While Chu Du defended himself, she quickly moved back and started preparing her killer move. Chu Du smiled as he quickly approached her. Oh no! Chen Cheng saw this and gasped aloud. The observing Gu Immortals saw this and knew that Chu Du had waited for this opportunity for some time. Chu Du erupted with shocking speed, rapidly getting closer to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan had no choice but to helplessly stop her killer move activation. She fought against Chu Du with punches and kicks, blocking the other party's unceasing attacks. But because of this, by stopping her killer move midway, the activation failure caused a backlash that caused severe internal injuries to He Lu Lan. Chu Du created a battle opportunity. He made great use of it and fought against He Lu Lan until she could only defend herself. Chu Du had the complete advantage now. A wave of cheers erupted. These voices came from Chu Du's godchildren as well as the supreme elders of Chu tribe. Don't rejoice too early. Fairy Black Moon has not used her trump card yet. He Lu Lan's supporters had grim expressions. They rebuked. Totem killer move. Dark capital strength, Biao 1. At the next moment, He Lu Lan's body shook. A tiger roared. Its huge black claws sent Chu Du flying. The giant black tiger flapped its wings and vanished on the spot. Appearing behind Chu Du quickly defended himself. Even though he blocked the dark capital strength Biao's attack again, his body was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing towards the ground from the force created. It's here. Fairy Black Moon's signature method, dark capital strength Biao. Someone shouted in excitement. Chou Lao Wu had a cold expression. This was the first time he saw it. This totem killer move is too convenient. It can stay dormant on the skin during normal times and be activated with a single thought when needed. Indeed, Hao Zhen gritted his teeth. If not for this move, our first Supreme Elder would have obtained victory already. One Tiger with Wings. Chapter 22:14. You have won this battle. The dark capital strength Biao was incredibly fast. It was hard to deal with in the first place. More importantly, after He Lu Lan stabilized her position, she quickly used a healing method on herself before joining the fight again. She had great coordination with the dark capital strength Biao. They attacked from the left and right, firmly suppressing Chu Du. Chu Du was in a pitiful state. Many areas of his robe were torn, showing that his defenses were no longer holding up. Blood soon appeared on his lips. His injuries were slowly accumulating. Chu tribe's Gu Immortals had grim expression. In the current situation, they could not see hope of Chu Du turning this around. The dark capital strength Biao gave He Lu Lan too great of an advantage. You will lose. He Lu Lan shouted with momentum, unleashing her killer move, 8-directional strength fight. Chu Du was surrounded by countless figures. He could not break out for the time being. Suddenly, a shadow casted down from above him. It was the dark capital strength Biao. It opened its mouth to bite at Chu Du. If this bite connected, Chu Du would be heavily injured, if not dead. At the moment of crisis, Chu Du laughed loudly instead. Finally caught you. At the next moment, Strength Path giant hand appeared and grabbed forcefully. The dark capital Strength Biao was caught unguarded and growled loudly. It wanted to struggle. But after only one breath of time, the Strength Path giant hand firmly held onto it and slammed it to the ground. Boom. There was a loud sound as the ground shook. Rocks were sent flying and dust clouds rose. Immortal killer move, battle strength, transpiration. Chu Du suddenly erupted with an intense aura as his body expanded to the size of a 10-meter giant. His entire body turned red. All of the pores on his body opened up as his sweat turned into steam surrounding his body. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth combined strength. Chu Du straightened both arms before clapping them together in front of his chest. At the next moment, the immortals gasped. He Lu Lan's expression changed. The surrounding 1,000 li were enveloped by a formless force. The Gu immortals were restrained and unable to move easily. They felt like bugs that had fallen into oil. Affected by this killer move, the speed of the dark capital Strength Biao fell drastically. Its threat towards Chu Du also plunged to rock bottom. This is a quasi-battlefield killer move. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth. Chu Du's move was amazing and beyond her expectations. I did not want to use this. He Lu Lan snorted internally, activating the Expend Strength Immortal Gu in her Immortal Aperture. This rank 7 Immortal Gu was lent to her by Longevity Heaven secretly. Other than that, there was also a killer move that used Expend Strength Immortal Gu as the core. It was called 70% Expended Strength. At the crucial moment, He Lu Lan immediately activated this move. This move's preparation had no aura and was stealthy. Only when it was used, it unleashed an overwhelmingly extraordinary burst of aura. Chu Du quickly tried to dodge, but he did not succeed. After getting hit by this move, every action or killer move of his took much more effort to complete, by at least more than 50%. While Chu Du's condition fell, He Lu Lan unleashed a flurry of attacks again. The battle was in a heated stage. Both sides were stuck in a deadlock. The observing immortals retreated at once. They left the range of heaven and earth combined strength, becoming more at ease as they continued to watch the battle. Regardless of this battle's result, these two are peak characters among Northern Plains rank 7 experts. Such terrifying battle strength. I'm afraid they might be able to challenge rank 8 Gu immortals as well. Chu Du, Black Moon. They are the support pillars of strength path in the current world, undoubtedly. The Gu immortals sighed to themselves at this point in the battle, be they Chu Du or He Lu Lan. They had earned the respect and recognition of everyone. Such evenly matched opponents made the immortals even more excited to see the eventual winner. Awesome, this is really great. Chu Du had many bone fractures and his robe was dyed red, but he laughed heartily and expressed his excitement towards this battle. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth and did not speak. She had gotten into a disadvantage once again. The reason was still the difference in combat experience. Chu Du was superior to He Lu Lan in every tiny detail. As they accumulated, they eventually affected the entire battle. He Lu Lan tried all ways to regain her footing, but the more she fought, the more tiny weaknesses she exposed, giving Chu Du even more opportunities to take advantage of. He was clearly hit by my 70% expended strength. How can he still have such stamina? Seeing that Chu Du was not getting tired, He Lu Lan could not help but feel a bit shocked. Chu Du had outstanding strength. Even though He Lu Lan was using her full strength, she could not take down Chu Du currently. She could only hope that the effect of 70% expended strength would tire Chu Du out. But another 10 or so rounds passed. Before Chu Du even got tired, He Lu Lan was already completely at a disadvantage. The situation was dangerous. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth secretly. She was not willing to fail. In this situation, she could only take a risk and try. At the next moment, the dark capital Strength Biao growled and jumped towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan advanced instead of moving aside, entering the dark capital Strength Biao's body in midair. With a flash of dark light, the dark capital Strength Biao shrank in size. Turning into a half-beast, half-man form, it became a layer of armor on He Lu Lan's body. It seemed like smoke or an illusion. This was a higher-level use of a totem killer move. When the Gu Immortal combined with the totem, their battle strength would surge immensely. Chu Du, time to go down. He Lu Lan shouted. The Biao wings flapped. She instantly arrived before Chu Du raised his arms. He Lu Lan's iron fists landed on his arms. The huge force erupted like resounding thunder. The surrounding air was forced aside as Chu Du flew out uncontrollably towards the ground. But Chu Du landed with both feet on the ground, creating a huge and long trench behind him. While he was still retreating, He Lu Lan suddenly appeared above him. Boom. There was another attack as He Lulan sent Chu Du flying to the ground again. Bam bam bam. He Lulan floated in the air, raining down fist shadows incessantly. The ground shook as smoke appeared. Her terrifying strength caused the spectators to turn pale. Lord Chu Du, Godfather, Chu Tribe's Gu Immortals shouted loudly in worry. He Lulan was too powerful now. She was almost dominating the scene. Chu Du had no way of retaliating. Enough, stop now, Black Moon. From the pit, Chu Du's voice could be heard as he spoke with difficulty. But He Lulan did not listen to him. She continued to punch endlessly. Is Chu Du admitting defeat? Wu Guang was excited as he spoke. Something is not right. Master seems to be in a weird state. Chen Qing's expression changed. Hearing this, everyone realized that He Lulan's gaze was like a wild beast. She seemed to have lost her reasoning. She could only control this killer move through her instincts to slaughter. Chu Tribe's Gu Immortals were all happy now. There is still hope. Great. As long as First Supreme Elder gets through this, he will win. This killer move is too powerful. If Fairy Black Moon's killer move activation fails, she might face a backlash and even lose her life. But right at this moment, a figure flew out. It was Chu Du. But what Chu Du did next was out of everyone's expectations. He had forcefully endured the rampaging attacks, disregarding his own life to approach He Lulan and place his arm on her shoulder. A huge vibration force was emitted. He Lulan and the dark capital strength Biao were separated. He Lulan regained her senses, and her pupils shrank immediately. She was shocked to find out that her left fist had penetrated the right side of Chu Du's chest. But Chu Du used a method to save her and prevent her from suffering the immense backlash from her killer move. Why? At once, He Lulan fell into deep confusion and disbelief. But right at this moment, the dark capital strength Biao's ferocity did not lower. It appeared behind Chu Du and bit harshly. Stop! He Lulan shouted internally and willed to try to stop the dark capital strength Biao. In this situation, if Chu Du was hit by it, he would definitely die. But the dark capital strength Biao was not under He Lulan's control. It was incredibly fierce. Right when He Lulan thought Chu Du was about to die, a surge of aura burst out of Chu Du's body. His killer move was unleashed. The dark capital strength Biao was sent flying from one attack. The Immortals were shocked. Rank 8 cultivation level. Chu Du became a rank 8 Gu Immortal? Our first Supreme Elder is rank 8? When did he advance? He Lulan stared with wide eyes and looked fixedly at Chu Du. Why? While speaking, she retracted her left hand from Chu Du's chest and placed it on his shoulder. A killer move was activated by He Lulan. It was not an offensive killer move, but a healing method instead. Chu Du's expression was pale. He accepted her good intentions as he smiled. Ever since you started challenging people, I started noticing you, Fairy Black Moon. Do you know? Even if you did not challenge me, I would issue you a challenge as well. To have a fair battle. Because Strength Path has been silent for far too long. Your emergence made me really happy. Continue on this path, Black Moon. Revitalize Strength Path and let it shine gloriously again. Chu Du expressed his aspirations. Looking at his dazzling eyes, He Lulan was silent. The dark capital strength Biao had returned after being repelled by Chu Du, but now, He Lulan regained control of it. The dark capital strength Biao was heavily damaged. It went back onto He Lulan's skin. He Lulan looked at Chu Du deeply before leaving. Before departing, she said, Chu Du, you have won this battle. This battle that caused a commotion in Northern Plains Gu Immortal ended in Chu Du's victory, but the exact outcome of this fight was far beyond everyone's expectations. Once Chu Du displayed rank 8 cultivation level, he became a higher-up in the Gu Immortal world, be they himself or Chu Tribe. Their reputation soared. And in that intense battle, Chu Du first sealed his own cultivation level to fight against Fairy Black Moon as a rank 7. He then disregarded his own life to save her. Such actions caused the neutral Gu Immortals to gain good feelings towards him. Even those who supported Fairy Black Moon like In Wu Ke, Chen Xiang, and Wu Guang secretly felt admiration towards him. After returning to Chu Tribe, his godchildren suggested to hold a celebratory banquet and invite the Immortals to make use of this result and elevate Chu Tribe status. But Chu Du rejected it without second thought. He was very low profile regarding the result of this battle. However, news that he became a rank 8 Gu Immortal still caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains' current situation. Days later, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven let out even more surprising news that shook the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had revived successfully, while Fang Yuan had become a Refinement Path Demon Venerable. The world was in an uproar. All the Immortals were shocked. Chapter 22:15 Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Under the setting sun, the surface of the sea was dyed red. Birds were chirping out loud. A warm sea breeze was blowing. This place was some distance away from Eastern Sea Xia clan. It was not considered close. This place will do. Fang Yuan quickly descended, landing on a relatively small deserted island. Several investigative killer moves were activated. Fang Yuan had complete control over the island. He did not detect any threats or suspicious matters. Fang Yuan directly took out the 5 regional limit formation. Soon, 5 colored smoke mixed together and enveloped the island, before spreading towards the sky and sea. If he were still rank 8, after escaping from Crazed Demon Cave, he would choose the headquarters of Eastern Sea Xia clan, or go to Immemorial White Heaven in secret and hide himself to recuperate. But Fang Yuan had rank 9 cultivation level now. He was a Venerable. He could do things openly without fear. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to attack him now, Fang Yuan would be happy to see that happen. Fang Yuan slowly shut his eyes as his divine sense peered into the sovereign immortal aperture. He had already accumulated several beads of rank 9 immortal essence. Rank 8 immortal essence was known as White Lychee Immortal Essence. Rank 9 immortal essence was slightly larger and looked like an apricot. It was orange-yellow in color. It was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan was familiar with the appearance of rank 9 immortal essence since long ago, because he had obtained Giant Sun's immortal essence, as well as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's remaining immortal essence. But now, he felt some surging emotions internally. After all, this was his personal Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. Using the Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence, Fang Yuan activated a method, Refinement Path Killer Move, Refine Self. A pale yellow light that was the size of a fist flowed out from the area near Fang Yuan's stomach. The yellow light flowed slowly around his entire body. The emphasis was on Fang Yuan's injuries. Fang Yuan had over 100 injuries. Most of them were only dealt with superficially while he was on the way back. Even now, many of the wounds were still bleeding and covered in golden light or starlight specks. They were lingering on his bones or his mashed-up flesh. As the pale yellow light appeared, all of the starlight and golden aurora was cleansed. This meant that the down marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left on Fang Yuan's body were all refined by him. But the process of refinement was not comfortable, and intense pain could be felt. Fang Yuan's body was shivering. His expression turned pale. Soon, sweat covered his forehead. Eventually, the pale yellow light lingered on the area of Fang Yuan's detached arm. After an hour, the light faded away. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He finally relaxed. After resting for a moment, he immediately used a compound killer move, man as before. At the next moment, his injuries were fully healed. His arm was also fully restored. But when Fang Yuan exerted strength using that arm, he still felt a sense of weakness from it. But this was already satisfactory to him. Fang Yuan had severe injuries, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were also no better. He was almost certain that their efficiency at healing injuries was lower than him. Because Fang Yuan had the killer move Refined Self, this killer move could refine all of the Dao marks on the Gu cultivator's body into their own. The origin of this move was the killer move that Fang Yuan once used, self-cleansing. Using this, in the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan refined all of the Dao marks of the Flying Star killer move, countering Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's consecutive move. His physical injuries were healed, while his soul was at its peak condition. Fang Yuan started to resolve the matter of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had a tribulation earlier because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move. At almost the same time, because of Fang Yuan's secret manipulation, he challenged the Heavenly Dao and endured the chaotic disaster. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered huge losses. Its foundation had fallen. Compared to before the Crazed Demon Cave expedition, it had about 20% remaining. It was simply in tatters. This was a pitiful sight. But I predicted that this would happen before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. I prepared for it. Fang Yuan focused his mind. Thoughts were expended. He activated another compound killer move, Landscape, as before. The year essence pools and the subpools in various areas of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture all opened their dams now. The accumulated water of the River of Time formed into a vast silhouette under the effect of Landscape, as before, sweeping through the many 5 regions, as well as all the many 9 heavens. The silhouette of the water of the River of Time soon receded entirely, but what remained were various resource points of mountains and rivers that were completely restored. The Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture saw this sight and cheered loudly. Their morale surged. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of air. Back then, when he created the year essence subpools and created time path areas, he had already prepared to use Landscape as before for such a purpose. After using this method, the water of the River of Time in the year essence pools was almost used up, the sovereign immortal aperture's time difference with the outside world also fell greatly. A considerable amount of time was needed until the year essence pools could gather enough water of the river of time to accelerate the sovereign immortal aperture's time again. At this point, 40% of the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation had just been restored, which meant that the sovereign immortal aperture only had 40% in total of losses remaining. This greatly reduced the time, energy, and resources needed to reconstruct his foundation. The 40% of losses were created by the chaotic disaster. Even landscape as before was not useful for this. The Gu immortals that died from the chaotic disaster were also not able to revive through human sea. He had a lot of other losses as well. The immortal essence expenditure was huge. He once had a vast amount of rank 8 immortal essence, but now, he had about 10% left. It was way below the safety margin. He was in a dangerous state. This was also why Fang Yuan stopped and did not continue fighting against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But the good news was, as a Venerable, Fang Yuan produced Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. It was much more useful than White Lychee Immortal Essence. The bad news was, rank 8 Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus that once helped Fang Yuan greatly in terms of immortal essence storage became much less useful now. At the same time, because the sovereign immortal aperture's time slowed greatly, Fang Yuan's immortal essence production speed was not high. During this period of time, Fang Yuan needed to rest and manage his immortal essence. He also had to refine the natural Tao marks of the outside world. He would need a lot of immortal essence. The lack of immortal essence is huge, while immortal essence stones are barely useful to me anymore. If I ignore everything and raise the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time to the limit, that will not work either. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. Unless they were Dream Path, Pill Path, and so on, grand tribulations and myriad tribulations were no threat to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was only wary about the chaotic disasters every 100 years. Even though he had already gone through one chaotic disaster in Crazed Demon Cave, that was only the Heavenly Tao blockade. It was far weaker than the chaotic disasters that would occur every 100 years. If the sovereign immortal aperture's time was too fast, Fang Yuan would quickly have to face the chaotic disaster. If he got heavily injured in the process, or even near the point of death, the other Venerables would take advantage of the chance. The replenishment of immortal essence was a problem. Other than this, Fang Yuan also lost a large number of immortal Gu. In the first parts of the Crazed Demon Cave fight, after Gu immortals died, Fang Yuan did not retrieve their immortal Gu or immortal apertures. In fact, the 7 immortal Gu houses that Fang Yuan took out in Crazed Demon Cave, including Rising Cloud City, were all lost as well. Fang Yuan's losses were so severe that no super force in the world barring Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven could afford to endure them. Thankfully, in the later parts of the Crazed Demon Cave fight, Fang Yuan purposely reduced his losses in this aspect. For example, when Zhanbu Du died, the will that he left behind sent many of his precious transformation path Immortal Gu into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Other than Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence, many Gu immortals died as well. Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, Xiao He Jian, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and even Fang Yuan's clone Zhanbu Du, they had all died in Crazed Demon Cave. There were also those who died in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture when they defended against the tribulations. Most of them were revived through human sea. They had to recultivate to become immortal again. There was also a group of them who could not be revived. Among them was the old Combat Beast King, a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even Fang Yuan felt that it was a pity. This old man had worked laboriously without complaint. He made great contributions towards the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. But he was killed by the Black Fire. Fang Yuan could not revive him. Other than these material losses, Fang Yuan also had some hidden losses. Most importantly, he exposed too many killer moves. In the Crazed Demon Cave battle, Fang Yuan had no choice but to expose many of his compound killer moves, as well as trump cards like Refined Self, Totem killer moves, and others. For a long time, these killer moves could not be used. They needed to be modified. When he fights against the Venerables in the future, if he were to use these killer moves without modification, Fang Yuan would be taking a huge risk. But compared to his losses, Fang Yuan's gains were much higher. In the Crazed Demon Cave battle, Fang Yuan had immense gains. He was undeniably the biggest winner out of everyone. Firstly, Fang Yuan ransacked the first 7 layers and obtained a vast amount of chaotic Tao Mark immortal materials. In the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, he used Thieves' Den to gain a vast amount of rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were enough for him to try to refine a rank 9 immortal Gu. The second thing was Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan had about the same amount of the primordial domain as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, which was slightly less than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Primordial domain was extremely valuable, especially for Fang Yuan. The third thing was Paradise Earth's Northern Plains true inheritance, as well as his Heaven Path cultivation experiences. These included the method to digest truthful floating ice and raise one's own Heaven Path cultivation level. The fourth was information. After the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan gained an in-depth understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, as well as the Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven that they belonged to. He was no longer kept in the dark like before. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Giant Sun Immortal Venerables methods. Their combat systems, as well as Heavenly Court's Door of Life and Death Immortal Graveyard, Transient White Cloud City Suppression Painting Path Formation, Wandan's Pill Path, Longevity Heaven's 8 Extremities Formation, Calamity Luck Altars Luck Changing Golden Light Path, and others. The fifth gain was also Fang Yuan's greatest gain. His cultivation level rose to become Venerable level. This was a peak qualitative change. From now onwards, he went from a chess piece to a player. He could openly plot against the world and rule over the 5 regions. The history of humanity and variant humans would have no choice but to remember his name. At this point, he stood on the same plane as the 10 predecessors. He was like a sun that shone throughout the ages. All other Gu immortals, regardless of their heroism or talent, were mere stars in the sky. Gu Fang Yuan, the 11th Venerable of the Gu cultivator world, a demonic cultivator who became venerable through refinement path. According to Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, his title was Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Chapter 2216, Crying Because of Fang Yuan Eastern Sea. Shin Clan Headquarters, Purple Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. An elderly Gu immortal stood in front of a stone door as he waited patiently. The elderly Gu immortal radiated rank 8 aura. He was the current first supreme elder of Shin Clan, holding high authority. Shun Tsung Sheng. Rumble. As the door of the secret room was opened, 2 Gu immortals walked out from within. The person in front wore a gray robe and had shoulder-length black and white hair. It was Shin Shang. As a cultivator of human path, the stay in Divine Emperor City was his fortuitous encounter. After leaving Divine Emperor City, the black fire injury in his immortal aperture was completely healed. His battle strength surged to pseudo-venerable level. Shin Shang walked out of the stone door and stayed at the side, smiling at the Gu immortal behind him. Please come in. This Gu immortal wore a gray hemp garment. It was very simple and plain, but his muscular body could not be concealed. He wore a conical hat that could not hide his pale face and weakened state. It was Lu Wei-yin, who had survived the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Lu Wei-yin bowed slightly and said, Senior Shin's human path methods are extraordinary. 30% of my injuries have healed already. I can only repay this debt in the future. Shin Shang laughed heartily. No need to worry about it. Don't call me senior either. We fought together in Crazed Demon Cave, having close cooperation. With our friendship, you can just treat me as an equal. Shun Tsung Sheng laughed as well. Seniors, the banquet has been prepared. Please come with me. Before Lu Wei-yin gave any modest reply, Shin Shang laughed and grabbed his arm, bringing him to the banquet enthusiastically. The banquet was held outdoors in the open, at the peak of Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. There were 3 people in the pavilion. Shin Shang sat at the main seat. Lu Wei-yin sat beside him as the guest, while Shun Tsung Sheng sat at the end respectfully. There was no need to comment about the beautiful and delicious food and wine on the table. Lu Wei-yin only took a small bite before he gazed afar. He saw that the sea was calm as a mirror, having no waves at all. The setting sun was radiating brightly, and the evening clouds were like blazing flames. Such a beautiful sight. Lu Wei-yin praised. At this moment, the countless birds and sparrows chirped on the island. Countless purple rosewood branches shook with the cries of the birds, emitting beautiful sounds. At once, the blend of sounds created a medley that spread far and wide, towards the sea and sky that stretched to the horizon. Lu Wei-yin could not help but show an expression of indulgence. He shut his eyes to savor the moment. After a long while, he opened his eyes and let out a breath of air. I've heard of the reputation of Eastern Sea Shin Clan's Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. After seeing it today, it truly lives up to that reputation. After surviving Crazed Demon Cave and seeing this beautiful sight, my heart has calmed down. Sigh. It is great to be alive. Lu Wei-yin's strength was at the peak of rank 8, aside from his defense, which was firmly at pseudo-venerable level. However, the battle in Crazed Demon Cave made him feel extremely weak. There were many crises and trials that caused Lu Wei-yin to be on the brink of death multiple times. Recalling these dangerous moments, Lu Wei-yin still felt some lingering fear now. Shun Tsung Sheng showed an expression of curiosity as he inquired. If not for heavenly courts and longevity heaven's declarations, the entire 5 regions would still be kept in the dark. What exactly happened in Crazed Demon Cave? Not only did Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revive, Gu Fang Yuan even became Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven both suffered losses. Even though they had gains too, Fang Yuan was the biggest winner. Thus, they did not describe the details of Crazed Demon Cave to the rest of the world. With this huge commotion, after the initial shock of the Gu Immortals, they started to gain deep curiosity. Shen Tsongsheng was no exception. Lu Weiyin and Shun Shang looked at each other before retelling the complex story of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave together. After Shen Tsongsheng heard their story, he became silent. The pursuit of Limitless Demon Venerable, the scheming star constellation Immortal Venerable, the powerful giant sun Immortal Venerable, the pitiful paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and the immense restraint of Gu Fang Yuan. This battle was at a whole new level, to the extent that even Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Zhanbu Du, Qi Si Ancestor, Lu Weiyin, and Xin Shang were mere side characters in comparison. The price of this battle was also shocking beyond belief. Pseudo-venerables like Zhanbu Du and Demon Immortal Qi Ju died. Fang Yuan lost about 50 Gu Immortal subordinates. Only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities were left. And in Crazed Demon Cave, countless life forms including Nye Kuang Feng, Butian Kong, and Duan who had died. Eventually, Limitless Demon Venerable failed in pursuing eternal life, while Fang Yuan ended up as the biggest winner. Shen Tsongsheng frowned and asked the 2 immortals, "There are 3 things I do not understand. Firstly, if I were Limitless Demon Venerable, why would I rush at that moment and take such a risk? With such strength, couldn't he have suppressed the entire world and built another formation if this Crazed Demon formation was not enough to achieve his goal?" Shen Shang shook his head slightly. Limitless Demon Venerable is a true Tao pursuer. After a million years of preparation and planning, how could he relent without giving it a test? Lu Weiyin added. He could not last long in that condition either. Although he seemed to have revived, he was not a true living Gu Immortal. At least, after his death, he did not have a flesh and blood body. There was no immortal aperture either. In fact, he turned back into truthful floating ice. So that's it. Shen Tsongsheng nodded and asked again. Secondly, are they really ignoring Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and letting him remain in the void of the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave? Lu Weiyin pondered and said, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was first manipulated by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and experienced a surge in emotions. He almost lost his memories and only vaguely remembered Lord Paradise Earth. Afterwards, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was released from the door of life and death by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He actually went to block the whole of the world boundary of his own accord. That was out of our expectations. He did not regain his memories and sanity like what we anticipated. There were no changes in his emotions. It was like he was completely emotionless, but he treated the world boundaries whole as the biggest threat. He used his body to block it and ignored everything else. That was truly a strange condition, as if he was a soul beast. Shun Shang said, Us 2 discussed between ourselves regarding Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition, but we had no conclusion. Now it seems that even the Venerables have no answer. They can merely make guesses. After Fang Yuan gained the upper hand and snatched the final truthful floating ice, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable focused on suppressing the world boundaries whole, the 3 Venerables stopped fighting. After the battle of Crazed Demon Cave, they are all severely weakened, since the whole is handled by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Ignoring him is the best move for now. Saying so, Xin Shang looked at Lu Weiyin and said, As for what they will do in the future, and whether Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can regain his sanity, none of us can guess. Lu Weiyin nodded. His expression turned more solemn. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had a deeply murderous nature. Without regaining his sanity, he could only stay in the 9th layer void and not escape. But if he regained his sanity, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would fall into chaos. Shen Tsongsheng asked his final question. And thirdly, Fang Yuan's schemes to become a venerable were exposed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But there are still things I cannot understand. How did Fang Yuan get so many new killer moves? He had an endless number of compound killer moves, totem killer moves, and even Dang Hun Luo Pasil that made use of Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. I really cannot understand it. I thought Fang Yuan was always specialized in the wisdom path aspect of blocking others' deductions. His wisdom Gu was also used up in Heavenly Court. How could he still have so many killer moves? Unless he has made some important progression in wisdom path, but isn't this growth simply too big? So be it if he had Dang Hun Luo Pasil, but that killer move that allowed him to escape from the door of life and death used the three secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores, he had nearly replicated the road of life. Lu Weiyin and Xin Shang shook their heads. They had no idea either. The former sighed. If Fang Yuan was not so unpredictable, he would not have become the biggest winner in this contest. The latter said, regarding this, I have some guesses. The three immortals ate and spoke, discussing their theories. After filling their bellies, Shen Songsheng took out a cup and made tea for Lu Weiyin and Xin Shang. Lu Weiyin took a look and became quite curious. He asked, "Is this your six-sound tea?" Shen Songsheng smiled. "It is just a small creation. Allow me to embarrass myself." Lu Weiyin had a serious expression. Shin Clan's six-sound tea is famous in the world. To think that I am lucky enough to try it. There is a term in luck path called every cloud has a silver lining. There is also another saying, there is bound to be great fortune after surviving a huge crisis. Haha, I am really lucky today. Six-sound tea was a set of 6 teacups. These 6 cups of tea had very specific details when it came to the brewing process. Temperature, cup used, sequence of drinking, and exact way to drink. Shen Songsheng expended rank 8 immortal materials to brew the first cup of tea. It was called Autumn Wood Sound. This tea was crystal clear. It was like the sky devoid of clouds, extremely pure and intact. The moment Lu Weiyin drank it, he felt refreshed. His mind became clear. It was pure and cleansed. It was as if he had turned into a carefree flying bird, or a cool breeze, moving casually in the autumn skies, forgetting all his worries. Shen Songsheng made the second cup of tea. It was called Cloud Flow Tea. This tea had a special texture. It was soft as cotton, unlike normal tea. It melted when it entered the mouth, turning into a slightly cold stream of water that flowed down his throat. It was drunk in one mouthful, without doubt. He made the third cup of tea. It was called River Mournful Cry. But halfway through, tears flowed down Shen Songsheng's cheeks. He failed to brew the tea successfully. I am ashamed. I am ashamed. Shen Songsheng quickly wiped his tears and apologized. Lu Weiyin's injuries had been treated by Xin Shang. He was also hosted so enthusiastically by them. He knew that the main show was coming. He quickly asked what they wanted to hear. First Supreme Elder of Xin Clan, why are you crying? Shen Songsheng answered. Thank you for the concern. I am merely tearing up in guilt. It has been 1,000 years since my Xin Clan was established. To think that it would face the crisis of extermination during my generation, I, Shen Songsheng, am truly incompetent and useless. This beautiful rosewood myriad Sparrow Island and our countless clansmen are all going to perish. Xin Shang sighed deeply. Lu Weiyin asked, are you too worried about Fang Yuan? Precisely. Not long ago, information spread that this Lord Demon Venerable returned to Eastern Sea, picking Immortal Island to set up his 5-restriction profound light chi that encompassed the surrounding 10,000 li. I am truly worried and fearful now. The whole of Xin Clan is worried and fearful. In fact, the entire Eastern Sea Gu immortal world is worried and fearful. Shen Songsheng said this. A large amount of tears flowed down his face again. Chapter 22:17. Delicious wine becomes flavorless. The great Xin Clan first Supreme Elder was crying with a tearful expression now. Part of it was definitely Shen Songsheng's inner fear towards Fang Yuan, but he had deeper goals as well. With the combined announcement of Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, such news could not be fake. Fang Yuan became Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, while news like Qi Si Ancestor being Fang Yuan's clone became known throughout the world. Before this, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had been defending Qi Si Ancestor as they made the Righteous Qi Alliance to contest against the Variant Human Alliance under Fang Yuan's control. It turned out that both leaders were Fang Yuan after all. It could be said that the entirety of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path clans were toyed around in the hands of Fang Yuan. After Shen Songsheng found out about the truth, he felt anger and humiliation, but soon, fear and unrest followed. Xin Clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. It had huge businesses and 7 seas under its control, but how could they face Fang Yuan? Back when Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable, Eastern Sea's superforces had joined together unprecedentedly and nominated Qi Si Ancestor to lead them. This caused their situation to stabilize. Now that Fang Yuan was a venerable, Xin Clan and the other superforces could not escape his wrath. Because they were located in Eastern Sea, they could not move elsewhere. Even if they wanted to move, where could they go? Southern border and Western desert were impossible, since the absence of a venerable meant that Fang Yuan could chase after them if he was unhappy, and they would be doomed. Other than those regions, Central Continent and Northern Plains each had their own venerable who could resist Fang Yuan. But they already had their own super forces. How could Xin Clan and the rest develop there? If they stayed in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan would bully them. But if they went to Central Continent or Northern Plains, would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable not suppress them? The 5 regions' chaotic war was bound to happen. If Shun clan joined either Venerable, when war broke out, they would be used as cannon fodder. Thus, Shun Songsheng gathered the elite Gu Immortals and discussed for a while. He decided that joining Fang Yuan was the best choice for them. Even though it was quite embarrassing, Fang Yuan was now a demon Venerable. Everyone would understand their actions. After Shin Songsheng made up his mind to join Fang Yuan, he thought about it more deeply. Since he was going to join Fang Yuan, Shin clan had to be the first clan to do so. It would give them more advantages. If Shin clan took the lead and worked with a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin, stirring other Eastern Sea righteous path forces to join Fang Yuan, they would leave a good impression on Fang Yuan. Shin Songsheng secretly told this plan to Shin Shang. After he thought about it for a while, he decided that it was possible. Thus, they had to convince Lu Weiyin first. Shin Shang felt that they had a good chance of convincing Lu Weiyin. Even though he had only met Lu Weiyin shortly, they had a deep connection. Shin Shang had once received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables guidance, while Lu Weiyin was his southern border inheritor. If they looked at this from the Central Continent sect system, they were disciple brothers. Furthermore, during the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, Lu Weiyin and Shin Shang had worked together without any internal conflict. After returning, Shin Shang used his human path methods to heal Lu Weiyin. If he were to use only his own earth path methods, it would take a long time to recover. At once, Shin Songsheng cried, while Shin Shang drank tea by the side. They were both waiting for Lu Weiyin's response. Lu Weiyin sighed internally. He had already understood that Shin Shang had an unclear relationship with Fang Yuan. They had worked together during the Fate War to fight Heavenly Court. In Crazed Demon Cave, after Shin Shang left Divine Emperor City, he immediately cooperated and fought against Heavenly Court as a result of Fang Yuan's words. Then what about Lu Weiyin? Where should he go? Lu Weiyin had been considering this question for a long time. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the situation of the world changed drastically. 3 Venerables were in a standoff, but there was still the possibility of other Venerables reviving. Everything needed to be reconsidered. Lu Weiyin, who had pseudo-Venerable battle strength, was clear of his own situation. Fighting against a Venerable was courting death. But in certain situations, pseudo-Venerables were still capable of influencing the victory and defeat of Venerables. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was proof of this. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable got into a deadlock, they first invited Fang Yuan before asking the other pseudo-Venerables to join their side. These people were the crucial pieces needed to tilt victory in their favor. In Crazed Demon Cave, even after the 3 Venerables stopped fighting, Fang Yuan and the other Venerables did not deal with Lu Weiyin and the rest, other than the fact that they were in poor condition and were wary of each other's actions, thus being unable to take risks. If they tried to kill the pseudo-Venerables and failed, they would be forcing them to join the other sides. Thus, Lu Weiyin and the rest returned safely. Lu Weiyin pondered for a while before saying, "If Lord Paradise Earth were still around, I would definitely follow him." The reason why I helped Fang Yuan to ambush Spectral Soul during the pursuit battle was to use his strength to help Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revive. But now, he has been killed by Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, showing anger on his face. If Paradise Earth were to be killed by either Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Lu Weiyin might still feel better. But it was Fang Yuan who killed Paradise Earth. While Fang Yuan managed to escape from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable because of Lu Weiyin's desperate attempt to ambush him, Shin Shang observed his expression and knew that Lu Weiyin's emotions were surging. He understood why Lu Weiyin felt so conflicted as well. Shin Shang did not speak. He had received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help in the past. It was not appropriate to speak now. Shin Songsheng had no such issue, immediately urging, "In my opinion, Lord Lu Weiyin, you do not need to be too conflicted. Back then, you helped Fang Yuan mostly because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's will." After pausing for a while, he added, "Furthermore, even though Fang Yuan took Lord Paradise Earth's life, that was merely the final hit. The most important culprits were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable." Lu Weiyin sighed as he looked up. He had no choice but to nod as he said, "You are right." He smiled bitterly. The situation has changed. The world is no longer like before. Without Lord Paradise Earth, I, Lu Weiyin, am merely a wandering vagrant. Even though Mushroom Man Paradise is still around, the Mushroom Men have all entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture already. They are Fang Yuan's hostages. I am troubled by both choices. I cannot calm down. Shin Shang, we have a deep friendship forged from battles. I wonder what your opinion on this matter is? I would like to hear your view." Shin Shang coughed before saying, "I will not lie to you, friend. I want to join Lord Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The truth is, back in the Blue Dragon Whale, we had already worked with Lord Fang Yuan. Afterwards, we collaborated in both the Fate War and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Through our multiple cooperations, Lord Fang Yuan had not let us down once. Of course, can we say that Fang Yuan is dependable? That is complete nonsense. He is still a demon venerable after all. But Shun Clan's foundation is here. If we try to move, it will be too risky. After considering the pros and cons, this is the only thing we can do. Gu Immortals could not cultivate without resources. Shin Clan was huge and had many Gu Immortals. They needed even more resources to maintain the cultivation of all their members, while promoting new Gu Immortal seeds as well. Of course, each Gu Immortal had their own Immortal aperture. But just the resources inside one's Immortal aperture were not enough to be self-sufficient. Otherwise, Treasure Yellow Heaven would not be this popular with everyone. The Sovereign Immortal aperture was able to be self-sufficient, but it was unique. Even though it could be refined again, the amount of immortal materials needed, including the 10 extreme physiques, and also the tribulation during the Gu refinement, made the risks and investments too great to bear. Hearing Xinshang's words, Lu Wei Yin's expression turned grim as he nodded. Brother Shin has helped me a lot. Since that is your decision, then I will follow you this time. Shun Songsheng and Xinshang glanced at each other while muttering internally, sly old fox. With these words, Lu Wei Yin wanted to use this decision to repay the favor of having Xinshang heal his injuries. As expected, a pseudo-venerable like Lu Wei Yin was a genius among geniuses. He could not be deceived under most situations. Xinshang coughed and said, "It is for the best that you have decided to do this. We can help each other out in the future as well." Shin Songsheng quickly made use of this conversation, suggesting that Xinshang and Lu Wei Yin should take the lead to get all the other Eastern Sea super forces to join Fang Yuan as well. Lu Wei Yin predicted that this would happen. He nodded and agreed on the spot. Shin Songsheng brewed his 6-sound tea again. After enjoying the tea, Xinshang brought the satisfied Lu Wei Yin into their secret room again for treatment. Xinshang's and Lu Wei Yin's injuries were very severe. Just one round of treatment was not enough. Even if Xinshang was using human path methods to get rid of these venerable Dao marks on their wounds, time was needed. On the morning of the second day, Shun Songsheng set off and visited the other super clans. His plan to rope them in was quite successful. These super forces were all based in Eastern Sea. They soon heard from Shun Songsheng that Xinshang and Lu Wei Yin were going to join Fang Yuan. With the death of Demon Immortal Qi Ju in Crazed Demon Cave, there were only 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts left in the world. Among the 3 of them, Xinshang and Lu Wei Yin wanted to join Fang Yuan, while Qi Si Ancestor, the leader of the Righteous Qi Alliance, was Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone. This trend was simply too overpowering. The other Eastern Sea super clans soon joined in. Of course, not everyone wanted to join Fang Yuan. Xia Xian, Xia Jia, and the other Gu Immortals had already decided to leave Eastern Sea and betray the Righteous Qi Alliance the moment they heard Longevity Heavens and Heavenly Court's announcements. These Xia Clan Gu Immortals were truly pitiful. First, their foundation was devoured by the Variant Human Alliance. They then joined Qi Si Ancestor to try and reclaim their territory. But the result was that Qi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan had played them entirely, killing the important Gu Immortals of Xia Clan like Xia Ruiji. This demon Fang Yuan killed our clansmen and devoured our foundation. This enmity is greater than heaven. Eastern Sea, we will be back one day. Let's go. Zui Xian Wang is going to arrive here soon on patrol. Hee, don't worry. In order to escape today, I specially found some rare wine for Zui Xian Wang. With his nature, he is going to be completely drunk today. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals conversed while secretly flying from Eastern Sea to Central Continent along the surface of the sea. Zui Xian Wang watched as they left, until they vanished into the horizon. This elderly Gu Immortal sighed. Deeply, he had a worried expression. He had already regretted his promise to Qin Dingling. He was now Heavenly Court's spy that had infiltrated the Righteous Qi Alliance. Heavenly Court had instructed him a day ago to purposely let these Xia Clan Gu Immortals go. I succeeded this time because it was an easy mission, but next time? Zui Xianwing thought about Fang Yuan, who had venerable cultivation level, all the while that he had become flavorless. How did he suddenly become a venerable out of nowhere? Chapter 22:18. Fang Yuan, as an escape route, a tiny bamboo stick, on which 5 cicadas were skewered, was placed above the fire grill. The bamboo stick was unusual, while the fire was also not ordinary. These 5 cicadas were all rank 5 fire path Gu worms named Purple Smoke Cicada. Once the infusion of true essence can emit purple smoke, obscuring a piece of heaven and earth. If in the mortal world, each purple smoke cicada would cause bloodshed among Gu masters, but here, they were just food. The person cooking the cicadas wore a white robe and had thick hair. He was sitting on a folding stool that displayed his tall and thin body. It was Northern Plains Rank 8, Gu Immortal Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu had a hobby that was well known in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. He loved to cook Gu worms and create these delicious dishes from time to time. He personally cooked these dishes, other than for himself. He also gave them to his Baizu tribe members as a reward. Anyone who received such a reward would feel incredibly honored. This was Heavenly Lord Baizu's acknowledgement after all. At times, Heavenly Lord Baizu would also invite his Gu Immortal friends as guests to enjoy his cooking. At this moment, Chu Du sat in front of Heavenly Lord Baizu. He was the single esteemed guest that was invited. Chu Du continued to chew as the number of purple smoke cicadas on the skewer fell to 1. Brother Chu, how's the taste? Heavenly Lord Baizu grilled his cicadas while smiling and asking. Chu Du smiled too. It has great flavor. To think that after grilling these purple smoke cicadas, they would actually have the flavor of chicken meat, but also the sweetness of taro. It is a crunchy snack and 1 skewer is definitely not enough. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed. Everyone knows that I was a lone cultivator initially. Long ago, when I roamed Northern Plains aimlessly, I barely had enough clothes or food. One time, when I failed to capture a Gu worm, I accidentally crushed it with my foot. Half a month of effort became wasted as a result. I could not bear to leave it there. I felt angry and regretful. Thus, I cooked that Gu worm and ate it. The flavor was terrible, and I had diarrhea for 7 days and nights. I almost died as a result. After that ordeal, I became more determined and ruthless. I swore that when I made it big, I would frequently eat Gu worms to take revenge. Heavenly Lord Baizu had a drifting gaze. Chu Du was solemn. Heavenly Lord Baizu had never said such words to him. He seemed to have the intention to go into a deeper conversation. Chu Du knew that this was the result of exposing his rank 8 cultivation level. They were on equal levels now. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed again as he steered the topic back. My grilled cicadas are just a hobby. There is good flavor, but no benefits at all. This is not like those super forces with deep foundations. Their famous teas and wines are passed down for generations and modified each time. Some of their better creations can even grant down marks after consumption. Chu Du nodded as he said analytically. Ever since the Battle of Etion Mountain and the actions of spectral soul demon Venerable, who has incredibly profound food path methods, Heavenly Court, which was his enemy, started to research food path and gained much result. The chi tides that swept the world also caused 5 or 6 food path inheritances that I know of to be circulated. These were mostly sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven and were bought by many people, allowing them to benefit greatly. As a result, food path started to spread among people. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded and sighed. With the destruction of fate, the unification of 5 regions, and the reign of 3 venerables, the chaotic war is about to start. This has never happened in human history. Food path originated from beastmen and was purposely concealed by people even when it was spread. But with the great era now, food path cannot be hidden anymore. I wonder how. Many food path experts will appear in the future. Food path is becoming like this. Strength path will also not stay the same. Brother Chu, I know that you are focused on promoting strength path. That is impossible during normal times, but in this great era, you have a good chance of success. Chu Du laughed involuntarily. He had fought against Fairy Black Moon earlier and risked injuries to save her. It showed his aspiration to everyone. Chu Du's eyes glimmered. Now is still too early. Currently, there are less than 5 true strength path experts in the 5 regions. Other than me and Fairy Black Moon, there is only the first Supreme Elder of Western Desert's Fang clan, who is the most famous one. To revitalize strength path, I need to get more Gu cultivators to choose strength path in their cultivation. I cannot change the environment of the world, but I can create more strength path experts to push this tide along. Heavenly Lord Baizu finally reached the topic he wanted. He interjected. Brother Chu, you are forgetting one strength path expert. In his early days, he mostly relied on strength path methods. And now he is high and mighty, far beyond the realm of us, ordinary people. Chu Du was stunned for a moment before realizing that Heavenly Lord Baizu was referring to Gu Fang Yuan. Chu Du knew what Heavenly Lord Baizu's intention was in mentioning Fang Yuan. He cooperated and said solemnly, Gu Fang Yuan was able to become a venerable. It is truly out of my expectations. Back when I first met him, I felt that this person was not simple. He could not be estimated with common sense. Afterwards, I was fortunate to fight together with him several times. I found that this person had a hardy nature. He had both brains and brawn. Anyone with such a nature would not submit to being below others. But he had a special identity. He was the single chosen person by heaven's will to rebirth. He also received the investment of many venerables in an attempt to destroy fate. In his life, he had encountered so many dangerous situations and predicaments that even throughout history, nobody could compare to it. Finally, he managed to take that final step and become one of the strongest people in the world. After my initial shock and suspicion, I analyzed this and felt that it was a natural thing. Heavenly Lord Baizu listened. He nodded, saying, "You are exactly right." Next, Heavenly Lord Baizu subconsciously quietened his voice as he moved his body forward, saying to Chu Du, "I wonder if Brother Chu has stayed in contact with this heaven-refining demon Venerable." Chu Du did not answer openly. He asked, "Oh, Brother Baizu, you mean to say?" Heavenly Lord Baizu shrugged and raised both palms, smiled bitterly. "In the current situation, Brother Chu, why the need to ask an unnecessary question? We became acquainted from our initial conflict. Even though we made our respective tribes, in this northern plains, we are ostracized constantly. In normal times, we both have rank 8 cultivation level. Other than Central Continent, as long as we are alive, our forces can stay strong in any other place. But now, we are in the unprecedented Great Era. Giant Son Immortal Venerable revived, and he has a reputation for being the most caring towards his descendants. My Baizu tribe was established by devouring He tribe's foundation, which is a Huang Jin bloodline tribe. To speak the truth, Brother Chu, I have not been able to eat or sleep well recently. I am filled with worries." Chu Du quickly consoled. "No matter how protective Giant Son Immortal Venerable is towards his descendants, you still have rank 8 cultivation level. Longevity Heaven has been trying to unify the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world. If he kills you, he will lose the support of many people. If the current world were ruled by Giant Son Immortal Venerable alone, we might be in danger. But with 3 Venerables in power now, we have hope of surviving." Heavenly Lord Baizu still had a bitter expression. "However, there are countless ways for the stronger party to deal with us. Brother Chu, ever since our tribes were created, the other Huang Jin tribes have been ostracizing us. Haven't we seen enough of their methods? Giant Son Immortal Venerable does not need to target us. When the chaos starts, he can just push our tribes to be the cannon fodder. It is a simple thing to get rid of us." Chu Du heard this and nodded lightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu had expressed his inner worry as well. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to contact Fang Yuan through Chu Du. He was not thinking of joining Fang Yuan immediately. After all, Fang Yuan had been given the title of Heaven-Refining Demon Venerable by Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. Everyone in the world knew about Fang Yuan's nature. Ruthlessness and cruelty was a part of it. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to leave an escape route for himself, so that he could use it when a crisis appeared. And the truth was, Chu Du had the same idea as him. To speak the truth, I have not contacted Fang Yuan for a very long time. Chu Du sighed and said the truth. Chu Du added, "Everyone knows about my relationship with Fang Yuan. It is too dangerous to contact Fang Yuan now with Giant Son Immortal Venerable's existence. If I get exposed, disaster would strike." Even though he said that, Chu Du had already made up his mind. While the 3 Venerables were resting, he would secretly contact Fang Yuan and try to create a backup plan for his Chu tribe. The concurrent reign of 3 Venerables shocked the world. After the shock, most of the forces and Gu immortals started to think about their own circumstances. At the same time, Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, who was known as the most famous strength path expert by Chu Du, was also holding a meeting now. In the study room, Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong sat down and said with a tone of lingering fear, "To think that Fang Yuan became a demon venerable. Thankfully, our clan did not reject him and made the transaction with him. Otherwise, if we offended him, we could have defended against him back then. But now, we would face his revenge. Our entire clan would get into a crisis of life and death." At the side, Fang Clan's 3rd Supreme Elder, rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fang Huasheng said, "The truth is, our Fang Clan was deceived by Fang Yuan for so long. But that is nothing big. He is someone who became venerable after all." Fang Dichong snorted coldly, showing a look of displeasure. He had deep grudges with Fang Yuan. Back then, he schemed against Fang Yuan but got killed and captured instead. Even though Fang Yuan released his soul later, that was part of the transaction that allowed him to get a vast amount of soul cores, as well as Thieves' Denver. Right now, Fang Dichong had another body. Even though he had rank 5 cultivation level, he was already preparing for his immortal ascension. Although his cultivation level fell, his status remained unchanged. After all, his adopted son, Fang Yuan, was holding up his faction. He was still trusted by the whole of Fang Clan. Even though Fang Dichang's wisdom path methods were weaker now, he still had his unique perspective. He smiled coldly and analyzed. On the surface, Fang Yuan has become a demon venerable, and the current situation is unprecedented. Something like 3 venerables coexisting at the same time has never happened. But even among them, there are subtle differences. Look, Heavenly Court exposed Giant Son Immortal Venerable of creating and cultivating blood path. They also claimed that Fang Yuan was heaven-refining demon venerable. They are the most aggressive side. Longevity Heaven rebuked Heavenly Court and said that giant son Immortal Venerable was cultivating blood path to benefit the world. It was his great benevolence. At the same time, they also called Fang Yuan a demon venerable. Among the three, only Fang Yuan has not spoken. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he has been recuperating in Eastern Sea. This shows that he is the weakest among the three Venerables. In the future, the three Venerables will have a huge battle. I still have a chance of revenge. Our Western Desert is situated deep in Western Desert. We have a great location. When the 5 regions go to war, the boundaries of the various regions will be chaotic. We only need to lay low and develop secretly. If the 3 Venerables have a winner among them, we will join that side. If the Venerables die, our Fang clan has hope of becoming an overlord of Western Desert. Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng listened to his analysis and could not help but nod slightly. Chapter 2219. No, I am great love, Immortal Venerable. After that, Fang Dichong emphasized, looking at the 5 regions, Northern Plains, Central Continent, and Eastern Sea all have a venerable leader, while Southern Border has a righteous path alliance. Only our Western Desert is still divided and disunited. One can say that Western Desert is the weakest of the 5 regions. In this situation, we cannot take the lead to cause problems or show our stance. If other forces recruit us, we will try to balance ourselves and secretly join them while ensuring that our benefits are the priority. Back then, our Fang clan was attacked because we obtained Divine Emperor City. We cannot commit the same mistake again and become the target of everyone. That is too foolish. Fang Huasheng and Fang Gong nodded again. Even though Fang Dichong had lost his cultivation level, he still had his wide-ranging perspective. Southern Border. Tianlan Mountain, Luo clan's headquarters. In the main hall, most of Luo clan's Gu immortals were gathered. Those that did not come personally also sent their wills instead. Luo clan's first supreme elder had rank 7 cultivation level. He looked around before speaking. In the era of 3 reigning venerables, chaos will ensue. What should Luo clan do? If you have any ideas, do say them now. Luo clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Soon, one of them spoke. This person cultivated space path. He was Luo clan's #1 general, Luo Ran, who had peak rank 7 battle strength, even surpassing the first supreme elder. Luo Ran spoke. Everyone. News of the reign of 3 venerables shocked everyone. After thinking about it, I decided to look at it from another perspective. If I were either of the 3 venerables, I would first devour Southern Border and Western Desert. After all, weaklings are the easiest targets. It is not good for Eastern Sea, Central Continent, or Northern Plains if the 3 venerables fight now. The wisest decision is to strengthen myself first and take more territory and resources before fighting the other venerables. Our Luo clan is at the northern end of Southern Border. We are closest to Central Continent. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wants to interfere in Southern Border, our Luo clan would have to face her first. Luo clan's immortals nodded with a cold expression. Ever since the disappearance of the 5 regional walls, their pressure had been intensifying daily. They had to search for backup plans and escape routes for Luo clan. Luo Ran continued to speak. With the reign of 3 venerables, unless our Southern Border also has a venerable, even if all the Southern Border Gu immortals work together cooperatively, we are not the match of any of these 3 venerables. As for the other super forces who are deeper inside the region, they might still have the choice of staying out of the war, but our Luo clan is stuck between Southern Border and Central Continent. When conflict starts, we will need to stick to one side. Once he said that, all of the Luo clan immortals became stirred. One of them stood up directly and shouted angrily. Luo Ran, are you saying that our Luo clan should surrender before fighting? Are you going to ignore the righteousness of our clan throughout the generations? We, Luo clan, defend the glory of righteousness. Are you going to abandon that? Everyone turned to look. The person who said that was Luo Fei. Next, many Luo clan Gu immortals added in their comments that sided with Luo Fei. When our Luo clan had once prospered, we almost threatened Wu clan's position. How can we act so cowardly? Indeed, venerables are no doubt invincible. But in the current era, with the reign of 3 venerables and the possibility that other venerables might revive in the future is certainly uncertain. We cannot give up now. In my opinion, none of the 3 venerables now are worth joining. Heavenly Court has the sect system. If our Luo clan joins them, we need to change our clan system. Giant Son Immortal Venerable is most protective of his descendants. Bai Zhu tribe and Chu tribe are being ostracized by Northern Plains Huangjin bloodline. Meanwhile, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has a lot of enmity with our clan. If we lower our heads to him, I will look down on myself. Seeing everyone's anger and riled emotions, Luo Ran quickly waved his hand. Everyone, I did not consider it through. Luo Fei stared widely. Lord Luo Ran, you are the #1 expert of Luo clan. If even you have such thoughts, we will be too disappointed. Luo Ran had an expression of guilt. I was wrong. Luo Fei added. According to my view, the situation is not very dangerous. With the reign of 3 Venerables, they are wary of each other while being restricted. They will not make a move easily. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Demon Immortal Qi Ju and people like Xiao Hejian have already died. Fang Yuan lost many powerful subordinates. Right now, his main body is recuperating in Eastern Sea without doing anything. He does not have the strength to interfere in other regions. Additionally, even though our southern border has no Venerable, we have the Southern Alliance and the Alliance leader Wu Yong. During the Fate War, Lord Wu Yong led our southern border righteous path and did not disappoint us even once. Why can't we hold expectations towards him and ourselves for now? After saying these words, Luo Fei sat down. Many Luo Clan Gu Immortals also nodded slightly, agreeing with her words. Luo Clan thought positively about Wu Clan, because back then, Luo Clan suffered a loss when exploring Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. They were pursued and had to seek help from Wu Clan to preserve their strength. After some time, Luo Zhu announced the end of the meeting. Only Luo Ran stayed behind to talk to him secretly. Sorry you had to do this. Luo Zhu said apologetically. Luo Ran shook his head. Joining Heavenly Court was my true intention to begin with. I was just probing them today, but it seems that Luo Clan does not want to give up yet. They think that it is too cowardly. On the other hand, that information path Immortal Gu was only the idea of Immortal Crane sect. Even if our Luo Clan wants to join Central Continent, we need to contact at least Heavenly Court, right? Luo Zhu sighed. Our Luo Clan has always been an upright and righteous force. I am too useless to lead everyone. I am worried about Luo Clan's safety. But you are right. Now is not the time yet. We need to continue contacting Immortal Crane sect in secret. Central Continent, Immortal Crane sect. Verdant green trees grew as clear winds blew. In a pavilion near the middle of the mountain, a young Gu Immortal was blowing his flute. As the sound of the flute spread, an immortal crane fluttered in the sky. The young-looking Gu Immortal wore a clean white robe. His eyebrows were green and long, extending to his waist. It was the enslavement path Immortal He Feng Yang. He was known as the winged crane flying immortal. I succeeded in passing my tribulation and became rank 7. But to think that the moment I came out of seclusion, I heard the shocking story of the reign of 3 Venerables. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revive, there is even a new heaven refining demon Venerable. Gu Yu Fang Yuan. He Feng Yang felt complex emotions. Back then, he was the one who asked Lord Sky Crane to head to southern borders Gu Yu village. He also dealt with Fang Yuan when trying to get Hu Immortal blessed land. If I made up my mind back then and took action personally, could I have killed Fang Yuan? This thought emerged in He Feng Yang's mind constantly. But soon, He Feng Yang shook his head. The chances were that he would fail, because behind Fang Yuan, there was the contest of Heaven's will and the other Venerables. Also, even if he could have killed Fang Yuan, what was the point of saying it now? Fang Yuan was already a demon. Venerable. While He Feng Yang had just gotten past rank 6 and advanced to rank 7. He Feng Yang felt dejected internally, but he also had other emotions like envy. He worked so hard for so many years, but he watched as a mortal like Fang Yuan rose rapidly in strength, eventually becoming a Venerable. Fang Yuan had far surpassed him. He could not even see his shadow. But through this flute music, He Feng Yang slowly calmed down. Everyone has their own opportunities. Fang Yuan was able to reach this stage. Other than fortuitous encounters, he also had wisdom and courage to fight. He saw through many chaotic situations and had often gotten into dangerous situations. But I am not without hope. During peaceful times, spending resources on enslavement path is wasteful for the sect. But with the arrival of the 5 regions chaotic war, as an enslavement path cultivator, the sect will think highly of me. They will give me more attention and resources. Furthermore, I acted of my own accord and secretly sent Luo Clan an information path Immortal Gu in the name of Immortal Crane sect to try to recruit them. Since Luo Clan's first Supreme Elder has not destroyed the information path Immortal Gu yet, this shows a clear attitude. If this succeeds, it will be a huge accomplishment. I will get a lot of sect contribution points. By then, I can exchange for an immortal pill from Heavenly Court so that little 9 can become an ancient desolate beast. He Feng Yang looked at the 9-palace crane in front of him and smiled. This 9-palace crane was a desolate beast with a close relationship with He Feng Yang. Back then, it was hit by a time path Immortal Gu and regressed in age, becoming younger and younger until it became a baby. He Feng Yang tried his best to save it, paying a huge price for it to recover fully. Eastern Sea. 5-colored smoke rumbled as it contracted, eventually going back into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the nameless island. He saw a wide area before him without any smoke left. Next, a large group of Gu Immortals came towards him. When they were 1,000 steps away, they landed on the surface of the sea and kowtowed towards him, showing their subservience. These were Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu immortals. The various first supreme elders of the respective clans were among them. Of course, they were led by the pseudo-venerables, Shenshang and Lu Weiyin. Fang Yuan was stunned for a split second before understanding the situation. He laughed. A wise man submits to circumstances. Everyone, please get up. From today onwards, I will treat you equally like my other subordinates. The immortals showed expressions of gratitude as they said together, "We pay respects to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. We are willing to give our lives to Lord Demon Venerable." But Fang Yuan shook his head slowly. At this point, I should make a declaration to the world. He connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and started to make his declaration. What? Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. I do not accept this title. Shenshang and the rest were stunned. I am not in the demonic path. I am a righteous path member. All my past actions have been to seek blessings for all living beings in the world. I disregarded my own life and experienced countless crises to destroy fate. I granted freedom to everyone in the world. However, corrupt forces like Heavenly Court still try to suppress and slander me even now. They are trying to obstruct me. I was best friends with Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, he entrusted me with his wishes before dying. After becoming venerable, I will emulate Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. I will work for the harmony of the 5 regions. Everyone, do not believe in rumors. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was not killed by me. Star Constellation and Giant Sun cooperated to end his life. Fang Yuan spoke in a righteous tone. Shenshang and Lu Weiyin stared at him blankly. The other Eastern Sea Righteous Path leaders were also listening like this was a dream. Fang Yuan suddenly raised his volume. He said in an energetic tone, "Everyone, I want you to remember, I, Gu Fang Yuan, am Great Love Immortal Venerable. From today onwards, I will create my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. I will bring benefits to the world and peace to the 5 regions." News soon spread rapidly in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Every Gu immortal in the world heard of it. Be they Heavenly Lord Baizu and Chu Du who were currently grilling food, or the 3 higher-ups of Fang clan who were discussing secretly, or Luo clan's immortals, or He Feng Yang, they all received this shocking news. But Fang Yuan did not stop. He continued to speak. He placed a list in Treasure Yellow Heaven that contained a vast number of Gu worm names. If any Gu master or Gu immortal paid the appropriate price, he would refine Gu for them. For Mortal Gu, he did not restrict quantity, while in regards to Immortal Gu, he could even refine rank 8 Immortal Gu for them. The 5 regions went into an uproar. This is my promise as Gu Fang Yuan, a refinement path venerable. Gu worms are the core of our cultivation. They are our foundation. But all along, they have been too rare and hard to refine, especially Immortal Gu. Because of this, the first thing that I will do to benefit the world is to refine Immortal Gu for everyone. Regardless of our past grudges or enmity, be it friend or foe, I will not mind it. I will refine Gu for everyone equally. This will prove the great love in my heart. I know what you are worried about, but in fact, I have already made many transactions with various forces and Gu immortals. I refined many Immortal Gu for them. For example, I've transacted many times with Western Desert's Fang clan. This is all evidence. In Western Desert, Fang Gong, Fang Dichang, and Fang Hua Sheng stared with wide eyes. Fang Dichang, who had earlier emphasized that they should keep a low profile and not cause public outrage, turned pale immediately. Or for example, Southern Borders Wu clan. I have refined more than one rank 8 Immortal Gu for Wu Yong. The evidence is here. Wu Yong, Luo clan's members. Luo Fei held her head and felt like her heart had broken. Why? Lord Wu Yong, you actually cooperated with Fang Yuan secretly, why? Or for example, Northern Plains Baizu tribe. I have many possible areas of cooperation with Heavenly Lord Baizu. We have been in close contact. Fang Yuan continued to announce. Heavenly Lord Baizu was like a stone statue. The skewer in his hand that he was roasting went up in flames. Chu Du looked at him, seemingly saying, "Brother, what is wrong with you? Since you have been in contact with Fang Yuan all along, why did you want to use my connection with him?" Fang Yuan continued to say, "Not just Northern Plains, Central Continent is involved too. For example, Immortal Crane Sex He Feng Yang. I have been in contact with him since my younger days. We have truly become acquainted as a result of past conflicts. Slander, this is pure slander." He Feng Yang smashed the jade flute in his hand. He shivered intensely. Finally, Fang Yuan said, "Whether you believe me or not, that is up to you. Risks exist all the time, but what if this is true? Why don't you try first? Everyone, please give me some of your trust. Since long ago, countless people have misunderstood me. Thus, allow me to prove now to the people over the world that I am truly great love, immortal venerable. After Fang Yuan's declaration, winds blew on the surface of the sea. The kneeling Eastern Sea Gu immortals raised their heads and looked towards Fang Yuan in a daze. Looking at them, Fang Yuan showed a kind and sincere smile. Everyone, please get up. You have already joined my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. You will receive greater preferential treatment as the first batch. I guarantee you that. Chapter 2220. Blending of Black and White. Li Xiaobai followed several information path Gu immortals. They carefully waited in ambush. Xiaobai, Black and White Heaven are fusing together now. The commotion is huge and the environment is dangerous. Later, when the hound groups fly over, you should focus on watching rather than taking action. Do you understand? A rank 7 information path, Gu Immortal instructed. Li Xiaobai quickly nodded. Yes, I will listen to the seniors. He was acting obediently, without the arrogance of a great scholar. All the information path Gu Immortals here had a good impression of him. Li Xiaobai had become a rank 6 long ago. He was an information path Gu Immortal. Because of his talent, he was also the most favored Gu Immortal Junior in Profound Literature, Grotto Heaven. These information path Gu Immortals came from Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. They were at least second-grade officials in the Grotto Heaven's Imperial Court. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had a special system. Gu Immortals entered the Imperial Court, and most of them held important positions and roles. After Li Xiaobai became a Gu Immortal, he also started to work for the Imperial Court. The only exception was old Immortal Huayu. He had rank 8 cultivation level and stayed in the background, controlling the entire situation. They're here. After a while, the Gu Immortal in charge of investigation spoke. The Immortals quickly displayed several killer moves. They concealed themselves even more deeply. Soon, Li Xiaobai saw a group of remnant heavenly dogs running towards them while stepping on air. These were all Space Path ancient desolate beasts. They ate Space Path Gu worms as food. A total of 368 remnant heavenly dogs and 4 heaven-swallowing hounds. Li Xiaobai cultivated information path. He was most skilled at collecting information. After taking a glance at them, he noticed the size of this hound group. Remnant heavenly dogs were ancient desolate beasts. After they grew to an extent, they would become heaven-swallowing hounds. Heaven-swallowing hounds were immemorial desolate beasts that ate 9 heavens fragments, Grotto Heaven, and blessed lands as food. They had always been a huge threat to the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens. As the dog group continued to approach, Profound Literature Grotto Heavens Gu Immortals started to work together. They secretly used a killer move. This killer move had no commotion or sound. It spread out rapidly. Initially, the dog group had no change, but after more than 10 breaths of time, 3 heaven-swallowing hounds stopped and bared their fangs, looking in the same direction with expressions of vigilance. The final heaven-swallowing hound also slowed down. The 4 heaven-swallowing hounds barked at the same place for a while. Afterwards, 3 of the heaven-swallowing hounds brought most of the remnant heavenly dogs to move on another route towards a different direction. The final heaven-swallowing hound brought more than 20 remnant heavenly dogs as they continued on their original path. The Gu Immortals of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had been hiding all along. After the dog group left their field of vision, they showed themselves and sighed in relief. All right, it has been settled. Most of the hounds have been misled by us. They think that direction has sumptuous food, but there are soul beasts there instead. Haha. We have also used information path methods on those soul beasts. Once the dog group goes there, they will think that the soul beasts are hiding in a mortal aperture. They will kill each other without us taking action. The remaining heaven-swallowing hound was not tricked by us. It likely has the protection of an immortal Gu. But with this number that we lured over, Lord Huayu has enough to work with. Xiaobai, did you see clearly? When your cultivation level rises to rank 7 in the future, you need to complete such missions often as well. Our Profound Literature Grotto Heaven cannot move and is placed in one spot in the sky, but we need to resolve lots of problems before they even occur. Li Xiaobai immediately answered, I will work harder. These Gu Immortals immediately moved along the direction that the heaven-swallowing hound went earlier. This heaven-swallowing hound brought a few remnant heavenly dogs with it, getting ambushed midway by the battlefield killer move that old Immortal Huayu set up in advance. After a large battle, the heaven-swallowing hound died. There was a wild immortal Gu after all, but it was destroyed in the battle. There were some remaining remnant heavenly dogs that managed to survive. They escaped along the cracks of the battlefield killer move. They were space path beasts after all. Running away was their expertise. But afterwards, they met with Li Xiaobai's group. After a few rounds of killer moves, these remnant heavenly dogs became minced corpses. Li Xiaobai also took action. He used some immortal essence, but did not play a big role. However, he showed an expression of excitement and lingering enthusiasm. The other information path Gu Immortals looked at him and had a deeper impression of him being a cute young junior. Old Immortal Hua Yu collected and stored the battlefield killer move as the Immortals quickly greeted him. Old Immortal Hua Yu nodded and looked at everyone. When he saw Li Xiaobai, he smiled at the latter. He liked this young junior a lot and appreciated his talent. In his heart, Li Xiaobai had a good upbringing and was the most talented Gu Immortal in the last 100 years of profound literature Grotto Heaven's history. He was the future of the Grotto Heaven. Sigh. To think that Qi Si ancestor is actually a clone of Heaven refining demon Venerable. Fang Yuan is scheming and crafty. I was deceived by him completely. If not for Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven exposing the truth, I would continue to be used by him. What great love, Immortal Venerable. Such words can only deceive idiots. Sigh. I cannot trust any outsider. Only these Gu Immortals in front of me are trustworthy. Qi Si ancestor had once personally helped profound literature Grotto Heaven. Thus, Old Immortal Hua Yu respected Qi Si ancestor greatly. After joining the Righteous Qi Alliance, he had been following Qi Si ancestor's leadership enthusiastically. But now that Qi Si ancestor's identity was exposed, all of that respect towards him turned into rage and humiliation. Old Immortal Hua Yu had surging emotions, but he kept calm on the surface and controlled the situation. While ordering the Gu Immortals to clean up the battlefield of all traces, he also sent them to search the area. They were all information path Gu Immortals. They soon cleared the battlefield of all noticeable traces or clues. Other than that, the investigative Gu Immortals also brought back some information. The heavenly wind chi wall of the immemorial two heavens has mostly dissipated. The fusion of the two heavens will get more severe as time passes. Not only are the two heavens beasts fighting more frequently, the Tao marks of the two heavens are also undergoing huge changes. Some are conflicting with each other while others are fusing together and creating greater effects. They cannot be separated. In fact, the heavenly wind chi wall had started dissipating long ago. Now that the 5 regional walls were gone and chi tides swept the world, the two heavens fusion also reached the most intense moment. This resulted in the intense commotion. All the grotto heavens that were in the two heavens were facing problems continuously throughout the period. Earlier, the dog group was a huge threat to profound literature grotto heaven, so it was dealt with in advance. But what worried Old Immortal Hua Yu and the other information path Gu Immortals was not just the trouble ahead of them, but also the bigger situation of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. After Fang Yuan returned, he publicly announced himself as Great Love Immortal, Venerable, and set up his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Immediately, the 2 pseudo-venerables, Lu Wei-yin and Xin Shang, brought the various superclans of Eastern Sea's righteous path and submitted to Fang Yuan. Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance and the Variant Human Alliance jointly entered the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Old Immortal Hua Yu and the others ended up in an awkward position. Speaking of which, they were members of the Righteous Qi Alliance, as were Granny Skeleton and others. But all along, because their foundation was in the 2 heavens, they were vaguely ostracized by Eastern Sea's superforces. But that was nothing originally. Old Immortal Hua Yu, Granny Skeleton, and the rest only needed to continue getting Qi Si ancestors' support. But now, with the exposure of Qi Si ancestors' identity as their greatest enemy, Fang Yuan's clone, they had all along been trying to gain Fang Yuan's favor. Old Immortal Hua Yu and Granny Skeleton could not help but feel stunned. Concurrently, the changes in the 2 heavens made them busy and tired as well. Right at this time, Fang Yuan announced himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable and made a declaration that shook the world. The 5 regions Gu Immortal world went into an uproar. Ever since Gu Fang Yuan started cultivating, he had been ruthless and slaughtered countless innocents. He was clearly a demonic path member. How could he change his identity so easily with just some words? If changing one's faction was so easy to achieve, what was the point of the righteous path? Old Immortal Hua Yu scoffed in his heart, but he was clear of the truth. Fang Yuan's declaration was a joke. But with his strength as a demon Venerable, who would dare to laugh? Look at those Eastern Sea righteous path forces who submitted at the first second. Even if Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court made fun of his words, what could they do to Fang Yuan? I cannot drag this on anymore. Fang Yuan has already taken an Eastern Sea's righteous path. Our 2 heavens forces cannot watch anymore. But should we join Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court, or Longevity Heaven? Profound literature Grotto Heaven was not in the heaven of Central Continent or Northern Plains. This was the reason why Old Immortal Hua Yu joined the Righteous Qi Alliance earlier. Now, joining Fang Yuan was the most convenient outcome. Yet, they would not be able to preserve profound literature Grotto Heaven. Why? Everyone knew that Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The 2 heavens Grotto Heavens were his targets to annex. Since they could not keep their homeland anyway, what was the point of joining Fang Yuan? And honestly speaking, Old Immortal Hua, you really hated demons like Fang Yuan. Old Immortal Hua, you started to think more broadly. There were many options in front of him. But which choice should he pick? It was a tough question. Longevity Heaven. At the most central area, there was Calamity Luck Altar. The four directions of Calamity Luck Altar had the four desolations. And around the four desolations, there were 8 areas for the 8 extremities. Above the 4 desolations was golden light that radiated and enveloped the place. Above the 8 extremities was a spreading aura of green light. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already returned to Longevity Heaven for some time already. Whoosh! A soft sound echoed. The final few star path down marks on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's body went ablaze. They vanished completely. My injuries are finally healed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air. Next, I need to refine the luck path down marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens to regain my strength as a Tao Lord. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not use genuine Venerable level strength in combat. Because they were in the void, there were no natural Tao marks for them to refine. If there were, every action of a Venerable would be amplified and strengthened by the natural Tao marks. They would become very terrifying. This was like how Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the amplification of countless soul path Tao marks in the door of life and death. But strictly speaking, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not considered a true Tao Lord because he did not have his sanity. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already refined all of the luck path Tao marks in the world back in his time. But after his death, these Tao marks went back to the control of the heavenly Tao. Thus, he had to refine them again before he could use them. Chapter 22-21. Fang Yuan's Principles. Longevity Heaven's luck path Tao marks were originally from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture because it did not devour any 9 heavens fragment. Heavens will had not taken over it. As long as he fought in Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would be even greater than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's own luck path Tao marks could not match Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in number. But with the colossal number of Tao marks in Longevity Heaven, he surpassed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. And most importantly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was sane and clear-minded. It is a pity that I cannot fuse this original immortal aperture into my current body. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not lack methods to move an immortal aperture. Once he fused with Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would surge immensely. His luck path Tao marks would greatly surpass and suppress Fang Yuan. By then, he could travel the 5 regions and 2 heavens without any worries. After all, Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's peak cultivation creation. It was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's foundation after passing 3 chaotic disasters. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had only passed 1 heavenly Tao blockade. He had survived the chaos tribulation in Crazed Demon Cave. It could only be considered a small chaotic disaster. But right now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a reason why he could not absorb Longevity Heaven. Because he cultivated Blood Path now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to use Blood Path as his main path and Luck Path as his specialty. His plan was to cultivate both paths. Since he had planned this for so long already, he naturally had a superb Blood-Luck dual cultivation method. But he did not have the sovereign immortal body. No matter what he did, conflicts of Tao marks still existed. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had only started cultivating Blood Path officially for a short time. He had many Luck Path Tao marks, but few Blood Path Tao marks. This difference was already the limit. If he fused with Longevity Heaven now, he would gain a surge of Luck Path Tao marks that would suppress Blood Path entirely. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's dual cultivation plan would fail. Although I cannot regain Longevity Heaven now, in terms of refining natural Tao marks, I have the biggest advantage. That is my immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the largest immortal essence storage of the 3 Venerables. Currently, he had 1,000 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. Most of it was left behind in Longevity Heaven during his first life. He had an even larger quantity stored back then, but there was continuous expenditure as time passed, because Longevity Heaven could not produce any more immortal essence after Giant Sun's demise. Eventually, only less than 10% of his immortal essence was left. But this quantity is definitely the highest among everyone. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was confident about this. Because he knew that Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fang Yuan had just advanced, his rank 9 immortal essence storage was 0. As for rank 8 immortal essence, he definitely had some, but it was a small quantity as well. It was obvious. Ever since Fang Yuan's rebirth, his cultivation level had risen rapidly. He had almost participated in all the major fights. He also refined so many Immortal Gu and made various Immortal Gu houses. With such an investment, how could he have a lot of immortal essence left? And the thing that made Giant Sun Immortal Venerable most glad was that Fang Yuan got hit by his Luck Path killer move in Crazed Demon Cave. Fortune and disaster coexists. Even though Fang Yuan made use of this killer move to end up deceiving him, it was undeniable that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered huge losses in the end. Together with the small chaotic disaster, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable estimated that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was definitely in a pitiful state right now. This was Fang Yuan's situation, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also could not have more immortal essence than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The reason? The reason was quite simple. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era was too long ago. Even if she left behind a large quantity of immortal essence, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals would have expended them over the years. In fact, 3 Demon Venerables, Limitless Demon Venerable, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and Red Lotus Demon Venerable, invaded Heavenly Court after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era. When Heavenly Court resisted the 3 Demon Venerables, could they have avoided the use of venerable methods which expended the immortal essence left by the Venerable? Regrettably, the 2 heavens are fusing and the heaven path Tao marks are gathering with the change of environment. I had no choice but to retrieve Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, my advantage would be even greater. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to move Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace back. With Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace in Immemorial Black Heaven, it could continue to arrange luck path down marks and participate in the operations of heaven and earth, as well as the luck of living beings. It could allow the black heaven above northern plains to become Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's territory that he could manipulate. Back then, in the Reverse Flow River battle, Heavenly Court organized a group to head to northern plains, but they suffered a loss in Immemorial Black Heaven. It was mostly the effect of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Now, with the fusion of the 2 immemorial heavens, the luck path Tao marks that Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace arranged in the past were affected by the change. They became chaotic and broken. If he forcefully protected these luck path Tao marks and resisted the changes of the heavenly Tao, the whole of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace would be affected and face destruction. These days, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been healing himself while observing the situation. He had a rather clear understanding of it now. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, no matter how the environment changed, the battle between the Venerables was the only thing that mattered. For Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, they were both unprecedented enemies. In the short term, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not find a way to exterminate these 2 enemies. He could only try to weaken them while maintaining his advantage. The abundance of immortal essence was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's advantage. If I use this advantage well, I will be able to refine the luck path down marks of the world first. On this basis, if I fight against either of the 2 Venerables, I will be able to gain the upper hand. Once I gain the upper hand, I will have to heavily cripple Heavenly Court or Fang Yuan. If I can't do that, a lot of trouble will ensue. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable felt a sense of urgency internally. If he missed the opportunity of using this early period of advantage, as time passed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would plot and scheme deeper. As a wisdom path expert, she would get harder to deal with. There was another point. They had to guard against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable secretly reviving the other Immortal Venerables of Heavenly Court. This was the same for Fang Yuan too. Right now, his immortal essence storage was at its lowest. Once it started to rise, with his refinement path ability, he would refine Immortal Gu on a large scale. His strength would rise greatly, far beyond now. Refinement path Venerable. Thinking of Fang Yuan's declaration as great love earlier, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not help but frown slightly. He could already predict that Fang Yuan's strength would cause a huge impact on the Gu Immortal world. This strength was so colossal and unprecedented that even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not tell what the future would become because of Fang Yuan's actions. After all, there had never been a refinement path Venerable in history. Refinement path was different from the other paths. Gu cultivation had 3 major aspects: nurture, use, and refinement. Refinement path was one of these 3 aspects. This was a special trait that no other path had. Heavenly Court. Cough, cough, cough. In a tightly shut secret room, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. The injuries from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave had not recovered yet. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path. She was not as skilled as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in terms of healing, who cultivated Blood Path. Gu Immortal injuries were usually very troublesome. Venerables were no exception to this. Heavenly Court did not lack outstanding healing methods, but for the case of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, very few were suitable. Because she had too many Wisdom Path and Star Path down marks, healing methods of all other paths were barely usable. Human path was an exception, but in the whole of Heavenly Court, there were no human path pseudo-venerable experts. This was the lowest requirement to heal a Venerable's injuries. Thus, other than healing herself, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no other methods. I still have 671 yellow apricot Immortal essence beads. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. I did not have many to begin with. Some were consumed during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave as well. I still have injuries on me. If I continue healing myself, yellow apricot Immortal essence beads would be rapidly expended again. After that, I still need to refine Heavenly Court's Tao marks and the natural wisdom path, Tao marks of the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated precisely. She had sufficient immortal essence for now, but wisdom path experts calculated 10 steps in advance. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely deducing more than that. The immortal essence storage was not enough for her to refine the wisdom path, Tao marks of the outside world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable situation was different from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. There were a large number of wisdom path Tao marks in Heavenly Court, but they did not belong to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Because Heavenly Court had annexed 9 heavens fragments, even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contributed her own immortal aperture to this place, her original Tao marks had all been assimilated and taken over by Heaven's will. Of course, during the process of refining Tao marks in the outside world, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's current immortal aperture would still produce rank 9 immortal essence continuously. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that this was an extremely dangerous situation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Heaven Refining Demon Venerable might attack at any time. Thus, the more immortal essence she had in her storage, the better. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable must have more immortal essence than me. As for Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, he is the weakest among us in this aspect. But he cannot be underestimated. This man is very special. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this as she revealed a complex expression. Fang Yuan's earlier declaration of being great love, Immortal Venerable, shook the entire world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was wary of Fang Yuan's refinement path ability, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable focused on his nature. In the history of the 10 Venerables, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was noble and grand. Limitless Demon Venerable was a crazed Tao pursuer. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable enjoyed slaughter. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was wild. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was indifferent, while Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was obsessed. But no matter what, each of these Venerables had their own pride and arrogance in some way. But Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fang Yuan? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable squinted her eyes. She had never seen a Venerable with such a nature. He simply did not know the limit of what the word shameless was. He did not care about his face. He distorted truth and lies, even lying with a calm expression and deceiving with a righteous tone. What great love, Immortal Venerable! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was certain that this title was part of Fang Yuan's current plan. It was a method to achieve his current goals. If it was said that anyone in the world could go from demonic to righteous, Fang Yuan was the least likely one among them all. If he felt the need to make a move, he would do it regardless of how many innocent lives would be sacrificed. By then, the declaration of great love, Immortal Venerable, and all related promises would be completely forgotten by him like a baseless fart. But if he felt that going back to the righteous path had benefits to be gained, he would make another similar declaration with no shame in his heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had finally understood Fang Yuan clearly now. If I have to say that this person has a principle, then his principle is to have no bottom line. And if I say this person has a bottom line, then his bottom line is to have no principle. This was simply a thoroughly shameless person. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a headache regarding him, this shameless fellow had already become venerable. And the thing that made it hard for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was that this shameless Venerable had an incredibly deep understanding of the human heart, to the extent where he could predict their every thought. His actions were bound to create a huge wave in the Gu immortal world before gathering countless people to his side. The temptation of Immortal Gu was too great. Even if they could not trust him now, some risk-taking Gu immortals would still try their luck. Once Fang Yuan displayed sufficient sincerity, the entire 5 regions Gu immortal world would fall into his palm. Even Heavenly Court will not be spared from this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. Chapter 2222, Fang Yuan's first public deal. Western Desert. The silent desert suddenly exploded as sand flew in the air. A huge mountain-like beast appeared from underground. This beast had the shape of a python. It had a crocodile head and 6 sharp eagle-like claws. Dragon Crocodile. An immemorial dragon crocodile. The dragon crocodile roared. The sound waves spread widely, but there was a trace of fear and panic in its voice. The dragon crocodile had the ability to climb clouds and soar to the sky. After leaving the desert, it flew straight up. But midway, the dragon crocodile's body shook suddenly as it spewed out a torrent of flames from its huge mouth. The dragon crocodile growled in pain as it fell to the ground, creating a huge sand wave as a result. After it struggled for a while, it gradually quietened down and stopped moving entirely. After a while, 3 Gu immortals came out of its mouth, 2 males and 1 female. They were from 3 super forces of Western Desert respectively, being Shi Kong, Zhuoqiu Yanming, and Tuoba Feng Yin. Shi Kong cultivated Earth Path, while the other 2 cultivated Fire Path. It was a fact that the most common cultivation path among Western Desert's Gu immortals was Fire Path. The final dragon crocodile is dead. According to our 3 clans agreement, this dragon crocodile belongs to Sister Yanming. The only female here, Zhuoqiu Yanming, nodded as she opened her immortal aperture's entrance, placing this immemorial dragon crocodile into it. She observed within her immortal aperture and showed a smile on her face. This immemorial dragon crocodile's corpse is good. Many Dao marks are preserved. It was all thanks to Brother Feng Yan's plan that we killed it like this. I'm flattered. Tuoba Feng Yan smiled. If not for Brother Shi Kang's method, we would not have been able to enter the dragon crocodile's stomach and take this risk. The biggest credit goes to Brother Shi Kang. I'm flattered as well. This is our mutual effort. Shi Kang smiled as he replied modestly. Dragon crocodiles lived in immemorial Black Heaven, but recently with the fusion of both heavens, their living habitat was badly affected. After a dragon crocodile group lost in a territorial fight, they had to escape from immemorial Black Heaven. They wandered along a route, passing Zhuoqiu, Tuoba, and Shi clan's territories. These 3 clans negotiated, and each sent a rank 7 Gu immortal expert to get rid of these dragon crocodiles that were in poor condition already. Shi Kang, Zhuoqiu Yanming, and Tuoba Feng Yin worked together, spending 3 days and nights to wipe out this dragon crocodile group. But right when they were about to return to their own clans, they received orders from their clans simultaneously. Oh, one clan wants to gather the clans and attack Fang clan together. Hehe, so the first one that acts is one clan after all. Now it seems, because us 3 are the closest to one clan's territory, they sent us this order together. The 3 immortals discussed for a while before deciding to travel together. Even though this is not far from one clan, we still need to rest and reorganize ourselves. Indeed, we need to treat our injuries first. The dragon crocodile corpses in the immortal apertures have to be dealt with too. Shi Kang thought about it before smiling. On this journey to one clan, we will pass by Myriad or Desert. That resource point is guarded by my clan Shizhong. We can go there and rest. For resting, the environment of the wilderness was definitely worse than a resource point. Every resource point had an immortal formation. It was safer too. Zhuoqiu Yanming and Tuoba Feng Yin looked at each other before turning to Shi Kang and nodding. The latter said, "Then we will trouble you this time." Shi Kang laughed heartily. Gladly. Myriad or Desert was relatively flat, and the surrounding view extended to the horizon. The ground was a cracked rocky terrain with no vegetation growing. But below the desert, there was a different world altogether. A large amount of ores were gathered here. 100,000 rockmen were living here as miners, excavating all sorts of materials for Gu immortals. But these rockmen were all mortals. They were Gu masters at best. With limited strength, they could only excavate mortal ores. Thus, Shi clan sent a Gu immortal to guard this place, while simultaneously excavating immortal ores. This was a tough mission. Normally speaking, a Gu immortal sent here was someone who got ostracized by the clan. Shizhong was such an example. Shizhong's father betrayed the clan and caused huge losses to them, not just in resources, but also Gu immortals' lives. In order to gain trust, Shizhong changed his name to Shizhong. 1. To express his loyalty to the clan. But that did not change anything. At this moment, Shizhong's divine sense was moving about in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the most eye-catching thing now was that huge piece of primordial domain. This is the legendary secluded domain of heaven and earth. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sold this to heaven refining demon Venerable Fang Yuan. If I can get a piece, how good would that be? Shizhong felt incredibly envious. The reason why he knew about the origin of this primordial domain was because Fang Yuan had spread the news. The idea was simple. He wanted the world to know that even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a transaction with him. What was there to fear? Of course, now that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was exposed as the creator of Blood Path and had also started cultivating it, he was labeled as a demon venerable by Heavenly Court. Above the primordial domain, there was a will. This will had a human-shaped form. He wore a white robe and had black hair. His facial features were peerless. it was Fang Yuan's will. Heaven refining demon Venerable. If I ask him to refine Gu, will I be able to obtain wealth Gu? No, that is too risky. Wealth Gu is my hope of rising up. How can I give the Gu recipe to Fang Yuan? If he succeeds in the refinement but does not give the Gu to me, I will be making a stupid mistake. There is nothing I can do to a Venerable. This thought only flashed in Shi Zhong's mind for a second. Shi Zhong had obtained an incomplete Immortal Gu recipe of Wealth Gu in his early days. Wealth Gu was a legendary Immortal Gu. If Shi Zhong could refine it, he would soon become incredibly wealthy and accumulate lots of cultivation resources, breaking free from the clan's restraints. In order to refine Wealth Gu, Shi Zhong had secretly used humans to refine Gu. If such a demonic act was exposed, he would be in huge trouble. Even though he took such a huge risk, he had tried to refine it for over 100 times, but all his attempts ended in failure. He was still far from success. Shi Zhong had naturally heard Fang Yuan's declaration, but he did not dare to risk it. Wealth Gu was all the hope he had. Oh, Gu Immortals are getting closer. Right at this time, the Immortal formation suddenly alerted. Shi Zhong's expression changed. He immediately went out of Treasure Yellow Heaven and controlled the Immortal formation. At this time, Shi Kong was leading the other two Immortals as they stayed in the sky, at the edge of the formation, without entering deeply as they waited. After Shi Zhong contacted them and verified their identity, he learned of their intention. I am so glad that Brother Shi Kong came here. Please, everyone come in. Shi Zhong showed sufficient enthusiasm. The three Immortals entered the Immortal formation and rested for a while. Shi Zhong held a small banquet and invited them to join. He even specially gave the main seat to Shi Kong. After Shi Kong rejected it a few times, he sat down on the main seat. As the other two Immortals saw this situation, they thought of a rumor and understood why. Compared to Shi Zhong, Shi Kong was a popular person in Shi Clan. Not long ago, he had defeated everyone else and obtained Sand Heap Blessed Land. On this trip, after killing the dragon crocodiles, Shi Kong did not need to hand them over to the clan. He sold many of them in Treasure Yellow Heaven directly. Seeing such a treatment, Zhuqiu Yanming and Tuoba Feng Yin felt very envious. This time, Wan Clan is leading everyone and gathering Wan Clan's forces to attack Fang Clan. What do both of you think? After some drinking, Shi Kong asked. Zhuqiu Yanming said, Wan Clan and Fang Clan have deep grudges. It is not strange that they are leading this. Since they are using a proper reason, there is no issue with their action. But I think that Wan Clan's decision now will cause problems in the future. That's right, I hold the same view. Tuoba Feng Yin put down his glass. Firstly, with the disappearance of the 5 regional walls, Western Desert has several clans by the borders of the regions. It is difficult to get them to make a bold move. Secondly, Fang Clan is not weak. Their first Supreme Elder has rank 8 cultivation level, and they most excel in Immortal Gu houses. Thirdly, Fang Clan has a good relationship with many clans. During the Fate War, they had led everyone in the fight, causing their reputation to rise greatly. And fourthly, which is the most important reason, the reason why we are targeting Fang Clan is because of their trading with Fang Yuan, but this is also our fear. Who knows what their exact relationship with Fang Yuan is? Shi Kong nodded continuously, sighing. Brother Tuoba's analysis is sound and clear. I agree completely. Shi Zhong did not speak. He was in deep thought. Tuoba Feng Yan's analysis was simple, and Shi Kong knew it as well, but he had to ask this. Because Shi Kong represented Shi Clan, he had to talk with Zhuqiu Yanming and Tuoba Feng Yin to see what their clan's intentions were as well. Now that he knew their views were aligned with Shi Clan, Shi Kong felt more relaxed. Come, drink wine, drink wine. Shi Kong raised his cup and smiled warmly. After the meal, the 3 Immortals thanked Shi Zhong before setting off for Wan Clan. Shi Zhong stored away the cups. He had a heavy mood. Shi Kang's treatment by the clan was too good. It was simply the opposite of him. Earlier, when Shi Kong was in close cultivation, the clan provided him all the resources he needed. After Shi Kong took Sand Heap Blessed Land, the clan rewarded him immediately. The dragon crocodiles he killed were all kept as his property. It was a lucrative job. As for the journey to Wan Clan, there were no risks and the outcome was basically decided. He would be welcomed by Wan Clan. Instead of a mission, it was like a reward. Sigh, my hope still lies in Wealth Gu. When can I refine this Gu successfully? Heaven refining demon Venerable. No, I will not ask for anyone's help. The risk is too big. Even though Shi Zhong set such a determined goal, after 100 failures in refining the Gu, he had already started to feel dejected. His intuition vaguely told him that with his strength alone, the chance of refining Wealth Gu was slim. Thus, unknowingly, he entered Yellow Heaven again with his divine sense. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan's will suddenly opened his eyes as he spoke in a grand tone. This rank 7 movement Immortal Gu, Capture Wind Gu, has been refined as per the request of Southern Borders Wu Yong. We will make the transaction now. What? Shizhong was shocked. At this moment, every Gu immortal who was inside Treasure Yellow Heaven gasped. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yang's got close to Fang Yuan's will. The latter tossed rank 7 capture wind Gu to Wu Yang's will. Wu Yang's will nodded and said nothing. He left Treasure Yellow Heaven with the new Immortal Gu. Someone actually made a transaction with Fang Yuan, and it is actually Southern Borders Wu Yang. Shizhong had a dazed expression. One Zhong means loyalty. Chapter 22-23, Fang Yuan's Protection Southern Border. Wu Yi Mountain. Wu Clan's Blessed Land Headquarters. Wu Clan's Gu Immortals were gathered. Wu Yang sat at the main seat. Most of the Gu Immortals here were present. Only a few individuals had no way of coming and sent their wills instead. These last days, we have received letters from Ba Clan, Tai Clan, Luo Clan, Ho Clan, and the others. Take a look at them. Wu Yang waved his hand. More than 10 information path Gu worms flew out. As Wu Clan's Gu Immortals looked through them, their expressions turned grim and dark. The contents of these information path Gu worms, to put it mildly, were empty of value. They were merely using a righteous tone to condemn and question Wu Yang as to why he would make a deal with a demon like Fang Yuan. Some of them even threatened to withdraw from the Southern Alliance. Arguing that Wu Yang was not qualified to take up the role of the Alliance leader, they demanded that the Alliance leader should be replaced by a more capable person. These fellows, they are shameless. I can't stand this. There are many super clans involved here. Most of them have once worked together with Lu Weiyin, right? Back then, Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan cooperated to kill Spectral Soul and escaped from Heavenly Court's pursuit. Now, they have the nerve to come and reprimand us. They want to change the Alliance leader? Hee. In the whole of Southern Borders Gu Immortal world, is there anyone more suitable than Lord Wu Yang? Wu Clan's Gu Immortals discussed among themselves, speaking in an angry tone. Wu Yang did not speak. He drank tea calmly as he listened to the Immortals' conversations. The Immortals got louder and more riled up. Their tone became agitated, and they wanted to exact revenge on those clans. Wu Yang put down his cup at this point, raising his hand slightly. The Immortals saw this and immediately kept quiet. Many of the Wu Clan Gu Immortals who had stood up uncontrollably in anger quickly sat down. Wu Yang's gaze swept across everyone as the hall fell into silence. This is my Wu Clan. Wu Clan was expressionless, but he was incredibly pleased internally. Ever since he took charge of Wu Clan, he had been leading them through crises. They experienced many battles and even chased after Fang Yuan. Most importantly, Wu Yang had incredible political skills. He gained the loyalty of the whole of Wu Clan. Among them, there were not just the original Wu Clan Gu Immortals, but also the new lone Immortal External Elders, and the newly advanced rank 6 Gu Immortals of recent times. In the earlier discussion, these people did not raise any objection or suggestion towards Wu Yang's decision and method. This showed how much prestige Wu Yang had in his clan. Supreme Elder Ba Chong explained the situation to everyone. Wu Yang said plainly, yes. As the second Supreme Elder, Wu Ba Chong stood up and said to the present Gu Immortals, days ago, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, no, I mean Great Love Immortal Venerable, personally sent us a message. He contacted First Supreme Elder and insisted for him to undergo a public transaction. Thinking of Wu Clan, which cannot block Fang Yuan's rage, First Supreme Elder had to endure the humiliation and agree to Fang Yuan's request. Wu Clan's Immortals looked at each other. Some had a change of expression, some clenched their fists, while some gritted their teeth. They could feel the immense pressure from Fang Yuan just by hearing this account. Fang Yuan acted in an unrestrained manner. In this situation, it was logical for Wu Yang to be forced into such a transaction. But at the next moment, Wu Yang laughed loudly. Oh Ba Chong, no need to say this to them. We are all one family. I will tell you the straightforward truth. The Immortals tensed up and focused. Bright light shined in Wu Yang's eyes. This is not my first transaction with Fang Yuan. Before this, we have already done several secret transactions. Fang Yuan's evidence is not fake. Saying so, Wu Yang paused for a second. Seeing that the hall was silent and that every Gu Immortal still looked at him with a heated gaze, Wu Yang nodded in satisfaction, continuing. The reason for this is very simple. Firstly, be it the previous Fang Yuan or the current Venerable Fang Yuan, he is an existence that we cannot provoke. Secondly, making transactions with Fang Yuan benefited us greatly. Our Wu clan gained several new Immortal Gu recently. They were all Fang Yuan's creations. If we had to refine them ourselves, we would have spent many times the immortal materials without any success. Wu clan's immortals were silent. Wu Yang looked around and went past Wu Ba Chong, his gaze ending up on Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao shuddered and instantly stood up, speaking in a shivering voice. But now that these super forces are reprimanding us, how should we deal with it? Wu Yang smiled as he nodded at Wu Qiao. Good question. Saying so, he extended his hand. All of the information path Mortal Gu flew back to him. Wu Yong blew lightly. A slight breeze went in the air, destroying all of the information path Mortal Gu immediately. These so-called accusations are completely useless. Wu Yong snickered coldly. Will they dare to attack us? The Immortals were stunned. Wu Yong leaned back on his chair. He was high and mighty as his gaze swept down on everyone. Do you still not understand? Everyone, times have changed. The Fate War, the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After all these, Heavenly Court's foundation has already been expended. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she had no choice but to announce that the other two Venerables were of the demonic path. But both Giant Sun and Fang Yuan are also claiming themselves to be Immortal Venerables. They do not agree with the Demon Venerable title. What is immortal? What is demonic? What is righteous path? What is demonic path? The Immortals were all shaken. Wu Yong laughed. With the conflict of 3 Venerables now, the 5 regions and 2 heavens will enter an unprecedented great era. If we still use our former judgment to differentiate righteous and demonic, we will only be devoured by the terrifying tides of the new era. Didn't you see how Fang Yuan spent no effort to recruit the entire Righteous Qi Alliance? Our Southern Alliance, against these Venerables, is completely useless and powerless. It is impossible to lead a group of sheep to defeat a fierce tiger. Furthermore, against these Venerables, we are not even considered sheep. The only thing that can fight a Venerable is a Venerable. Us pitiful worms need to survive between the cracks of the Venerables. We need to work hard and absorb more nutrients to strengthen ourselves. If we can gain the pity of destiny, we might have a chance of survival. Give up the so-called pride of the righteous path. Break free from the restraints of cheap morals and virtues. Abandon your superiority complex as a Gu Immortal. These are all superficial and worthless things. Like the information path Mortal Gu I destroyed earlier, a Venerable can kill all of us Gu Immortals with just a simple breath as well. Finally, Wu Yong raised his volume and said solemnly, work your very best, spend every minute and second of your life to fight for survival in this terrifying great era. Yes, we have learned much from First Supreme Elder's wise words. Wu Bachong, Wu Qiao, and the other Wu Clan Gu Immortals stood up and replied solemnly. Western Desert. Yuan Clan Headquarters. A banquet had just ended. In the main hall with many used cups, there were only several Yuan Clan Gu Immortals left. Rank 6 Gu Immortal Wan Jueqing smashed the cup in his hand on the ground in anger. These hypocritical and vicious clans, they are a disgrace to Western Desert. Don't they have the glory and resolution of the righteous path? Wan Jueqing shouted in anger. His face was flushed red. Jueqing. Wan Xiao frowned slightly. Am I wrong? Wan Jueqing was still furious. These last days, we held a small banquet every 3 days and a large banquet every 5 days. But what about these Gu Immortals? They are all giving vague replies and refuse to give definite answers. Jueqing. Wan Xiao shouted. Forget it, forget it. At this time, Yuan Clan's first Supreme Elder left his seat with a solemn expression, but his back seemed to be bent and weak. The remaining Yuan Clan Gu Immortals fell into deep silence. Outside Yuan Clan's headquarters, Tang Fongming and Tang Miao flew in the sky. While looking at the stars, they were very relaxed. Occasionally coming out to relax is a good decision, brother. Tang Miao smiled. Tang Fongming nodded, having the same feeling. He was the rank 7 Gu Immortal expert in Tang Clan who received the most support, but different from Shi Kong. The reason why Tang Fongming was supported and placed great importance upon was because he had extraordinary talent and aptitude in dream path exploration. This time, they went to Yuan Clan because Tang Fongming's beloved sister Tang Miao wanted to go sightseeing. Brother, Yuan Clan attended to us really nicely. They are very determined to deal with Fang Clan as well. After negotiating with the various clans these days, Yuan Clan has already relented multiple times. When do you think the Alliance Army will be formed? Tang Miao asked. Tang Fongming smiled coldly. The Alliance Army against Fang Clan is not going to be created. What? Why? Let's take an example. Tang Fongming sighed. Currently, the 5 regions and 2 heavens is like a forest with 3 fierce tigers that are exceptionally scary. Tang Miao's eyes lit up. Brother, you mean the 3 Venerables? Tang Fongming nodded. Other than these 3 fierce beasts, there are many birds, rabbits, and fish. Right now, a small bird called Wan wants to deal with a small rabbit called Fang. The bird knows it cannot win alone, so it gathered other birds and rabbits to try to pay a high price, in order to bully the individual. However, the rabbit named Fang is currently leaning on a fierce beast. Nobody knows if the fierce beast will get angered if they touch this rabbit. If the fierce beast moves, no matter how many animals the bird named Wan gathers, they will all become food for the fierce beast. Tang Miao was somewhat surprised. Brother, You mean to say that this is the reason why these super forces cannot form an alliance army? Tang Fongming nodded again with a solemn expression. No matter how harmonious the banquet is, or how intense the negotiation between one clan and the others get, they are all superficial in nature. The truth is that these animals are shivering in fear and deeply alert regarding the beasts. If any of them move in the forest, none of the animals can stop them. Tang Miao took in a deep breath. Thankfully, our Tang clan has been in contact with Lord Fang Yuan since long ago. We have undergone countless transactions. In my opinion, since Southern Borders Alliance leader Wu Yong made a transaction with Fang Yuan publicly, our Tang clan can also. Absolutely not. Tang Fongming said. Every action by Lord Fang Yuan contains deep meaning. The reason why he exposed evidence earlier and showed the transactions with many forces and Gu Immortals, without mentioning our Tang clan, is because he is protecting us. Our Tang clan cannot compare with Southern Borders Wu clan, or even Fang clan. We are a weak force in Western Desert. Because of our territorial location, we would be easily ganged up on and attacked. At this time, we cannot cause any commotion or raise attention to ourselves. We should only continue to work with Lord Fang Yuan in secret. We cannot waste his efforts. Of course, the information of one clan gathering the forces can be sold to Fang clan as a favor from us. Fang clan and Lord Fang Yuan have many transactions. From this angle, they are our natural ally. Tang Fongming spoke frankly, but he had a clear view of the situation. Tang Miao listened with shining eyes, gaining realization as well. But at this time, Tang Fongming's expression changed slightly. Brother, what's wrong? Gu Immortals are transacting with Fang Yuan again in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There are 3 people this time, among which 2 are from Northern Plains and Central Continent. Tang Fongming replied quickly with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 22-24. Power of a Refinement Path. Venerable, a lump of fire was burning quietly in Fang Yuan's hand. The fire was only the size of an infant's fist. Its color changed constantly. If a Refinement Path expert saw it, they would shout out in shock. Because the change in the color of the flame was only the superficial appearance, the essence was something different. For example, red flame meant fire refinement. When it was white, that was light refinement. When it was icy blue, that was ice refinement. Fang Yuan clenched his fist lightly. The flame disappeared instantly. Fang Yuan kept silent as he fell into deep contemplation. A long while later, he blinked his eyes and retracted all of his scattered thoughts. During this period of time, he had been personally refining Immortal Gu and did not activate 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool at all. He refined more than 10 Immortal Gu that were mostly rank 6 and 7. It was not an accomplishment for someone like Fang Yuan. But in this process, Fang Yuan gained a considerable harvest. His current refinement path attainment level was at Supreme Grandmaster. Any Gu refinement method was very easily discerned by him. He could understand their full profundity. No Gu recipes had hidden secrets in the eyes of Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan could modify most recipes with a single attempt. Even for the more profound Immortal Gu recipes that needed some time to modify and expended a lot of effort to deduce appropriate immortal materials, by simply using Fang Yuan's refinement path intuition, he could just take a look to understand the exact direction that the Immortal Gu recipe should go in. Fang Yuan tried many times. His attempts confirmed that this intuition gave correct answers with certainty. This was the same for modifying refinement path killer moves and Gu refinement methods. Once, when Fang Yuan was refining Gu, he had an inspiration and thought of a new Gu refinement method. He succeeded on the first try. When he personally refined Gu, Fang Yuan could feel a sense of control. This sense of control greatly raised the success rate of refining Immortal Gu. When he refined the various Immortal Gu, when he got to a certain point of the refinement process, Fang Yuan would have a feeling that success was guaranteed. Even if the Gu refinement was going to fail, Fang Yuan still had the sense of control. He could predict the failure of the Gu refinement in advance. After all, even a refinement path Venerable could fail when refining Immortal Gu. On one hand, it was the refinement method. If any human error occurred, failure was guaranteed. On the other hand, the various paths still had their own constraints. For example, refining Fire Path Immortal Gu would need a large amount of Fire Path Immortal materials. Fang Yuan's control over the Fire Path Immortal material would be much lower naturally, since his Fire Path attainment level was way inferior to Refinement Path. But when I try to refine Refinement Path Immortal Gu, the success rate is basically 100%. Of course, I have not tried to refine rank 9 Refinement Path Immortal Gu yet. Fang Yuan had already confirmed this point. Refinement Path Immortal Gu would use a large amount of Refinement Path Immortal materials. Fang Yuan's control over these Refinement Path Immortal materials was 100%. On this point, be they old eccentric Tian Nan, old Immortal Kong Ju, or long hair ancestor, they could not compare to Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable, he could refine the natural refinement path down marks of the outside world. Refinement path immortal materials contained refinement path down marks. They were also subjected to this. Thus, Fang Yuan had perfect control over these immortal materials. Thus, as long as there were no errors in the refinement method, with few immortal materials from other paths, the refinement path Immortal Gu's refinement would have a success rate that was infinitely close to 100%. In terms of Gu refinement success rate, Fang Yuan had already surpassed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. This was under the condition that he had little practice and was not proficient in many refinement path methods and killer moves yet. Even though Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable now, he still had a long way to improve in terms of refinement path. Other than practicing more and gaining experience, in the future, when my other paths' attainment levels rise, my success rate in refining Immortal Gu of those paths will also rise rapidly as well. It is a pity that I cannot retrieve the primordial domain in Treasure Yellow Heaven yet. Fang Yuan did not have a way to retrieve the primordial domain. Thus, he kept the primordial domain that he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He continued to pay the fee for storing it there. Thinking of Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan recalled the 3 Gu immortals that transacted with him earlier. These 3 came from Southern Border, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. They had open transactions that used their real names. Thus the 5 regions Gu immortals learned of the details. The Southern Border Gu immortal was a member from Qiao clan, which was Wu clan's vassal. The open transaction between Qiao clan's Gu immortal and Fang Yuan was likely instructed by Wu Yong to alleviate the political pressure on Wu clan. Other than that, there was the lone immortal from Northern Plains and demonic immortal from Central Continent. The truth was, after Wu Yong's transaction, there were many Gu immortals who wanted to secretly contact Fang Yuan for Immortal Gu refinement. But Fang Yuan's rule was that the transaction had to be openly done. Thus, many Gu immortals hesitated. Only a few Gu immortals, because of their own nature or external pressure, accepted Fang Yuan's rule of an open transaction. Afterwards, Fang Yuan chose these 2 people. They did not have high cultivation level. They were rank 6 Gu immortals that were at the bottom of the Gu immortal world. Maybe it was because of their identity at the bottom. These 2 were more inclined to take risks and try to change their current situation. It was like how poor people often disregarded their lives, while rich people were cautious and scared of dying. Of course, these 2 people were no longer in Northern Plains and Central Continent. Nobody knew what Heavenly Courts and Longevity Heaven's reactions would be after they made a transaction with Fang Yuan. These 2 Gu immortals were not stupid. They escaped to another region immediately. In the past, this action would have many drawbacks. But with the dissipation of the regional walls and the unification of the 5 regions, as well as the movement of Qi tides, the heaven and earth Qi of the 5 regions became the same. There were no longer differences. Thus, no matter which region a Gu immortal went to, they would not be restricted by heaven and earth Qi. The following period is crucial. Fang Yuan did not know what the reactions of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be. He was anticipating them with alertness and wariness. According to his deductions, there were 4 possible reactions from the 2 Venerables. First, they could send subordinates to kill these 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. This was easy. Fang Yuan purposely chose them back then because they were weak. If these 2 died at the hands of Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan would be very happy. Second, the 2 Venerables cooperate to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was very wary against this situation, but he wanted to see this as well. Third, the 2 Venerables target Treasure Yellow Heaven instead. This situation would be the same as crippling the foundation of Fang Yuan's Great Love Gu refinement plan. But the possibility was too slim. Ever since Treasure Yellow Heaven appeared, it had existed until now. During this time, Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, Shadow Sect, and other geniuses and outstanding experts wanted to find Treasure Yellow Heaven, but they all failed. Even now, Fang Yuan did not know where Treasure Yellow Heaven was. It was truly an extremely mysterious existence. Fourth, which was the most likely situation that the 2 Venerables would choose, was to ignore Fang Yuan's Gu refinement business since they could not stop it anyway. They would target other aspects, like elevating their cultivation and forces, to try and use other advantages against Fang Yuan's Great Love Gu refinement plan. The truth is, ever since we left Crazed Demon Cave, the contest between me, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already begun. Whoever can develop the best will have the greatest advantage in our upcoming fights. Advantages may not become victory in the end, but as advantages accumulate, the eventual outcome will be affected for sure. Fang Yuan had a clear recognition of his standing among the 3 Venerables. Recalling the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan was aware that he could win because he had the most accurate combat tactics. Because Fang Yuan only showed pseudo-venerable battle strength, and because the Venerables had been using him as a pawn all along, they did not think much of him subconsciously. Be they Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they treated each other as the greatest threat. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of room to maneuver. But Venerables were not so easily deceived. Thus, Fang Yuan purposely exposed his ambition in Refinement Path, causing the two Venerables to find out that he was trying to become Venerable through Refinement Path. After that, when he had sufficient accumulation in Refinement Path attainment level, he purposely gave up the fight over Primordial Domain in front of the two Venerables. With the Refinement Path portion of Primordial Domain destroyed, both Venerables knew that Fang Yuan could not become Venerable in the short term. They let their guard down against him. On this basis, Fang Yuan continued to expose his weakness. For example, Zhan Bu had been extremely high profile in the few fights he was in. It caused a huge headache for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thus, Fang Yuan purposely let him die at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's hands. Or for example, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, and other methods that the Venerables knew about. Fang Yuan purposely used up these methods so that the Venerables would be even less on guard against him. Fang Yuan had even planned to sacrifice the Qi-Si clone purposely. But even at that extent, the two Venerables were still not assured about Fang Yuan. At certain times, they worked together to try to eliminate him first. That was the most dangerous moment for Fang Yuan. He had both internal and external threats. His life was hanging on a thread in many situations. After all, Spring Autumn Cicada could not be used. Thankfully, Fang Yuan got through those ordeals and finally saw the light of day at the end of the tunnel. The two Venerables consumed each other's strength, while Limitless Demon Venerable's appearance and Paradise Earth's Venerable Ascension attempt caused the two Venerables' attention to be shifted to them. Eventually, Fang Yuan took a chance to kill Paradise Earth and repel the two Venerables, becoming the greatest winner in this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Other than the proper combat tactics, the most important criteria for victory was that Fang Yuan had made all sorts of preparations before the battle started. Fang Yuan obtained Ability Gu and Fortitude Gu. They were extremely useful in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan raised the cultivation level of his subordinates, allowing White Rabbit and Miao Yin to fight against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Fang Yuan deduced and modified many killer moves like Dang Hun Luo Pasil, Road of Life, several hundred totem killer moves, Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses, and countless compound killer moves. Fang Yuan even created the Artificial Earth Vein and Defensive Food Path methods. He also prepared Dream Path killer moves. Most of them were used in Crazed Demon Cave. If he had not made ample preparation, even if Fang Yuan had the proper tactics, he could not last until the end. I became a Refinement Path Venerable and gained the most benefits in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable are placing a huge focus on me now. I need to do everything to raise my strength and develop further. That is how I can accumulate my advantage in the contest of three Venerables. The results of development now would be the crucial factors affecting the victory of the contest of three Venerables in the future. Chapter 22-25, Enemies on one hand, Cooperation on the other Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable held on to an information path Mortal Gu as he thought to himself, and sighed with a calm expression. To think that as a Venerable, I will actually be unable to do anything against a mere Northern Plains rank 6 lone immortal. With Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's temper and nature, Gu Immortals publicly transacting with Fang Yuan were simply provoking him. In the past, such a Gu Immortal would have already died countless times. The pride of a Venerable was not to be trampled. But now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable summoned one of the 8 extremities and said, "Go, secretly transmit to the Huang Jin tribes to try to recruit this person. Whoever succeeds will receive my special reward." Yes. The member of the 8 extremities answered and left respectfully. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not make any statements personally. It would be disadvantageous to him in Longevity Heaven. But he could let the Huang Jin tribes take action. This was the political skill of an experienced ruler. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew that Fang Yuan's Great Love Gu refinement plan could not be stopped. It was an open scheme that everyone could see, but the desires of Gu Immortals could not be suppressed. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable tried to stop it, or if he ordered people to kill this Northern Plains lone immortal, he would lose the hearts of the people in Longevity Heaven. He might be able to suppress it for a while, but the more he stifled it, the deeper this discontent would accumulate, and when it erupts in the future, a huge problem would occur in Longevity Heaven. Eventually, the result would be simple. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators would find Fang Yuan for public transactions. After that, they would leave and escape to the other regions. Most likely, they would go to Eastern Sea, which was under Fang Yuan's control. That was the same as Fang Yuan using Immortal Gu to lure these lone immortals and demonic cultivators of northern plains to Eastern Sea, strengthening his own heaven and earth great love alliance. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would not fall for such an open scheme. Fang Yuan is too arrogant. He does not have enough immortal essence, but he dares to publicly provoke us. Humph. We need to retaliate. If the battle in Crazed Demon Cave let Giant Sun Immortal Venerable learn of Fang Yuan's battle strength, then currently, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable learned of Fang Yuan's shrewd and ruthless political skills. Thinking about it, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took out an information path Immortal Gu from his immortal aperture. The information path Immortal Gu quickly flew towards Central Continent. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also thinking of a way to deal with Fang Yuan's method. She called for Feng Yang and personally talked to him before giving him a mission. When Feng Yang left Heavenly Court, he was still in a confused state. The mission that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave him was to publicly transact with Fang Yuan and refine a new Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's countermeasure was even more simple than Giant Sun Immortal Venerables. Since Fang Yuan declared that he would show his great love to the world, refining Gu for enemies and allies alike, Heavenly Court would use this to their advantage. It was a fact that they could not stop his scheme, thus, making use of it to gain benefits was a wise choice. Of course, Heavenly Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not make transactions with Fang Yuan openly. This was still not acceptable. After all, they had denounced Fang Yuan as a demon venerable earlier. As for the transaction between Fang Yuan and Feng Yang, be it success or failure, Heavenly Court would stay indifferent towards it, showing a political attitude that they would not care about the actions of the 10 great ancient sects in this aspect. This way, the 10 great ancient sects would get involved and obtain many Immortal Gu that would raise the strength of Central Continent as a whole. If Fang Yuan were to reject them or state an absurd price, it would go against his earlier declaration, causing him to lose his credibility. Weakening Fang Yuan's credibility was also a sort of victory for Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling appeared with 2 information path Immortal Gu. Oh, after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a look at them, she fell into contemplation. The first one came from Southern Borders Wu Clan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked into it. Southern Alliance leader Wu Yong, the first supreme elder of Wu Clan, wanted to have an open transaction with Heavenly Court. Wu Yong seemed to have forgotten that he had led the Southern Alliance to oppose Heavenly Court during the Fate War. A hint of appreciation flashed past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. This Wu Yong is truly remarkable. Earlier, he had transactions with Fang Yuan. Now, he wants to transact with Heavenly Court too. His ambitions are not small, but it is good too. Agreeing to this will benefit Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a decision to hold transactions with Wu Yong immediately. On one hand, she was showing her attitude that she was tolerant towards any transaction with Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also trying to pull Wu Yong to her side. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were very close now. If she rejected him, he might likely join his side. This was not something Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to see. As for the second information path Immortal Gu, it came from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The content was simple. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to cooperate with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take action against Fang Yuan together. Of course, they were not going to ally without any basis. After all, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had cooperated to a certain extent against Fang Yuan, who became Venerable. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended. The Venerables had not gotten much stronger since. If the 2 Venerables joined hands against Fang Yuan now, they would only be asking for humiliation. It would not end well. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's idea was to continuously use luck path methods to survey Eastern Sea and investigate heaven refining Demon Venerable. If Fang Yuan made any attempt to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu, a huge fluctuation in his luck would be observable. By then, they would use the chance to deal with him. Right now, Fang Yuan was very strong. Both Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be repelled by him. But his advantage was not big enough, so the 2 Venerables were still quite calm. However, once he refines a rank 9 Immortal Gu, he would have to expend a huge amount of immortal essence, especially during the crucial moments of Gu refinement. If the 2 Venerables find a chance to attack Fang Yuan's major flaw, he would be at his weakest. If Fang Yuan fails the Gu refinement, he would suffer a terrifying backlash as well. After all, the refinement of a rank 9 Immortal Gu was extremely significant. Regarding Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's suggestion, Star constellation Immortal Venerable agreed, without second thought. The truth was, she had her own set of investigative methods to spy on Eastern Sea as well. She was guarded against Fang Yuan, who could be refining rank 9 Immortal Gu at any time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable placed great focus on Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. The contest of 3 Venerables was neck and neck. If either side gained a rank 9 Immortal Gu, their strength would rise immensely. That would no longer be a contest of equal strength. Even territories could be lost then. The truth was, even if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not send a letter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have sent one to him. If Fang Yuan was truly given the chance to display his specialty and refine a rank 9 Immortal Gu, he would gain the biggest advantage. That was something neither of the 2 Venerables wanted to see. This secret plan to stop Fang Yuan from refining rank 9 Immortal Gu started with the subtle cooperation of the 2 Venerables. If Fang Yuan takes a risk to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu, we will strike. But even if I cooperate with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, I still need to mind my immortal essence expenditure. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had more immortal essence than her. But if she expended too much immortal essence when targeting Fang Yuan, even if she spent the same amount as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, it would not benefit her. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's biggest advantage was in immortal essence quantity after all. If that situation occurred, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's advantage would be even bigger then. That was also part of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's secret scheme. Eastern Sea. Oh, Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Currently, he was refining Immortal Gu while communicating in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He also considered the arrangements and development of his immortal aperture with great ease. Now, he had received He Feng Yang's request for a transaction in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He Feng Yang is actually asking me for an open transaction. It seems that this is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's idea. Fang Yuan immediately understood the truth. Without Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's permission, how could He Feng Yang dare to do this? Worthy of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan praised. It was a wise and logical countermeasure. The contest of forces and the fight between experts had never been as simple as allies and enemies. But according to the specific situation, one needed to have the flexibility to change sides. Sometimes, your enemies could become your allies. You could even work together with your enemies while simultaneously plotting against them. But this reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Regarding He Feng Yang's request for a transaction, Fang Yuan's will agreed on the spot. If he rejected this, it would weaken his credibility and reputation. Furthermore, what reason was there to reject it? This was beneficial to Heavenly Court and Central Continent, but it was even more useful for Fang Yuan. After all, he was the seller who set the price. It was natural that Heavenly Court and Central Continent were going to benefit. This was a mutually beneficial transaction where both sides got what they wanted. The losing side was naturally Longevity Heaven. When Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable become stronger, Longevity Heaven would be left behind. But once Longevity Heaven sees this situation, they would want to catch up. Even if they were unwilling, they would make transactions with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan would obviously not reject them. By then, he would be the party that benefits the most out of this. Since you want a rank 7 Immortal Gu, hand me the 9 Central Stone Forest. Fang Yuan quoted his price to He Feng Yang. 9 Central Stone Forest was an Earth Path resource point. It could be used as an Earth Vein node. The exact value when compared to a rank 7 Immortal Gu was not clear. For the short term, the rank 7 Immortal Gu was definitely more valuable. But for the long term, a 9 Central Stone Forest that could continuously produce Earth Path resources definitely surpassed just one rank 7 Immortal Gu. This quote was very expensive, far higher than Fang Yuan's earlier price for refining Gu. He Feng Yang could not make a decision, but he had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders. On the whole, this price was still in the acceptable range, so He Feng Yang agreed to it. In the future, when Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven transact with me further, I will ask for more Earth Path resource points for fixing Earth veins in my Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had already started to prosper and develop. The current plan was to construct a water vein. Since the Righteous Qi Alliance joined Fang Yuan, they had to show their sincerity. Fang Yuan gave orders without holding back. He asked the clans to contribute a batch of water path resource points. I have tens of yellow apricot immortal essence beads now. I cannot take a risk in refining rank 9 Immortal Gu yet. These immortal essence beads are insufficient. Let's refine those heaven path rank 8 Immortal Gu first.